Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story on What If Harry Was a Muggleborn with a Secret Destiny. So do 4 blue hearts comment, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon for I have upload Harry x Hermione uncensored spicy version, link in description.
The story. I don't know what happened. 1 minute, I was running and the next I was on top of the school roof. I didn't climb up the roof, I swear. The young boy struggled to find the words to explain. I just sort of popped there. Harry stared anxiously at his aunt and uncle, who were sitting on a sofa facing him. He stood stiffly in front of them, feeling as if he were facing the police. His green eyes were fearful as he pleaded for understanding, though with little expectation that he would be believed. It was incredible even to him, and he had lived through the bizarre experience. But this was the truth, incredible though it seemed. 1 minute, he was running away from his cousin, Dudley, and his gang. Harry knew that, if they caught him, he was in for a beating. It was one of Dudley's favorite pastimes, to beat up on his cousin. Although they had been raised together since Harry was 18 months old and his parents had died in an accident, he and Dudley had never looked on each other as brothers. Responding to the tone set by his parents, Dudley had always treated Harry with disdain, and used him as his personal punching bag. So, when Harry had been chased by Dudley, he had been frantic to escape. He had been running through the school grounds, where only a few children played during the summer break. He had known that it was only a matter of seconds before he would be caught. He found himself wishing frantically that he could escape and, the next second, he had popped out on the school roof. The school custodian had not been amused. He had assumed Harry had climbed on to the roof and Harry hadn't even attempted to defend himself. The truth was too unbelievable. But, when he had returned home, and was facing the wrath of his aunt and uncle, he had tried to explain. At 10, Harry was a small, skinny boy. His deep green eyes shone bright in his too pale face. Forced to spend much of his time in the small cupboard under the stairs where his aunt and uncle begrudgingly housed him, Harry had the slightly unhealthy air of a convalescent. Harry rarely was permitted to play outside. If they thought they could have gotten away with it, Harry knew that his relatives would not even have sent him to school. They felt that the less time Harry interacted with the neighbors, the better. Harry had grown up knowing that he was worthless and a mistake. How often had he heard Uncle Vernon say, "Even your parents couldn't wait to get away from you. They had to die to do it, but who can blame them?" Harry knew that his aunt, uncle and cousin had no choice but to have to spend some time with him, as he lived with them. As Aunt Petunia put it, "It's too bad we can't pick our relatives, Harry. It is my duty, as my sister was your mother, to take you in. It's lucky you have us, or it would have been the orphanage for you." It was no surprise, who could fault them, for wanting to avoid seeing Harry as much as possible. So, he was shunted aside, forced to spend hours in his cupboard and, even when allowed out, expected to be as invisible as possible. Harry was used to his aunt and uncle finding fault with him. He tried to do what they asked, but he seemed to anger them by his very existence. So, it was with a heavy, anxious heart, Harry waited for them to deal with this most unusual situation. The principal had called Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon to complain. Harry had overheard some of the conversation and knew that the man had tried to soften some of the criticism against Harry by suggesting that this was Harry's way of dealing with the stress of having graduated elementary school and knowing that he was to attend Stonewall High in September. Aunt Petunia had agreed on the phone, but Harry, his heart sinking, thought that he'd be lucky if they didn't lock him in his cupboard for a year. Would they starve him? He wondered anxiously. Harry was frequently sent to his cupboard without dinner and he was used to feeling a continual, persistent ache of hunger. But, he remembered with alarm the time when he had hit Dudley back after Dudley had pushed him down the stairs. He had been locked in his cupboard 3 days without food. The ache in his stomach had felt like a knife piercing him. He never wanted to feel like that again. Having finished his inadequate explanation of why he had been on the school roof, Harry waited for judgment to fall. However, his uncle didn't start yelling as he usually did. Instead, Harry watched in confusion as his aunt and uncle exchanged significant, somber looks. "Petunia," began Vernon. "I know, Vernon, she cut him off. Harry looked from one to the other in puzzlement. It was as if they were speaking in code. What did Aunt Petunia know? Petunia looked down at her hands, which were folded in her lap, grasped so tightly together that the knuckles showed white. Her face was drawn and her lips were pursed so firmly, it looked as if she had just beeped on A. Finally, she took a deep breath and raised her eyes to her nephew's. Her black, beady eyes looked coldly at the boy. Without looking at her husband, she said, "Let me handle this, Vernon. I know what we have to do. Leave us alone for a while, won't you?" Without a word, her husband lumbered to his feet and left the room. A silence filled the living room. Harry glanced at the door through which his uncle had disappeared. He had never looked upon his uncle as a defender, but, somehow, he felt even more uneasy now that his uncle had left. He dragged his eyes back to his aunt's and found that she was still watching him, without any softening in her expression. He gulped. Aunt Petunia started talking in a low voice, as if trying to contain herself. However, Harry could hear the hate lacing her words. "I've hoped and prayed that you could escape the taint in my sister's blood. But, I can deny the truth no longer. It is clear that you're one of them." She spat the last word in disgust. She answered the unspoken question in Harry's scared, bewildered eyes. "A wizard. That's what you are. I did my best to help you escape this curse, but you are like your parents. My sister, your mother, was a witch. She was so pleased to be able to do magic, she never thought about how unnatural and evil she was. You have no idea what it's like to know your own sister is a foul creature. And then, she married another of your kind. I would have been happy never to hear her name again, to pretend that I had never had a sister. But no, she had to get herself killed and saddle me with you. I've had to raise you, knowing you were spawn of evil. But, I hope that, against all odds, you weren't the unnatural creature I knew you'd be. But, the truth will out. You apparated, on that roof." Harry was so shocked by the tirade unleashed by his aunt, he wouldn't have been able to formulate a question even if she had paused for breath and allowed him to speak. A wizard. He was a wizard, and, that's why his aunt and uncle hated him. His thoughts were jumbled in confusion. Despite his aunt's obvious disgust, Harry felt a thrill of ecstasy at learning that he was a wizard and his parents had been magical too. He didn't think being magical was evil. Fairy godmothers were magical, so was the genie in Aladdin. They weren't evil, but, he also recognized that his aunt hated him for a reason he couldn't change. He was never going to be able to win her approval. His very existence was an abomination to her. Pushing aside his shock, Harry tried to focus on absorbing as much information as his aunt would tell him. His eyes begged to understand and, for once, she didn't hold back. The floodgates had been opened. Your mother bragged about her magical powers. She told me all about apparating. When she was 17, she passed her apparition test on the first try. She was so proud. Like it was a driving test. Well, let me tell you where all that magic got her. Dead. Killed by a wizard even more unnatural than her. After she was married and was pregnant with you, she visited our parents when I was visiting there, too. She told us how she and her husband were going into hiding because of a prophecy that the headmaster of her school had heard. This prophecy said that you would defeat this evil wizard, Voldemort. Voldemort had learned of the prophecy and was going to try to kill you. She said that you would have powers this Dark Lord didn't know about and that he would mark you as his equal, whatever that means. But, only one of you could survive. I remember how she rubbed her belly and told my parents how you were destined to be a great wizard. How she was scared but that she just knew you'd defeat him. My son will be a hero, she boasted. Well, my parents died a few weeks later in a car accident and she couldn't even come to the funeral because she was in hiding. And, then this dark wizard you were supposed to killed them instead. So, some hero you are. You didn't stop this man from killing your parents. And I got you. She said it in disgust. You were left on my doorstep with a letter from the headmaster of the magic school your mother had attended, asking me to take you in, to seal the blood magic. Your mother died to save your life, hero. The letter said that the wizard who was after you had temporarily lost his powers but would be back eventually. As long as I let you live with me, you'd be protected from this wizard and his followers. Well, I've done my duty for years. But, I've had enough. I will not have a wizard in my house. I can no longer deny that you are evil, and I will not pollute my family anymore with your presence. I want you out of here. Harry was stunned. Out of here. What did she mean? Did she mean he was to go to an orphanage? His blood ran cold and a rushing sound filled his ears. I want you to pack up some things, and leave. I don't care where you go. Whatever happens to you from now on has nothing to do with me. Go find some school chum to stay with, sleep in the park, go to an orphanage. I don't care. Just keep away from my family from now on. I am washing this stain from my family's blood. I want to forget you ever existed. Harry's legs were shaking so much, he expected them to fail him any second. Please, he didn't complete the sentence. The blazing look of hatred that his aunt cast upon him was frightening. Harry backed away in fear. And don't tell anyone your name. I don't want any police banging on our door claiming we've abandoned you. Aunt Petunia called after Harry, as he fled the room. Harry spent a restless night in his cupboard. He replayed in his mind his aunt's diatribe, and it was a long time before he was able to fall asleep. While it was shocking to learn that there was such a thing as magic, and that he was a wizard, in some ways, it explained so much of his life. Now, he understood how his hair had grown back overnight after his aunt had given him a horrible haircut a few years ago. He remembered how his teacher's hair had turned blue after he had made a nasty comment about Harry's ill-fitting clothes, hand-me-downs from Dudley, causing the class to laugh cruelly at Harry. Most importantly, it explained how the numerous cuts and bruises he had received from Dudley, Aunt Petunia or Uncle Vernon had healed so quickly. Harry felt a thrill of fear seize his body when he thought about being on his own. He kept hoping that Aunt Petunia would have changed her mind in the morning. On the other hand, a small voice in Harry's head was whispering that it would be so wonderful never to have to see his relatives again. Never would he have to stay locked in his cupboard. There would be no one to order him around. He could go where he wanted and maybe find a new family. Of course, there was this ominous-sounding dark wizard out there. If he understood his aunt correctly, this wizard would be looking to kill Harry as soon as he left the blood protection of his aunt's house. Harry bitterly noted that his aunt didn't care about placing him in such danger. The part of Harry that wasn't scared to death about leaving the only home he had known wanted to turn his back on his aunt and tell her that he never wanted to see her, her miserable husband, or his hateful cousin ever again. When Harry woke up the next morning, he was clear-headed despite having so little sleep. It was as if his brain had been working out the solution to his problems while he slept. So, when Harry opened his eyes, he knew what he was going to do. If his aunt insisted, he would need to leave here. He would need a new place to stay and a way to support himself. The only way to do this was to pretend to be older. The key to everything was in a disguise. If this dark wizard, or his followers, were looking for Harry Potter, he didn't want anyone to know who or where he was. Don't worry, Aunt Petunia, Harry muttered to himself, jaw clenching, remembering Aunt Petunia's warning that Harry not tell anyone his name. I have no intention of telling anyone I'm Harry Potter. Harry looked around his cupboard one last time, pulling a few clothes into a pile that he intended to put in a bag to take with him. As he looked around, Harry barely focused on the fact that he might never see his room again. He was distracted by his constant thought, I need to hide myself. I don't want anyone to know I'm Harry Potter. I don't want to look like Harry Potter anymore. When Harry pulled open the door to his cupboard and stepped out, Harry was taken aback by how small the door opening seemed to be. Had it shrunk? But, when Harry straightened up from his semi-stoop upon exiting the cupboard, he saw his reflection in a hallway mirror. Harry's jaw dropped open as he realized that the stranger in the mirror was him. A boy about 17 or 18 stood there, taller, with wider shoulders, a long nose, light brown hair and slightly small, brown eyes. Harry approached the mirror slowly. He turned his head from side to side, examining his new look. He was not a good-looking teenager. This was good. Good-looking people often attracted attention. Rather, this stranger's face seemed to be the type to fade into the background. When this thought crossed Harry's mind, he smiled. Perfect. Harry heard his aunt and uncle stirring. Reaching into his mind, he sent out a tentative wish to regain his appearance. Immediately, his nose shortened, his hair darkened to black, his eyes turned green, and his body regained its smaller, scrawnier appearance. It was surprisingly easy to alter his appearance, Harry found. Harry had transformed none too soon. He turned to see his aunt descending the stairs. She had a frown on her face and her brow was furrowed. "What, are you still here? What part of, get out, didn't you understand?" she said nastily. Harry tried not to let her hatred hurt him. However, he couldn't help the stab of pain that pierced his heart upon realizing that his aunt couldn't care less about him. That she actually disliked him. Was he so unlovable? Harry lifted his chin and said, "I'm leaving," in a hard voice. He refused to let her see that she had hurt him. "Good. I just wanted," Harry trailed off. He didn't know what to say. What did he want? Money to help him on his way. An apology for all of the times he had been mistreated. A tearful pleading not to leave. All of this. Finally, not able to complete his sentence, Harry turned away from his aunt. He went to the kitchen where he found a bag for the few clothes he was taking with him. He grabbed some food from the refrigerator, ignoring the guilty feeling in his stomach. He had never been allowed to take food without asking. Then, he went back through the hall to the front door. He ignored his aunt, who was standing in the hall. Neither spoke. Harry reached the front door and pulled it open. He stepped out into the sunlight of the new day and heard the door shut behind him. Taking a deep breath, Harry focused on leaving as he had focused on escaping Dudley the day before. Was it just 24 hours ago that his world had turned upside down? With a pop, Harry apparated away from number 4 Privet Drive. Whenever Harry thought back over the first week after he left his aunt's house, he remembered the feeling of sheer terror mixed with heady freedom. As a lanky teenager, he was able to secure a job washing dishes and serving as a busboy for a restaurant in the city to which he had apparated. This city was the first place Harry had been able to think of the morning he had left the Dursleys. Although he had never visited it before, he had heard them speak of it, as it was the nearest urban center to Little Whinging. Harry had thought to lose himself among the crowds, where an isolated young adult would attract less attention than in the small town where he had lived most of his life. Harry was right. No one gave him a second glance. Even at his job, people barely registered that he was even there, much less cared to ask him personal questions about his life. Busboys came and went with frequency, and the restaurant owner only cared about whether Harry showed up on time or not. For the first time in his life, however, Harry was able to eat enough to lose the constant hungry feeling in his stomach. While he wasn't allowed to take any food with him, one of the perks of the job was that he was able to eat as much as he wanted at the restaurant. At first, Harry tentatively ate only small portions, but when he realized that no one paid any attention to how much he ate, he soon began to enjoy the sensation of eating 3 solid meals a day. Harry shared a small room in an apartment with a number of other young people, mostly immigrants. The boss at the restaurant had given Harry the name of a woman who rented out a portion of her apartment for day laborers to live. There was a rotating schedule of people who shared the small apartment. There were 3 shifts of people who used the beds, based on their work schedule. Harry's schedule to use the bed was during the hours of midnight to 6 o'clock in the morning. One of the biggest changes for Harry was responding to a new name. He had spent a few hours having fun deciding what his new name would be. Finally, he had decided on Mark Twist. Mark, because he was literally marked by the scar hidden by his glamour charm, and because he was figuratively a marked man, targeted by some evil dark wizard who was apparently running around looking to kill him. Harry didn't ever want to forget this, or to relax his guard. Twist, as a tribute to a famous literary orphan, Oliver Twist. Harry felt keenly that there was no one who loved him. He was an orphan and had to rely on himself only. And, if there was a sneaking hope that he, like Oliver Twist, would find himself a new family who cared about him, Harry refused to acknowledge this. So, the days and months fell into a pattern. Harry spent his days washing dishes, or bussing tables. When he had a few hours free from work each day, Harry tried to read as much as possible. He was aware that he was missing out on his formal education, and he hoped to learn at least a little on his own. Harry found that, without the constant fear of displeasing his aunt and uncle, He enjoyed learning and was soon a voracious reader. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to learn anything about the wizarding world in the public library. Harry was incredibly lonely. He had no friends at all. At work, socializing was discouraged, as the boss felt that this distracted the workers from performing their duties. At the apartment he shared with so many others, there was little opportunity for socializing either. Many of the boarders did not speak English and there was always someone sleeping in one of the beds. The woman who owned the apartment preferred for her boarders to come by only when it was time for them to use the bed or shower. The rest of the time, they were encouraged to find somewhere else to spend time. Harry's 11th birthday came and went without any fanfare. He barely noticed it himself. A few weeks after he had turned 11, an incident occurred that marked a turning point in Harry's life. It was a Sunday, and he had a rare day free, as the restaurant was closed for a few simple renovations. Harry was walking through a park when he noticed a rugby game in progress. The players looked about 10 or 11 years old. Harry watched them longingly. He would so love to join in. Almost without realizing it, Harry felt himself shrink and become a younger version of Mark Twist. He looked around surreptitiously and was relieved to see that no one was around him. No one had noticed the transformation. Harry sternly warned himself that he would have to be more careful in the future. If he were going to transform, he should have found a private spot to do it. Anyway, as an 11-year-old, Harry slowly approached the other children. When they noticed him, they were eager to have Harry join them, to add to their numbers. Harry had one of the best days of his life. It was with more than a hint of reluctance that he transformed into an older version of Mark Twist, in order to return to the boarding house where he lived. When he arrived at the house, he was given an odd-looking letter. "This came while you were gone," said his landlady. "I don't know who delivered it because it's Sunday." It was lying by the mail slot. Harry looked at it in surprise, and slowly reached out his hand to take the letter from her, thanking her absently. Who could be writing to him? Even if his aunt and uncle wanted to reach him, the letter was addressed to Mark Twist, and they didn't know that he was going by this name. Harry found himself a private corner to read his letter. He ran his finger wonderingly over the raised seal, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. His heart started to beat faster. Was this the school his mother had attended? Harry opened the letter carefully. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster: Albus Dumbledore. Order of Merlin. First Class, Grad Sorc. CHF. Warlock. Supreme Mugwump, International Confed. Of Wizards. Dear Mr. Twist, we are pleased to inform you that you have a place at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on the 1st of September. A representative from Hogwarts will arrive at 10 a.m. tomorrow to explain further and to take you to Diagon Alley to help you to purchase your school supplies. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. P.S. We apologize for the delay in your receiving this letter, which is usually sent to students on their 11th birthday. For some reason, your name did not appear on our list of attending students until early this morning. Harry read the letter a number of times, letting it sink in. This was the world that his aunt had feared. Magic. The very word rolled off Harry's tongue, promising wonders. If this was the world he belonged in, as his aunt said, then it was here that he would find the family and friends he craved. But, Harry cautioned himself, it was also the world of the psycho-dark wizard who had killed his parents and was after him. He could never forget this, and must continue to hide who he was. Reading the postscript, Harry realized that, if he had not transformed this afternoon into a younger Mark Twist, the Hogwarts registry would not have listed him as attending the school. Apparently, whatever magic he had been able to marshal in order to fix himself as Mark Twist, rather than Harry Potter, was very strong and captured all aspects of his being Mark Twist, whether he was in his younger or older version. As an older Mark Twist, he would have missed his chance to attend Hogwarts. As an 11-year-old, the school registry must have sensed a magical child and included his name on the list of children who should be attending school. Tomorrow, he would meet a representative of the school. Another wizard. Harry would barely wait. He would have to wait outside and try to intercept this person before he or she knocked on the door. There was no 11-year-old Mark Twist at this address. What would he do if this person wanted to speak with his parents? Harry turned various ideas over in his head and finally decided to wait to see what happened and just wing it. The next day found a young boy sitting on the steps leading up to the apartment building where a number of boarders shared a room. He was obviously looking for someone, as his eyes scanned the street continuously. Anyone watching him would have realized at once that the boy had obviously spotted something by the way his eyes widened in alarm and his whole body stiffened. Swallowing hard, the boy slowly stood up. An enormous man was walking toward the boy, easily towering over even a tall man. The man's face was covered in hair, making him seem like a mountain man. His alarming appearance was softened by the smile that lit up his face. Gathering his courage, Harry descended the steps where he had been sitting, and approached the man. "Mark Twist, are ye?" rumbled the man. Harry gulped and nodded, and held out his hand. It was enveloped in a hand the size of a dustbin cover. "Hello, sir. Pleased to meet ye. Pleased to meet ye," the man exclaimed, pumping Harry's hand enthusiastically. "Me name's Hagrid, Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of the keys at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." And Harry's blank stare, he continued, "The gamekeeper there." Harry nodded. "Well, Mark, I bet finding out ye were a wizard was a bit of a shock. Ye were a bit of a shock to the school, too. It's never happened before that a student just appeared on the roster a few weeks before school started. Usually, even Muggleborns, that's a witch or wizard born of non-magical parents, appear on the list a few years before they are scheduled to attend Hogwarts. Magic usually shows itself when someone's about 6 or 7. Hagrid paused and Harry didn't know what to say. Should he make up a story about how something happened yesterday to trigger his magic? He began. But Hagrid had already moved on to another topic. "I'm here to help explain some things to her parents and take ye to Diagon Alley to buy her school supplies. Are her parents inside?" Hagrid waved toward the building behind Harry, where he had been sitting on the steps waiting for Hagrid to appear. Harry had been expecting this question and had his answer ready. He could only hope that it would satisfy Hagrid. "Actually, my parents had to leave today for a family emergency. My father's sister, Marge," this was actually the name of Uncle Vernon's sister. Harry thought it was best to stick as close as possible to truth, so that he wouldn't forget the story he was weaving, "is sick and they had to go take care of her. They almost took me with them, but I told them that I could meet with you myself and tell them what they needed to know." Hagrid looked a little thrown that he wouldn't meet Mark Twist's parents, but he accepted Harry's story without question. "They're okay with ye being a wizard, are they?" Harry nodded his head vigorously. "Oh, yes, they love the idea." Hagrid smiled, pleased. "That's great. Some Muggleborns have a bit of trouble with their parents at first, just because it's so new to them, see. Anyway, we can be on our way then to Diagon Alley. That's good because we have to stop off at Gringotts, that's the Wizard's Bank, and that may take some time, if there's a line." Hagrid's mention of a bank reminded Harry of one of his key worries. Not sure how to raise this point, he hesitantly said, "Sir, does it cost a lot of money to go to Hogwarts? And are school supplies expensive? My parents don't make a lot of money." Not a problem, smiled the giant. "There's a scholarship for Muggleborn students to attend Hogwarts. It's common for Muggles not to feel comfortable with sending their kids off to a school they don't know anything about, and add that to having to pay money. Well, a scholarship was set up hundreds of years ago so that any Muggleborns would be able to go to Hogwarts if their parents were hesitating because of the cost. I attended Hogwarts for a few years using that scholarship myself." At Harry's questioning look, Hagrid muttered, "I didn't actually graduate Hogwarts." "That's another story. Let's get crackin'." Harry nodded obediently and trotted alongside Hagrid, as the keeper of the keys started up the street. 1,000 questions ran through Harry's head, but he bit his tongue. He didn't want to annoy this enormous man, who was being very friendly to him. He knew that adults often were irritated when children asked too many questions. Harry was surprised that they used the public transportation. Hagrid attracted a lot of attention because of his size and obvious unfamiliarity with the underground system. Harry had never ridden on the underground before himself, but he was able to figure out how to pay without too much trouble. He enjoyed the new experience but wondered how this was going to help them arrive at Diagon Alley. Surely, the underground wouldn't take them there. The two got off at a crowded station and Hagrid led Harry outside, where they walked for a while, until they arrived at what seemed like a typical busy street. Hagrid gestured to a building across the street and said, "There's the Leaky Cauldron. We can enter Diagon Alley through there." Harry's eyes almost popped out of his head. Until Hagrid had mentioned the Leaky Cauldron, he hadn't even noticed it was there. It was as if a building had just popped into existence. Looking around, Harry noticed that Muggles, what an interesting word, didn't seem to realize it was there. Their eyes seemed to slide from the building on the left to the building on the right of the Leaky Cauldron, without noticing that there was a building in between. Hagrid, noticing Harry's look, chuckled. "Only witches and wizards can see this building, Mark. Muggles can't see the Leaky Cauldron unless they're with a witch or wizard." "Wow," said Harry, inarticulately. He hadn't even entered into the wizarding world and already it was amazing. They entered the Leaky Cauldron, and Harry saw that it was a pub. There were a number of people sitting at tables or the bar, eating and drinking, and a low hum of conversation filled the room. A hunchbacked barkeeper was cleaning glasses and smiled toothlessly at Hagrid as he entered the room. "Hagrid, the usual." "Not today, Tom. I've got a new student that I have to help get ready for Hogwarts." Tom looked at Mark and lowered the glass he was polishing. Not Harry Potter," he whispered hoarsely, his voice filled with hope. The noise in the pub ceased immediately and Harry felt all eyes on him. He froze in terror. But Hagrid was already shaking his enormous, hairy head. "No, Tom, no. Ye know he's still missing." Hagrid's voice was filled with sadness. "This here's Mark Twist." Hagrid patted Harry on the back and he was propelled forward a few steps from the force of the friendly blow. An increase in the chatter filled the vacuum caused by Tom's guess. People were shaking their heads and looking unhappy, muttering to themselves or each other, and Harry heard the words, "Harry Potter," coming from all corners. There was a slight rustle at the bar, and a small man rose from a stool. "Oh, Professor Quirrell," greeted Hagrid. "I didn't see ye there. Mark, Professor Quirrell will be your defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts." Harry smiled politely, and held out his hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you, sir." Likewise, stuttered the professor. Make sure you read the first chapter of the course book before class." But he smiled kindly when he said this. Harry nodded obediently and said, "I'm looking forward to doing so, sir." They exchanged goodbyes and Harry followed Hagrid into the alley behind the Leaky Cauldron. When they were clear of other people, Harry took a deep breath and asked, daringly, "Hagrid, who's Harry Potter? Why were all those people interested in him?" Hagrid looked so sad, Harry half expected him to break into tears. "Harry Potter is a boy our own age, who was to attend Hogwarts this year. He's not at his aunt and uncle's house where he had been left. Everyone's looking for him, but he hasn't been found. We're all very worried about him." Before Hagrid could say any more, they had reached a stone wall. Hagrid gave a big sniff, swallowing his tears, and turned his attention to the wall. Hagrid tapped some stones with a broken, pink umbrella Hagrid had under his coat. Harry's mouth dropped open as the stone wall opened to reveal a magical world behind, Diagon Alley. Immediately, all questions about Harry Potter fled his mind. All he could think about was this magical place. 1,000 questions filled his head, but he couldn't take the time to ask any of them, as his eyes darted from one building to another, from one person to another, drinking in the sights. Harry barely registered when Hagrid pulled him gently by the arm. In a daze, Harry followed obediently. "We need to go to Gringotts first, to get ye some money," Hagrid said. At these words, Harry's eyes followed where Hagrid had gestured and saw, at the end of the street, a beautiful, white colonnade building. It dominated the street. As they climbed the stairs to the bank, Harry read aloud the inscription over the doorway. "Enter stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sins of greed. For those who take, but do not earn, must pay dearly in their turn. So if you seek beneath our floors a treasure that was never yours, thief, you have been warned, beware of finding more than treasure there. Ye'd have to mad tear try to rob Gringotts," Hagrid muttered. Inside, Harry tried not to be rude by staring at the unusual creatures that worked in the bank. Under his breath, Hagrid murmured, "These are goblins, Mark. They are sly and dangerous creatures. Don't ye ever cross a goblin, they'll get back at ye, fair sure." Hagrid approached a desk and waited for the goblin to acknowledge his presence. "Morning. We've come to take some money out of Vault 123. And I also got a letter here from Professor Dumbledore. It's about the you-know-what in Vault 713. Harry wondered idly whether his family had a vault in this bank too. For all he knew, his parents may have left him money. But he couldn't ask, of course. Someday, when it was safe, he would have to remember to check, Harry thought. The goblin read the letter, nodded to Hagrid and called over another goblin. "Griphook, please escort Mr. Hagrid to Vaults 123 and 713. The goblin, Hagrid and Harry climbed into a little cart that resembled a miner's cart. Soon, Harry was on a dizzying ride through the bowels of Gringotts. It was what Harry had imagined a roller coaster ride would be like. At one point, Harry noticed what looked like flame from below them. "Hagrid, what's that?" "Maybe a dragon," Hagrid said. "Don't ask any questions. It's better if I keep me mouth shut." Harry realized, then, that Hagrid was slowly turning green. Obviously, Hagrid did not enjoy this roller coaster trip to the vaults. They came first to vault number 123 and Harry clambered from the cart, with Hagrid heaving himself slowly from his seat. Griphook opened the door and, inside the vault, Harry could see many small piles of coins, evenly spaced throughout the room. Hagrid waved a big hand around the room and explained, "Each pile is fair a scholarship student. Pile's the one closest to the door. The next student that needs the scholarship will get the next pile, and so on. There are 7 years at Hogwarts. That pile has to last ye throughout schoolin', so ye best be careful how ye spend it." Harry nodded in understanding. He carefully measured out 1/7 of the pile and slipped the coins into his pocket. He would have to make this money last for 1 year. It was a daunting prospect. But he also had a little bit of savings from his restaurant job. He would have to ask how Muggle money was changed into wizarding money so that he could supplement the scholarship with his own earnings. Harry listened carefully as Hagrid explained the difference between nuts, sickles and galleons. It seemed complicated to him, but Hagrid assured him that he would get the hang of it very quickly. They climbed back into the cart to continue on to Vault 713. To Harry's eyes, it seemed that Hagrid was very reluctant to climb back inside. They arrived at the next vault very quickly and Hagrid followed Griphook to the vault, where he took a small package, wrapped in brown paper, and put it inside his coat. Harry was surprised that the rest of the vault seemed to be empty, except for that small package. However, he sensed that questions would not be welcome and he held his tongue. After they left Gringotts, Hagrid took a deep breath of air. "Mark, would ye mind if I left you fare a bit while I get a drink at the Leaky Cauldron? That Gringotts cart takes a bit out of me, no mistake. I'll leave ye at Ollivander's and come and get ye in just a few, all right?" "Sure, Hagrid," Harry agreed, although he was a bit nervous about being left on his own in this alien world. After Hagrid deposited him at the doorstep of Ollivander's wand store, Harry watched the giant totter down the street on his way back to the Leaky Cauldron. Then, taking a deep breath, Harry opened the door and entered on his own. At first, it seemed as if he was alone in the shop. But then he realized that an old man, with pale, bulging eyes was staring at him from the corner. Harry started, but then said politely, "Hello, sir. I am here to purchase a wand." The elderly man looked at him piercingly and said, slowly, "I do not recognize you, sir. Am I right in believing you to be Muggleborn?" Harry nodded his head slowly. "Yes, sir. I am Mark Twist." The man continued, "I am Ollivander, the owner of this shop. I will help you to find your wand, but remember that the wand chooses the wizard. While you can use any wand to do magic, no other wand will work as well for you as the wand that chooses you. Now, what is your wand arm?" I'm right-handed, if that's what you mean." Immediately, a measuring tape flew through the air and started measuring Harry's arm and taking other measurements as well. Ignoring the tape, Ollivander started pulling boxes from the rows and rows of boxes lining the walls of the shop. He laid the boxes upon a counter and, calling to him, asked Harry to open the box and start trying out the wands that Ollivander had selected. Harry opened box after box and held wands made of every different kind of wood, with dragon heartstrings, unicorn hairs, and phoenix feather cores. Wand after wand felt no different to Harry and his heart started to sink. What if they didn't let him into Hogwarts if no wand chose him? But, Ollivander seemed to consider the continued failure to find a suitable wand to be a personal challenge. He seemed more and more excited the longer it took for Harry to find a wand. Finally, he turned to Harry and looked at him assessingly. "Mr. Twist, let's see if we can do this another way. Can you close your eyes and imagine yourself holding a wand? Let that be the only thought in your head. Let it consume every corner of your brain. Call to that wand to come into your hand. Imagine it with every ounce of your will." Harry closed his eyes. He closed his right hand around an imaginary wand and pictured a thin stick of wood there, smooth and cool to the touch. He imagined waving it in mid-air and actually raised his arm, holding the imaginary wand. How he wanted that wand! With every fiber of his being, he wished. For every birthday that ever went by without any presents, he wished. For every Christmas that saw a pile of presents for Dudley and none for him, he wished. He wished so hard, he actually felt a stick of wood poking at his hand. "Ah," said Ollivander. At this, Harry opened his eyes and saw that, indeed, he had not imagined it. A wand had flown out of its box and was bumping his hand, demanding to be held. Harry gratefully closed his hand around the wand and immediately felt a thrill of electricity throughout his body. Sparks flew from the end of the wand and it glowed warmly in his hand. Harry smiled the widest smile of his life and lifted his eyes to share this exciting moment with Ollivander. However, the appraising look that Ollivander cast upon him caused Harry's smile to disappear. "What's the matter?" Harry demanded. "It's just curious," muttered Ollivander, slowly. "What's curious?" asked Harry. The way Ollivander was looking at him was alarming. The phoenix that gave his feather to this wand, gave just one other feather. "It's curious that you are destined for this wand when its brother went to another unknown Muggleborn who became a remarkable leader. I think we can expect great things from you, Mr. Twist. After all, the wizard who had the twin wand did great things. Terrible things, but great." Harry knew instinctively that Ollivander must be referring to the dark wizard who had killed his parents. "What was this wizard's name?" he asked. "Oh, we do not speak his name," warned Ollivander. The elderly man forestalled any more questions by turning away from Harry and moving to his till. He rang up the sale and Harry was soon 7 gold galleons lighter in his pocket. No sooner had Harry purchased the wand than Hagrid returned from his trip to the Leaky Cauldron. Harry noticed that Hagrid's cheeks were a little redder and he seemed a bit more jovial than earlier. "All done there, Mark. Great. Let's just moving on then, shall we? We have a lot of stops to make today." Harry was relieved that Ollivander did not mention the wand's sharing a core with the wand of this anonymous dark wizard. He swiftly said goodbye to Ollivander and followed Hagrid out of the store. Harry would have been alarmed had he known that, as soon as he left the shop, Ollivander sent a message to Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, alerting him that a young Muggleborn, Mark Twist, had purchased this particular wand. Hours later, reading this message, Dumbledore would pace his study in thought, wondering whether he was seeing the birth of a new dark wizard. It was now twice in as many days that the name Mark Twist had come to his attention. First, Mr. Twist's name had inexplicably appeared on the register of new students. Then, the very next day, this same Mr. Twist purchased a wand which was the twin of Lord Voldemort's. What could this mean? Dumbledore vowed to keep a close eye on Mark Twist. Harry followed Hagrid to his next stop at Flourish and Blots. Here, Harry consulted his book list and realized that he would be spending too much of his scholarship money if he did not budget carefully. So, he asked to be directed to the second-hand books and was shown to a small bin in the back of the store. As Harry sifted through the bin carefully, another boy approached him. This boy looked to be about Harry's own age, but much taller. The boy had red hair and freckles. "Hi," said the boy shyly. "Are you starting Hogwarts, too?" Harry nodded. And you? Yes, I'm Ron Weasley. Harry shook the proffered hand. I'm Mark Twist. Harry shifted over to allow the boy to look through the same bin. Are you buying your books here too? The boy's cheeks turned a bit red, as if embarrassed to be buying books secondhand, but he nodded and started looking through the bin as well. There was silence for a few minutes as the boys looked. Harry desperately wanted to say something, but couldn't think of how to start a conversation. He was not used to interacting with children his own age. All the children in his school gave him wide berth so as not to get on Dudley's bad side. Harry was enormously relieved when Ron started up a conversation. I've been looking forward to going to Hogwarts for ages. I have 5 older brothers who have attended. I can't believe it's finally my turn. Harry realized it was his turn to say something and cast around in his head for something to say. I don't have any brothers or sisters. I didn't know about Hogwarts until I received the letter. It was an enormous surprise. Ron looked at Harry with interest. Oh, so you're Muggleborn. Harry nodded. I bet everyone knows more than me. Harry admitted his secret fear. Don't worry about that. There are plenty of Muggleborns at Hogwarts and they get along just fine. There's so much to learn, even purebloods, kids born to witches and wizards, Ron explained kindly, don't have much of an advantage. Harry was relieved. Suddenly, it seemed as if the shop were teeming with redheads, as Ron was surrounded by his family. Ron, are you done yet? Asked his mother, impatiently. An older boy in spectacles, twin boys, and a younger girl all waited for Ron to join them as they continued shopping. Ron pulled the last book on his list from the bin and said, all set, Mum. I'll see you around then. Ron asked Harry. Harry nodded quickly, sure, see you. But, before Ron could leave with his family, one of his twin brothers piped up, who's your friend, Ronald? Ron turned red at being called Ronald in front of his new friend. This is Mark Twist. He's a first year like me. Ron's father joined the group and, knowing his father's interest in all things Muggle, Ron added, he's Muggleborn. Mr. Weasley smiled widely at Harry and shook his hand. Hello, Mark. Are your parents here? Harry shook his head. No, sir. Hagrid is taking me through Diagon Alley today. Cool, said one of the twins. He, too, shook Harry's hand and introduced himself as George. The other twin immediately stepped forward and said, don't listen to him, Mark. I'm George. He's Fred. He then cast a dark look at his twin and said, give him a break, Fred. He's new to our world and we need to give him time to settle in. Harry would have felt relieved if he hadn't heard George mutter under his breath, so that his mother couldn't hear him. And, besides, we'll have plenty of time to torture him at school. The eldest boy shook Harry's hand and, pompously, introduced himself as Percy Weasley, one of the prefects at Hogwarts. If ever you need a hand at school, don't hesitate to ask me for help, Mark. It is the job of every prefect to be a guiding light and a source of comfort for all students. Harry thanked him solemnly, but had to keep from laughing out loud when he saw the twins rolling their eyes and making ridiculous faces behind Percy's back. Mrs. Weasley smiled kindly at Harry and said, I'm sure you'll have a good year at Hogwarts, Mark. It's a wonderful place. Ginny here, she gestured at the young girl at her side, wishes she could go, too. Just one more year for her to join you. The girl blushed and hid her head. Harry didn't quite know what to say and settled for a, thank you, ma'am. Introductions over, the Weasley family said goodbye to Harry and continued on their way. Harry was sorry to see Ron go. He hoped that he would see him again soon because Ron seemed very friendly. Realizing that Hagrid would be becoming impatient, Harry finished selecting his books, and other supplies such as his potion ingredients and cauldron, and told Hagrid he was ready to continue shopping for the remainder of his school list. At Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, Harry selected some used robes and Madame Malkin tailored them to fit him. Harry was very used to wearing Dudley's hand-me-down clothes, so it didn't trouble him at all that he wasn't buying new robes. While Harry was being measured by Madame Malkin, Hagrid had disappeared. Harry expected that Hagrid was bored with chaperoning him around and he was worried that Hagrid would decide to bring the day to a close before Harry had been able to purchase all of his supplies. With this in mind, Harry quickly agreed to all of Madame Malkin's suggestions and stood very still while his robes were being pinned up. He wanted to buy the robes as quickly as possible, so that he could go on to purchase the next item on his list before Hagrid ran out of patience. "There, all done," said Madame Malkin, giving Harry a pat on his shoulder. "I must say, you are probably the best behaved boy I've ever had in my shop. I wish they would all stand as patiently as you did. I always tell them that it would go so much faster if they just stood still, but none of them listens." Harry smiled and thanked Madame Malkin for her help. As he turned to leave, he noticed Hagrid through the window of the shop. He was thankful that he was finished so that he wouldn't have to make Hagrid wait. In puzzlement, Harry wondered why Hagrid was pointing to a bird cage that he was holding in his hand. A beautiful, snowy white owl was inside. Harry stepped outside the robe shop and Hagrid greeted him with, "Hiya, Mark. That was quick. While we're doing that, I bought ye Hedwig here. It's me gift to ye, to welcome ye to the wizarding world." Harry's eyes popped out of his head. He stared disbelievingly at Hagrid. He couldn't believe that Hagrid had bought him a gift. Never in his life had he received a gift before. I, he stammered. Hagrid seemed to understand what Harry couldn't say. "Don, mention it," Hagrid said kindly. "As I told ye, I was a scholarship student myself. I didn't think you'd be able to afford an owl, and they're dead useful, carrier post and everything." "Thank you," breathed Harry, as he took Hedwig's cage with reverence. "I'll take good care of her, Hagrid, I swear." Hagrid was taken aback by the piercing look he received from Mark's dark eyes. Hagrid was pleased to see how carefully the boy held the cage. It was rare to find someone who was as careful with animals as Hagrid himself. But there was something a little odd about how polite and serious the boy was. With their shopping done, Hagrid and Harry took the underground back to Harry's apartment building. At the front of the building, Harry thanked Hagrid politely for having taken him to Diagon Alley. "It were nodden," Hagrid dismissed. "I enjoyed showing ye around. Ye'll have a great year at Hogwarts, don't ye worry." Tentatively, Harry asked, "Would it be all right if I came by once in a while? It will be nice to know someone at Hogwarts." Hagrid beamed. "Sure thing, Mark. Welcome anytime. Me hut's right on the grounds, so ye won't miss it. I'll expect ye for tea after ye've settled in, all right?" Harry smiled. "Thank you, Hagrid. I'll look forward to it." As Hagrid turned away to leave, Harry called him. "Hagrid, could I ask you a favor?" When Hagrid turned back, Harry lifted his arm holding Hedwig's cage. "It'll be a bit difficult for my parents to adjust to an owl, I think. My mom, she's a bit scared of birds," Harry lied. "Would you mind, do you think you could take Hedwig back to Hogwarts with you now? I'll be there in just a few weeks and I could take care of her then." Hagrid nodded immediately. "Sure, Mark, no problem. There's an Ollery at Hogwarts." At Harry's quizzical look, Hagrid explained. "That's the building where the owls sleep at night. Hedwig will be fine there." Taking the cage from Harry, Hagrid said goodbye again and Harry watched the big man walk down the street, the bird cage swinging at his side. With difficulty, Harry hauled his trunk, now full of books, robes, potions, and his cauldron into the room he shared with so many others. He stuffed it in the closet, and hoped that his roommates wouldn't be too annoyed with the big trunk taking up so much room. At least, it was locked so there was no danger anyone would peer inside. Harry then composed himself to wait with as much patience as possible for the next 2 weeks to pass. Hogwarts. It called to him, with a promise of home he had never known. When the morning of September 1st arrived, Harry found himself almost shaking with excitement. He had awoken hours before he had needed to, but couldn't fall back asleep. He had stared at the ceiling of the room, listening to the snores of his fellow occupants, and allowed his mind to drift. What would Hogwarts be like? He would be walking the halls where his mother and father had once also walked. Knowing that they had been there in the past, made Harry feel as if an imprint of their ghostly selves would be watching over their son. After the months of being on his own, Harry was eagerly looking forward to being a kid again. At Hogwarts, he would be housed and fed, with adults responsible for ensuring his safety and the safety of the other students. It was strange, he thought, that he had always imagined a world without adults, a world where he could do everything he wanted. But He hadn't realized how stressful it was to know that there was no security blanket under him, that he was responsible for his own housing, food, clothes, and everything else needed for daily survival. Yes, he was ever aware that the magical world was the world where this psychopathic Dark Lord was after him. But, that danger seemed remote, and a concern for a far distant future. Here and now, Harry was thinking how much fun it would be to focus for the next 10 months just on his studies and making friends. Trying to be quiet so as not to wake his roommates, Harry finally climbed out of bed, dressed and carefully removed his trunk from the closet. He slid it across the room and down the stairs. His landlady was waiting for him to say goodbye and to tell him that, as he had requested, she had arranged for a taxi to take him to King's Cross Station. The taxi driver helped Harry put his trunk into the cab and then, once they had arrived at the train station, had helped to put the trunk on a cart there as well. Harry thanked the man and, although Harry felt a pang about spending his limited funds, he gave him a generous tip. When Harry arrived at the train platforms, he couldn't find platform 9 3/4, where the Hogwarts Express was supposed to be. He stood between platforms 9 and 10 and wondered what to do. Harry remembered how Hagrid had touched the brick wall in back of the leaky cauldron in order to enter Diagon Alley. Was something similar required here? Did Hagrid forget to tell him some secret signal? There were a lot of muggles around here, though, and he wouldn't want to attract attention. Harry was just about to get out his wand to tap, surreptitiously, on a wall standing between platforms 9 and 10, when he saw the Weasleys. Breathing a sigh of relief, he hurried over to them. "Mark," greeted Ron, smiling at him. "How are you?" Harry smiled back, and nodded his head in greeting at the whole group. "Hello, I'm glad I found you. I don't know how to get onto platform 9 3/4. Hagrid never told me." Fred immediately piped up, "You just have to jump up and down the times and cluck like a chicken." Mrs. Weasley tutted, "Just ignore him, Mark. It's very simple. Percy, here, will go first to show you." Percy, who had scowled in disapproval over Fred's joke, immediately puffed up his chest. "Yes, just watch me, Mark. You'll see that you just need to walk through that wall separating platforms 9 and 10. It's important to take the walk at just the right speed. Too slow, and your cart might not make it through. Too fast, and you run the danger of tripping on the other side, or not be able to stop before banging into someone standing there. The speed is critical." He would have continued on with his lecture, if George hadn't given Percy's cart a push toward the wall. Hey, running after it, Percy was barely able to touch the handle of the cart before it reached the wall. Both the cart and Percy disappeared through it. The twins, Ron and Ginny, stood laughing at the sight of Percy running after his runaway cart. Harry couldn't help smiling himself, although he could see that Mrs. Weasley was annoyed with the twins. She turned to them and started lecturing them not to get into trouble that year. "I don't want to hear about you blowing up a toilet or anything." Smiling wickedly, George said, "That's a great idea, Mum." Without waiting to hear any more lecturing, he and his twin took off for the wall, and were soon swallowed up as well. "Let's do that, too, Mark," suggested Ron. "Let's take the wall together." Harry nodded gratefully. He knew that Ron must have gone through the wall before, when seeing his older brothers off to school in previous years. He realized that Ron had suggested that they take the wall together because he had guessed that Mark was nervous. Gulping and taking a deep breath, Harry seized the handle of his cart and, side by side with Ron, went through the wall. It was like walking through a curtain. Almost immediately, he appeared on the opposite side and platform 9 3/4 was in front of him. The gleaming, red Hogwarts Express proudly puffed steam, as it waited on the tracks. Students filed in and out of the doors, as they loaded their trunks into the train and then leapt back onto the platform to say goodbye to parents or greet new arrivals. "Cool, isn't it?" asked Ron. Harry nodded vigorously in agreement. "Yes, it's awesome." They loaded their trunks onto the train. The twins turned up briefly to give the boys a hand with their heavy trunks and then ran off again to seek out friends they had not seen over the summer. Harry thought that Ron was incredibly lucky to have such a loving family. Ron seemed irritated with his brothers half the time and took for granted that his brothers were there to help him. But Harry knew that casual kindness was not a given. Dudley would have stood by and laughed at Harry's struggling to put up his trunk and would never have thought to help. The boys hopped back onto the platform to say goodbye to Mrs. Weasley and Ginny before the train pulled out. Harry hung back shyly, unsure what to do as he watched Mrs. Weasley hug Ron and then scrub at Ron's nose to remove some dirt. Harry's eyes met Ginny's and she smiled at him, silently sharing her amusement at Ron's struggles against his mother's nose scrubbing. Harry wasn't used to people smiling at him so easily and he didn't immediately know how to respond. By the time he registered that he should smile back, the moment had passed and Ron had escaped his mother's clutches. Mrs. Weasley's attention had now turned to Harry and he wondered with alarm whether she was going to scrub his face too. His eyes wide behind his glasses, Harry watched anxiously as Mrs. Weasley approached him. But she simply smoothed down his hair with her hand, and smiled kindly at him. "Have a good year, Mark." "Thanks," Harry whispered shakily over the lump in his throat. He could not recall ever having someone touch his hair with such kindness. Unexpectedly, a sharp stab of longing for his own mother had swelled up in his heart. He swallowed hard over the lump in his throat. Turning a bit blindly back to the train, he mumbled a quick goodbye over his shoulder to Mrs. Weasley and Ginny. Ron was already a few steps ahead of Harry and was eagerly climbing back onto the train. Ron ran into the compartment he and Harry had staked out for their own and, opening the window, stuck his head out and called a loud goodbye to his mother and sister. Harry felt uncomfortable about joining him, and settled for giving a short wave from over Ron's shoulder. The train gave a loud toot and started to pull out of the station, and Harry sat down hard in his seat, gripping the edges with his hands. Ron turned away from the window and looked at Harry, sitting rigidly, back straight, face strained and with his knuckles turning white from his death grip on the seat. Ron nodded in silent understanding and just said, "It's going to be a great year, Mark. Everyone loves Hogwarts." Harry nodded but said nothing and the two boys sat in companionable silence as the train left King's Cross. Minutes passed in silence and then Ron started talking about some of the wonderful things he was looking forward to doing at Hogwarts, chief among them was flying lessons. He then started to explain the intricacies of Quidditch, which sounded very confusing to Harry but which Ron assured him was a wonderful game. When the food cart passed, Harry purchased a few treats to share with his new friend. He justified the purchase by thinking that the scholarship money was for school supplies but that he was using the money from his restaurant job to buy these little extras. If he had had parents, they would have given him some spending money surely. Besides, he needed to learn about the wizarding world and eating Bertie Bott's every flavor bean or chocolate frogs was like doing research. Satisfied with his internal debate, Harry settled down to enjoy his treats. To allay any feelings of guilt, Harry diligently studied all the information on the wizards in the chocolate frog cards that he had unwrapped. He stared intently at his first card, in which Dumbledore stood gazing back at him. So, this was the headmaster of Hogwarts. He'd be meeting him in person soon. This was the man who had sent him to live with the Dursleys. Harry scowled down at the picture. But, when Ron asked him what was the matter, Harry lied and said, "Nothing," and turned back to continue chatting casually with Ron. The time passed quickly as the boys chatted. Harry enjoyed every moment of simply sitting there talking with a friend. As the hours passed, the boys had a few visitors from time to time. Fred and George stopped by to say hi and to introduce their friend Lee Jordan, who showed Harry a tarantula. Percy also had had the same idea to check in on his brother, and Lee quickly hid the box holding the spider behind his back when he saw Percy in the doorway of the train compartment. Percy looked suspiciously from his twin brothers to Lee, but they gazed back at him with innocent expressions. Percy had lived with Fred and George too long to be fooled but he couldn't see anything wrong, so he just turned his attention to his youngest brother. "Hi, Ron." Politely, he nodded to Harry too. "Hi, Mark." Both settling in okay. "No problems." Both boys chorused that everything was fine. "I'm checking all the compartments to make sure that the first years have no questions. As a prefect, I think this extra bit of attention helps calm nerves." Fred snorted at Percy's pompous tone. "You're just trying to see if Harry Potter is on the train." Harry had not been expecting the mention of his name and he jumped and gasped aloud. Luckily, No one was looking at him at the time and his gasp was not noticed under the exchange of conversation between the brothers. "I don't know what you mean," said Percy stiffly. "Give it up, Percy," said George. "Everyone knows that Harry Potter is not coming to Hogwarts this year. Even if he managed to survive leaving his aunt and uncle's house, no one knows where he is and he's not on the Hogwarts list of registered students this year." The other boys looked sad and a short silence filled the compartment. "Who's Harry Potter?" Harry asked. He judged it safe to ask the question. Wouldn't any Muggleborn ask this? Immediately, all 5 boys tried explaining, happy to have a new audience for this thrilling story. The competing voices filled the air. Finally, Percy said, "Enough. I'll go first and you lot can finish the story." At their reluctant nods, Percy started. "Harry Potter is a boy who, as a baby, defeated the greatest Dark Lord the wizarding world has ever known. You know who killed his parents and tried to kill him, but, for a reason no one knows, the curse bounced off baby Harry and killed you know who instead. Harry was such a hero, there were loads of wizards willing to raise him in their family. I know our parents would have loved to have him. But, instead, Harry was sent to live with his aunt and uncle who were Muggles. A lot of people were angry about this at the time. After all, Muggles. But, Harry's parents had made no will and the law clearly states that an orphan needs to go to the nearest relative, unless the parents have provided for differently in a will." Fred couldn't stay silent any longer and he took up the story. Dumbledore was the one who placed Harry with his relatives. Over this summer, Dumbledore actually faced an inquiry at the Ministry about putting Harry with his relatives, because it turns out that they weren't a good family at all. The public is really angry and the Ministry wants to blame Dumbledore. Percy stiffened at this criticism of the government. They were just doing their job, trying to find out why such a mistake had been made. Anyway, even the Ministry had to admit that Dumbledore hadn't any choice really. The law is the law. George piped up. If they had known that the aunt and uncle were so awful, they wouldn't have left Harry with them of course. But, they didn't know until this summer, when the wards on the house mysteriously dropped one day. At Harry's puzzled expression, Ron explained, the wards are the protections that they had put up over the house where Harry was living, to protect him from Death Eaters. Ron's voice had lowered as he rolled the words, Death Eaters, in his mouth, as if telling a ghost story. In thrilling tones, he continued, the followers of you-know-who. Lee, feeling left out, added to the story. Everyone's looking for Harry now, but no one has any idea where he is. All tracking spells are failing and no owl has been able to find him. Some people think he's dead. The Weasley boys all objected and, once again, a cacophony of voices filled the compartment. Finally, Percy restored order and continued, Harry was supposed to start Hogwarts this year. There's still a possibility that he found a way to make his way to Hogwarts and will be there. At Fred's skeptical look, Percy said, "Stung, I'm not the only one who thinks so. The Ministry is sending a representative to the sorting tonight. He'll be watching all the students, just in case somehow Harry Potter has come to Hogwarts." As the other boys questioned Percy about his knowledge of the Ministry official, Harry considered the information he had learned. So, everyone was willing to forgive Dumbledore for sticking him with the Dursleys. They were quick to forgive because they hadn't been the ones forced to live with Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon. Dumbledore or the Ministry or whoever should have checked up on Harry. He had been there for 10 years. But, never once as far as he knew had anyone bothered to find out if he was doing well. The Weasley boys and Lee Jordan might be talking about Harry Potter as if he were some sort of hero, but the wizarding world had turned their backs on him soon enough. Harry was glad to know that a Ministry official would be at the school that night. He'd have to be careful not to do or say anything that might give himself away. But, well prepared was well armed. He would now be expecting someone to try to uncover his secret and he'd be ready to avoid disclosure. It was strange hearing about his life from the other boys. Although Harry knew that they were recounting the events of his own life, it seemed like the story of someone else. Harry didn't remember killing the Dark Lord of course. It gave him a strange feeling to know that so many people thought of him as a hero. He was used to the Dursleys telling him that he was worthless. If, Harry thought, I could just make sure that this Dark Lord is really dead, I'll be able to be Harry Potter again and everyone will love me. Harry's daydreams about being welcomed as a hero by the wizarding world filled his head pleasantly for the next hour or two. He and Ron were left to themselves for most of the ride. They did say hello briefly to a Muggleborn girl, Hermione Granger, who stopped by to look for a toad lost by another boy. Ron seemed to think she was a bit too pompous and reminded him of Percy. But Harry thought she seemed nice. Hermione had come bursting into the compartment, swinging her bushy hair and filled with slightly manic energy. Harry, used to feeling awkward in groups of his peers, quickly recognized Hermione's underconfidence. She was using her hunt for the toad to cover up her lack of friends, Harry thought. He noticed that she wasn't searching for Trevor, with the owner of the toad or with any other friend, for that matter. She was wandering from car to car, pretending that she had an important job to do so that she didn't have to sit in a compartment either alone or with other children she probably felt didn't like her. After both boys denied ever having seen a toad, there was an awkward silence and then, "I'm Hermione Granger." "And you are?" "I'm Ron Weasley," the boy said politely. Hermione looked at his red hair and said, "Do you have any brothers on this train? I think I saw twin boys and a prefect who looked like they might be related to you." Glumly, Ron admitted that yes, he was one of a number of Weasleys going to Hogwarts. Hermione said, "I'm an only. I didn't even know I was a witch or there was such a place as Hogwarts until I received my letter. I didn't have any older brothers or sisters already going." Harry heard the underlying nervousness in her voice. He knew that Ron couldn't understand how scary it was for a Muggleborn to attend Hogwarts. But Harry knew exactly how Hermione was feeling. So, he smiled kindly and offered his hand to shake hers. "Hi, I'm Mark Twist. Don't worry, I'm a Muggleborn too. I think you'll find that we're not the only ones either." Hermione shook his hand and smiled back. "Oh, I'm not worried," she said, although Harry thought he detected a hint of relief in her eyes. "I've been reading through the coursework over the summer, and I think I have a good handle on it. Anyway, I better keep looking for Trevor. See you later." Dutifully, the boys said goodbye. Ron was irritated by the fact that any student would study over the summer and seemed to hold this against Hermione. Harry, however, understood Hermione's need to try to gain some control over the situation. He had every intention of studying as hard as possible himself. He, too, wanted to catch up to the purebloods, who had grown up knowing and taking for granted so much of what he still had to learn. He also needed every advantage he could find if he were going to have to worry about Dark Lords and Death Eaters. There was one very unpleasant encounter on the train. A few hours before they reached Hogsmeade Station, where they would be disembarking, the door opened and a sharp-faced, blonde-haired boy stepped inside, followed by two other, larger boys. The boy looked around the compartment and immediately determined that the two inside were not important. "I know who you are," he said to Ron with a nasty tone. "You're a Weasley." With a haughty tone, he continued, pompously, "I'm Draco Malfoy." A beat passed and then he said, "My father is Lucius Malfoy." He waited, as if expecting Ron and Mark to be very impressed. Ron muttered under his breath, "Big deal." Draco disregarded him, however, and turned his attention to Mark. "Who are you?" he demanded. "I'm Mark Twist," said Harry. Reluctantly, he held out his hand to shake Draco's but Draco ignored him. "Who are your family?" Draco inquired. At Harry's puzzled look, he continued, "Are your parents wizards?" Harry shook his head. "No, I'm Muggleborn," he lied. Draco's eyes narrowed and he sneered at Harry. "Merlin, Hogwarts is going to the dogs. Half this train seems to be filled with mudbloods. I should have gone to Durmstrang, where they have the right idea about educating only purebloods." Ron had jumped up at the word, mudbloods. Angrily, he clenched his fists and said to Draco, "Get out of here. I wish you had gone to Durmstrang too. Don't ever use the word, mudblood, around me." Draco's bodyguards took a threatening step forward. Draco lazily waved them back. "It's okay. I'm going. I have no interest in staying here. My father says your whole family are blood traitors, Weasley, and I can see it's true." Hanging out with a mudblood, he said the word deliberately, obviously baiting Ron, and the school year hasn't even started. He left the compartment, taking his cronies with him. Ron's face was red and he was obviously holding on to his temper with difficulty. Turning to Harry, he said, "Just ignore him. Luckily, not all wizards are like him, but unfortunately there are other purebloods like him that think they're special just because their parents and grandparents were wizards. But, children born to muggles can be just as magical as children born to wizards," he assured Harry. Harry savored the feeling of having a friend defend him. Draco Malfoy reminded Harry all too much of his cousin, Dudley. But, when Dudley had harassed him, no one had come to Harry's defense. He was used to being taunted and abused, so Draco didn't bother him. But, he could see that Ron was still upset. He tried to soothe him. "Don't worry. I won't let him bother me. He's just full of himself." "But, what's a mudblood?" Ron's face turned redder, if that was possible. "It's a foul word for Muggleborns," he explained. If a prefect had heard Draco using that word, he would have gotten detention, for sure. Ron was quiet for a minute, obviously savoring the thought of Draco in detention. Finally, forcing himself to calm down, Ron sat again and said, "Anyway, if we're lucky, we won't have to see him too much. I'm sure that he'll be in Slytherin House and I'm probably going to be in Gryffindor." "I sure hope you're in Gryffindor too." "What do you mean?" "Oh, that's right, you don't know. Well, all the students are sorted into 4 groups, called houses. This is the group you sleep with, have dinner with and have classes with. Gryffindor is for the brave. My parents and all of my brothers were sorted into Gryffindor. If I don't get in there, I think that I'll be disowned." Although Ron said this, it was clear to Harry that he wasn't really worried. It must be nice, was Harry's fleeting thought, to be so comfortable that your family loves you not to worry that they would ever abandon you. Ron continued, "I really hope that we're both in the same house. Ravenclaw is for the brainiacs, Hufflepuff for the loyal and hardworking, and Slytherin is for the sly and ambitious. Almost all of you-know-who's supporters came from Slytherin. Malfoy's dad was a known supporter of you-know-who, too. I bet Draco ends up in Slytherin." Harry said, loyally, "Well, I hope we're in the same house too. Let's both be sorted into Gryffindor." Ron smiled. "We can't choose. There's some sort of test, or something, that determines what house we're placed in. Fred and George said we have to fight a troll, but I don't believe them." He looked a bit uncertain despite his words. Harry now had a new worry to think about. What kind of test? What if he were placed in the same house as that awful Draco Malfoy? Had he finally made his first friend in the world to be separated from him? Luckily, the boys couldn't spend too much time worrying because the train started slowing down and they realized that they still needed to get into their robes. The last few minutes passed in a flurry of activity, as the boys quickly pulled their trunks down from the overhead rack and changed into their school robes. When the train stopped, Harry and Ron were among the first off the train. At first, there was a flurry of activity, as all of the children bustled around and confusion reigned. Within a short time, the older students sorted themselves out and started heading toward carriages waiting to take them to Hogwarts. Harry heard a deep voice boom, "First year's over, air." Looking for the owner of the voice, Harry saw Hagrid, dressed in his moleskin coat and looking as unkempt as ever. Harry noticed a number of his fellow first years looking at Hagrid with wide, fear-filled eyes. Harry smiled to himself. Here, at least, he had the advantage over his classmates. He had already met Hagrid and knew him to be a kind soul. Hagrid spotted Harry and called out a cheery greeting. "Watcher, Mark, everything go all right? Did you like the Hogwarts Express?" Harry nodded and called back, "It was great, Hagrid. Thanks." A few of other students looked admiringly at Harry, impressed that he knew the giant man. As Hagrid waved the first-year students to join him, Harry and Ron moved to the front to crowd around the gamekeeper. Other students followed reluctantly, not eager to be too close to the frightening man. Smiling kindly down at them, Hagrid explained that they were to take boats across the dark, forbidding lake to reach Hogwarts. While eyes widened still more fearfully upon hearing this information, no one had the nerve to object. So, a short while later, the students found themselves crossing the lake and seeing their first view of Hogwarts Castle. Harry gazed up at the awesome sight and felt a lump rise in his throat. He was overcome with emotion. Somehow, This impressive place that he had never seen before seemed like home. It seemed to Harry as if the castle were waiting for him, and as eager to meet him as he was to meet it. When Harry and the other students scrambled out of the boats, upon reaching the castle, they were met by an older woman, stiff-backed and stern-looking. She introduced herself as Professor McGonagall. Harry recognized the name from his admissions letter to Hogwarts. Although she seemed a bit scary to some of the children, one round-faced boy holding a toad seemed to be shaking. Harry could tell that Professor McGonagall wasn't a mean woman. Harry was an expert at reading the nature of adults around him. He knew that this woman was stern in a no-nonsense sort of way. Not like his Aunt Petunia, who was stern in a, "I don't like you and never will," way. When Professor McGonagall's eyes fell on him, Harry offered a tentative smile. She smiled slightly in response and Harry saw a little flicker of surprise in her eyes. He bet that she was used to most students being too scared of her to smile. Harry listened carefully as Professor McGonagall explained that they would be ushered into the Great Hall where they would try on a sorting hat and learn what house they would be in. Harry wasn't sure whether he should be relieved or not. Yes, he was glad that the test wasn't something frightening, but what if the sorting hat put him in Slytherin? When the doors to the Great Hall flung wide, Harry's breath caught in his throat. He heard gasps from the other children too. It was beautiful. Candles hung in midair and the ceiling was enchanted to look like the night sky. At least, that's what he overheard Hermione Granger explain to another student. Harry marched with his fellow first years through the hall, past the tables filled with older students who looked curiously at the new kids, to stand in front of a long table where the headmaster and teachers were sitting. Harry looked curiously at the headmaster. So this was Albus Dumbledore. He had a long flowing beard and radiated authority. Right now, he was bestowing a grandfatherly, benevolent smile on the first years, silently offering his reassurances to them. Harry thought to himself that the headmaster seemed so kind. But he would be careful about trusting him. This was the man who had condemned him to 10 miserable years with abusive relatives. Harry didn't smile back when Dumbledore's eyes passed over him, having been looking over the other students as well. But Harry knew that the headmaster just attributed Harry's lack of response to the boy's nervousness. Harry knew that many of his fellow students were not smiling either. Before turning around to face the other students, Harry threw a quick look at the rest of staff table. He noticed that Hagrid had now joined the other teachers and was taking a seat. Harry noticed Professor Quirrell, who he had met at the Leaky Cauldron. He was wearing a strange turban on his head now. What odd fashion sense the man had. There were a number of smiling faces and one teacher, a man with dark greasy hair and large hooked nose, who was scowling in a generally unpleasant way. He doesn't look like he wants to be here, Harry thought to himself. Continuing his brief survey, Harry noticed one man at the end of the long table who seemed out of place. Unlike the teachers who were wearing robes, this man was dressed in a Muggle business suit. For a brief moment, Harry wondered who this could be. Then, it came to him in a flash. This was the representative from the ministry who Percy had mentioned on the train. He was here to see whether Harry Potter had found his way to Hogwarts after all. Harry quickly lowered his eyes to the floor, hiding any hint of alarm, and turned around to face the student tables. When he lifted his eyes again, all thoughts of the ministry official fled his mind. Staring back at him in the other first years were dozens of eyes. Harry was not used to being the center of so much attention. And, whenever in the past, attention was focused on him, it was usually unpleasant. Taking a deep gulp, Harry held himself still and lifted his chin. He was not going to allow anyone to see that he was nervous. He had learned in his brief foray into the adult Muggle world this last summer that acting calm made people trust you more. Unbeknownst to him, Harry's seeming composure brought him more attention than his nervousness would have done. The headmaster and a number of the teachers noticed the oddly regal stance of the young boy. With his straight back and lifted chin, he looked as if he dared anyone to find fault. A little prince, thought the scowling teacher, dismissively. So mature, thought Professor McGonagall. A born leader, thought Professor Dumbledore. A three-legged stool was brought out and a tattered, old hat was placed upon it. Harry was as startled as the other first years when the hat started singing a song. After singing a clever poem about the traits of the 4 houses, the hat fell silent and the hall erupted in applause. Professor McGonagall pulled out a scroll and started calling out names to try on the hat and be sorted. After a number of names had been called and those children had joined their new houses, Professor McGonagall hesitated. She stared at the parchment and then looked up and said, "Potter, Harry." There was immediate silence in the room. Everyone held their breath and Harry noticed that a number of the teachers leaned forward in their seats. The ministry official actually stood up and Harry saw the man's head swivel as he looked all around the great hall. Did they think that Harry was hiding in a corner of the room waiting for his cue to enter center stage? They were being ridiculous. The moments passed and no one answered the call. Whispers broke out and the sounds of rustling began to fill the room as children squirmed in their seats. Seeming to hold back tears, Professor McGonagall called the next name on the list. As Harry waited patiently for his turn, he felt a strange tug at his mind. It was almost like someone whispering. He tilted his head slightly and tried to hear. After a brief moment, he realized that someone was trying to peer inside his head. He took a step back in surprise. Who? He looked around but he could tell nothing from the sea of students facing him. They seemed to be looking at the girl currently poised on the stool waiting to be sorted. Another tug at his mind. Behind him. Cautiously, Harry peered over his shoulder and tried to see if someone was looking at him. Immediately, Harry's eyes were captured by the eyes of the ministry official. The man seemed surprised that Harry was looking at him. Immediately, the tug on his mind stopped and the man seemed a little flustered. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry noticed that Professor Dumbledore was staring back and forth between Harry and the ministry representative. Twist, Mark. Harry heard his name called and turned around. Behind him, Dumbledore sat up straighter in his chair. So, this was the boy who Ollivander had told him now possessed the twin wand to Voldemort's. He, Dumbledore, had been struck so immediately as to the boy's leadership qualities. And, he had just witnessed the boy reacting to what was obviously an attempt by Mr. Croning from the ministry to use legilimency on him. The boy possessed very advanced magic indeed if he could tell when legilimency was being employed. Add this to the strange circumstance of the boy's name not appearing on the Hogwarts attendance list until just a few weeks before the start of term and, yes, he must keep a very careful eye on this boy. Harry sat on the stool and placed the sorting hat on his head. It fell over his eyes and he felt it immediately rifling through his thoughts. You've got plenty of courage, I see. But, what a thirst for knowledge. And your desire for friendship is even greater. So, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff would all suit you. Which one? But, wait, it hesitated and then, drawing out its words, sounding very impressed, it said, "You are a sly one, aren't you?" Harry froze. Did this mean that the sorting hat had discovered his secret? Would the hat say something to Dumbledore? But, the hat, hearing his thoughts, reassured the boy. Your secrets are safe with me, Harry. I am here only to decide which house would suit you best. And, Slytherin is obviously the house for you. The sorting hat opened its brim to shout out its decision, but Harry yelled inside his mind, wait. Not Slytherin, please. The sorting hat hesitated. Why not Slytherin? Slytherin can help you on the path to greatness. Harry pleaded, I don't want to go to a house filled with people who hate Muggleborns. Can't I be in Gryffindor? My friend Ron thinks he'll be sorted there and I want to be with him. Please. The sorting hat considered the request. Well, you would do well in any house. If you want Gryffindor, why not? Opening its brim a second time, it yelled out, Gryffindor. Harry smiled as he pulled off the hat and joined the Gryffindor table, where polite applause had greeted his sorting. The Weasley boys all shook his hand warmly and Harry hoped with all his heart that Ron would, indeed, be sorted into this house too. Meanwhile, Dumbledore looked curiously at the new Gryffindor. The sorting hat's hesitation had not gone unnoticed by him. It was clear that the sorting hat had initially planned on sorting Mark Twist into a different house and that the boy had convinced the hat to sort him into Gryffindor instead. What house had the sorting hat wanted to put the boy in? Slytherin. And the boy had rejected that choice, electing Gryffindor. Interesting. The sorting ended and, after a few short words from him, the students began eating. Dumbledore noticed how happy Mark Twist was when Ron Weasley joined him at the Gryffindor table. Well, the Weasleys were a pureblood family with a strong commitment to the light side. It was very encouraging that the boy wanted to be friends with the Weasleys. Harry sensed eyes upon him and looked up at staff table. He could have sworn that the headmaster had been staring at him. If that was true, though, the headmaster had looked away before Harry could catch him. Instead, Harry watched as the headmaster signaled to the ministry official to approach his chair. The wizard leaned over Dumbledore's shoulder to whisper in his ear. Harry knew that he must be speaking about him because the man's eyes flickered briefly to him. However, Dumbledore did not glance at Harry again and, after a short while, Harry turned his attention back to his meal, happily eating the delicious food and chatting with his new friends. Harry met the other boys in his year, besides Ron and himself, who had been sorted into Gryffindor: Seamus Finnegan, Dean Thomas and Neville Longbottom. Dean thought he was Muggleborn, but he said he wasn't sure because he didn't know his father. Seamus was half and half, and Neville was a pureblood. It was clear that Neville was extremely scared at starting school. Harry was a bit surprised that even a pureblood was nervous. It just goes to show, he thought to himself, that everyone is scared. Knowing that the other children were worried too made Harry feel more confident himself. Recalling another nervous student, Harry glanced around to see how Hermione Granger was doing. Surprisingly, she had been sorted into Gryffindor. He would have thought Ravenclaw would have been the house for her. He saw that Hermione was sitting further down the table. She was too far away for him to hear her, but he could tell from her mannerisms that her manic energy was still strong. He hoped that she would calm down because, he suspected, she would be a bit off-putting to her fellow students if she continued at this frantic pace. Surreptitiously throughout the meal, Dumbledore kept an eye on Mark Twist. He was not an attractive child. His nose was a tad too big, he wore glasses, and his coloring was dull. Dumbledore had the fleeting thought that at least this boy wouldn't attract followers based on just his handsome looks, as Tom Riddle had done when Tom had been a student at Hogwarts. But, power was a strong pull as well, and it might well be that this boy possessed unique skill. Croning had confirmed what Dumbledore suspected had occurred during the Sorting Hat ceremony. The boy had sensed that someone was trying to use legilimency on him. None of the other students had realized that Croning had been looking into their minds on the bazaar, off chance that Harry Potter had somehow disguised himself to attend Hogwarts. Unfortunately, Croning hadn't learned anything interesting from his brief foray into Mark's mind. He was just a Muggleborn boy excited about his first day at Hogwarts. Dumbledore thought it was a shame that the Sorting Hat wouldn't share any information that it learned during the sorting process. Some sort of magical Sorting Hat student privilege, apparently. Dumbledore would love to know what insight the Hat may learned about the boy. Oh, well. It's strange how things turn out, Dumbledore mused. Instead of welcoming Harry Potter, who was the hope of the light, he was worrying instead about a different boy who gave some signs at least that he could be a new dark wizard. And where was Harry? He was heartsick worrying about that boy. He had known that the Dursleys wouldn't be the kindest of foster parents to Harry, but never had he suspected that they would actively abuse the boy. What a fatal mistake. Pushing aside his morose mood, Dumbledore rose and welcomed the students to a new year at Hogwarts. Knowing how tired the children would be, he kept his speech short and sent them off to bed. He cast one last considering glance at Mark Twist as the boy left the hall, following the Gryffindor prefects to his new quarters. Tired himself, Dumbledore said goodnight to his staff and took himself off to his own rooms. Harry settled into Hogwarts quickly. He found his way around the castle without any problem after only a day or two of being confused by the winding passages. It took the other first-year students a few weeks before they knew their way around as well. Harry also settled into a routine of schoolwork very quickly. Most of his classes were interesting, but with lots of homework. Of his teachers, only Professor Snape was not very nice. He was the teacher Harry had noticed the first night who had seemed so grumpy. It was clear that he did not like children, and Harry wondered why he had chosen to become a teacher. Harry studied extra hard for Snape's potions class so that he wouldn't be caught unprepared if Snape asked him a question. Snape enjoyed asking students difficult questions and ridiculing those who didn't know the answers. Harry knew that he had Snape's grudging respect because Snape generally left him alone in class. Snape delighted in badgering poor Neville, who was a terrible student in potions, and in sniping at Hermione Granger, who was too pushy in her eagerness to prove herself. Harry did his homework diligently, carefully prepared the potions assignments in class, and only answered questions when Snape addressed him directly. Harry was determined to learn as much about the wizarding world as he could, as quickly as he could. Ron beeped Harry's tendency to study in the evenings and weekends, rather than playing wizard's chess or some other game. But nothing could have scandalized Ron more than when Mark turned down the position of Seeker on the Gryffindor Quidditch team. The excitement had all been caused by Draco Malfoy's being such a jerk. Gryffindor and Slytherin first years were scheduled to share flying class. In the very first class, Neville Longbottom had kicked off too quickly and had lost control of his broom, falling and breaking his wrist. Madam Hooch had taken Neville to the hospital wing, telling the class sternly not to try any flying while she was away. Draco had spotted Neville's remembrall, which had dropped out of Neville's robes when he had come crashing to the ground. "Look," he told the class, holding the remembrall above his head. "It's that stupid thing Longbottom's Gran sent him." Harry stepped forward and said, "Give that here, Malfoy." Draco sneered at Harry, "Are you talking to me, Twist? I don't listen to mudbloods." Draco ignored the gasps from the other students at his use of the foul word. "I think I'll leave it somewhere for Longbottom to collect. How about, up a tree?" Draco mounted his broom and quickly soared high above the watching students. Without stopping to think, Harry grabbed his broom, mounted, kicked off and rose quickly into the air. It was clear that Draco had not expected Harry to be able to follow him. However, Draco was not about to allow a mudblood to tell him what to do. He flew in circles, avoiding his pursuer. But, however Draco twisted, Harry followed, and it was evident that he would soon be able to grab the remembrall from Draco's hand. To avoid the humiliating defeat, Draco took the remembrall and threw it far and high, saying, "Catch it if you can," then. Having thrown the ball, Draco then flew back down to the ground and dismounted among his fellow Slytherins. Harry watched as the remembrall soared high into the air. Pointing his broom in the direction of the arc of its descent, Harry dove after the ball. With the wind in his face, blowing his hair back against his head, Harry felt a freedom he had never known. This was the most exhilarating experience of his life. He wished he could fly for hours. Eyes narrowed against the glare of the sun, he targeted the remembrall in his sights and gave chase. This was fun. He swerved to intercept the ball, accelerating with precision, catching the ball handily, and pulling up a few feet before the ground leveled. He dismounted with ease. Harry barely had time to grin with triumph, however, before he saw to his horror that Professor McGonagall was sweeping toward him. Her jaw was clenched and her face was pale. "Uh-oh." The boy stood quietly, without moving, as his head of house approached. The other students watched breathlessly from a few yards away. Draco's eyes glittered and he smirked maliciously. Harry saw Draco sneer out of the corner of his eye, and he resolved that he would not give him the satisfaction of showing any nervousness. However, it would have been clear to anyone standing close to the boy that he was worried, as his eyes gave him away. "Twist," said Professor McGonagall, "that was the most brilliant flying I've ever seen. You had no right to be on the broom, of course, and I never want to see you flying without a teacher present again. But, as head of Gryffindor House, I would be remiss if I didn't focus on the greater message here. You were meant to be Seeker. I'm going to take you to see Oliver Wood right now." At Harry's puzzled expression, she explained, "Wood is Gryffindor Quidditch captain." She turned to lead Harry to meet Oliver Wood, but Harry stopped her. "I'm sorry, Professor, but I don't understand. What do you mean I am meant to be Seeker?" Harry was vaguely aware that the other students were whispering excitedly among themselves and that Draco looked furious. But Harry focused on Professor McGonagall, who had turned back to face him. "Of course, Twist. I forgot that you are Muggleborn and wouldn't understand. Quidditch, you may have heard, is one of our favorite sports. Here at Hogwarts, each house has a Quidditch team, and they compete to win the Quidditch Cup each year. A Seeker plays a key position on the team. Gryffindor needs a new Seeker this year, and you are obviously meant to be that Seeker." You would be the youngest player in a century, but you are clearly a natural. What talent! Draco's mouth twisted in disgust and envy. The other students listened wide-eyed at the extravagant praise. Harry had indeed already heard of Quidditch. It was immensely popular at the school. But Harry knew that any sports team would require a lot of practice, and he didn't want to take so much time away from his studies. He also was concerned about attracting too much attention. Already, he could see from a quick glance at the other students shamelessly listening to the conversation that he was being regarded with awe and, in the case of Draco, increasing dislike. In the persona of Mark Twist, Harry had not wanted to stand out. The last thing he wished to do was to attract attention. And, unfortunately, he already suspected that he had attracted attention, what with his name appearing on the Hogwarts registry so unexpectedly. Quietly, Harry said, "I'm sorry, Professor. But I'm not interested in being on the team." Silence reigned for what seemed, to Harry, to be an eternity. Then, exclamations of dismay from the listening Gryffindors filled the air. Ron's cry of, "Are you crazy?" was so loud, it was easily heard over the other students' protests. Professor McGonagall stared in shock at Harry. Clearly, she had never expected that any student would turn down a chance to play Seeker. But, she spluttered. She took a breath and regained her composure. "But why not? I think being on a team would take too much time, Professor. I'm more interested in keeping up my grades than in playing a sport." Professor McGonagall was taken aback but wasn't willing to give up yet. "Other students have been able to balance schoolwork with sports, Twist. I don't feel that I could do the same, ma'am. As you know, I'm Muggleborn and I feel that I have a lot of studying to do to catch up to some of my classmates. Maybe, next year, but, this year, I'd like to concentrate on my studies." "I see." Professor McGonagall's eyes were wide in shock and disappointment. "Well, if that's your decision." "Yes, ma'am, it is. You don't want to think about it some more?" she asked hopefully. "No, ma'am," Harry said, firmly. "All right, then, I am disappointed." She turned to go back inside the castle, but then looked back over her shoulder. "I'll be hoping for next year, Twist," she promised. "Class, you are dismissed. I'll tell Madam Hooch that I let you leave. It seems that she's been delayed and there's no point in your remaining here." So saying, Professor McGonagall marched back into the castle. The Slytherins trailed back into the castle, with Draco sneering at Harry over his shoulder. Under his breath, he muttered, "Show off." But Harry didn't notice Draco. He was too busy fending off the furious words of his fellow Gryffindors. "How could you? Are you nuts?" Among the questions thrown at him. Ron beeped, "For studying. Giving up Quidditch for studying." Hermione chimed in, "Well, I for one admire you, Mark." "You would," snorted Ron. Everyone. Harry had to raise his voice slightly to be heard over the other students. "I'm sorry, but I've made my decision. I'm not playing Quidditch." Reluctantly accepting Harry's decision, the Gryffindors headed back to the castle, grumbles slowly subsiding as they approached the door. "I hope you know what you're doing," warned Ron. "I do," promised Harry. Although he couldn't admit it to Ron or anyone else, Harry was not as calm about his decision not to play Quidditch as he wanted to appear. In the privacy of his thoughts, he mourned the lost opportunity. He knew he would have loved it. Flying, everyone cheering for him. He could almost taste the triumph of a winning game. But it was dangerous. He knew it. He had to keep a low profile. He had to focus on learning. It was the only way to survive. He ruthlessly suppressed daydreams of sports victories in which he would win the day in the last second of the game, to the delight of the cheering fans. Instead, almost as a punishment, he forced himself to spend the rest of the day inside the library, learning the history of goblin rebellions. Harry would have been upset to learn that his refusal to be on the Gryffindor team attracted the very attention he sought to avoid. Dumbledore had overheard Professor McGonagall be beeping Mark Twist's refusal to join the team at lunch later that day. "Can you believe that anyone would turn down being Seeker?" Professor McGonagall asked Professor Sprout. Before Professor Sprout could do more than tisk sympathetically, Dumbledore had interrupted. "I'm sorry to interrupt, Minerva. But, did I overhear you to say that you had asked Mark Twist to be the Gryffindor House Seeker and he refused?" "That's right, Albus," said Professor McGonagall, turning to find another sympathetic listener. "You wouldn't believe what a natural flyer that boy is. I don't believe I've ever seen a better. It was his first flying lesson and he moved as one with that broom. But, when I told him I wanted him to be Seeker, he looked shocked and then said, 'Thank you,' but he didn't want to play sports at school." "Did he give you a reason why?" Dumbledore pressed. "Yes, he said that he wanted to devote more time to his studies." "Well, as his teacher, I couldn't very well tell him not to spend more time studying, now could I?" Dumbledore, Med, in response, but was saved from responding when Professor McGonagall's attention was caught by Professor Sprout again and the two teachers began discussing another topic. Left to his own musings, Professor Dumbledore once again found himself thinking about the strange boy, Mark Twist. It was a very unusual 11-year-old boy who would turn down such an honor. Was his excuse of wanting to study a pretext? Or, was he telling the truth? If the truth, why so studious? Even a Ravenclaw would have jumped at the chance of being on a Quidditch team. What an unusual boy. As the weeks passed, Harry found that he enjoyed studying. It was satisfying to master a spell or brew a perfect potion, and homework was not as daunting when he paced himself throughout the week. He did not fear being called on in any class because he usually knew the answers. He became friendly with Hermione Granger, who was often in the library studying as well. With Harry as the buffer, Ron slowly warmed to Hermione. However, Ron didn't enjoy spending his nights as studiously as Harry and Hermione, and he became friendly with Seamus and Dean, oftentimes spending the evenings playing games in the corner of the Gryffindor common room with those boys. In the library, Harry surreptitiously researched any history about Harry Potter that he could find. The books confirmed what he had learned from Hagrid and the Weasleys. Interestingly, the books did not mention the prophecy his aunt had told him about. In Notable Magical Names of Our Time, Harry unexpectedly came across a picture of his parents. He had turned the page and there it was. He felt as if someone had punched him in the stomach. There, smiling up at him, his parents, holding an infant Harry. The picture had obviously been taken shortly before their deaths. They looked so young. His mother, Harry touched the picture reverently, she was so beautiful. And his father, with the same dark messy hair that Harry had. And he wore glasses too. James looked so happy, his arm draped around Lily's shoulder. He stared straight into the camera, smiling widely, so proud of his little family. Baby Harry waved his fists in the air and smiled innocently. Looking at the happy group, Harry felt the force of all that he had lost. With a trembling hand, he traced the faces of his parents. It took all his will to close the book and return it to the library shelf. If he had thought he could get away with ripping the photograph out of the book, he would have done so without hesitation. He was worried, however, that Madame Pants had placed enchantments on the books to alert her if they were defaced in any way. Instead, Harry contented himself with writing to Flourish and Blots, asking to purchase a copy of the book. In the week before it arrived, he visited the library daily to gaze at the photo. When his own copy was delivered, he tore the page out of the book and carried the photo with him everywhere in a concealed pocket in his robe. The year passed quietly, with only a few exciting moments. During the Halloween feast, a troll somehow entered the castle. He was eventually stopped by the teachers, but his foul smell lingered for a few weeks, giving the students much to chatter about. Professor Snape had apparently been injured in the fight with the troll because the students noticed that he limped for a few days afterwards. However, the one student brave enough to ask Professor Snape how he had gotten hurt had received a detention for being nosy, so no one knew for sure. Harry was careful to send himself letters from time to time, purportedly from his parents. At Christmas, which he spent at Hogwarts, he sent himself a few gifts as well. It was an odd experience, opening up presents that he had sent himself, pretending to be surprised and happy. But no one was suspicious, which was the important thing. Harry became very close to Hagrid. Befriending a fellow scholarship student, Hagrid often invited Harry to his hut for tea on Saturdays. Sometimes, Ron or Hermione accompanied him, and the three found the gamekeeper to be a very kind-hearted, jovial man. They had been very alarmed, however, when they found that Hagrid had hatched a dragon. Hermione had insisted that they tell Dumbledore and ask him what to do, and, after much debate, Harry and Ron reluctantly agreed with her. After lunch one day, shortly after learning of Norbert's existence, the three children approached Professor Dumbledore at the staff table. Harry poked Hermione and she took a gulp and stepped forward, with Ron and Harry flanking her. "Professor Dumbledore, sir." Professor Dumbledore had watched the three approach him and smiled kindly at them. "Yes, dear, can I help you?" "Yes, sir. May we have a moment of your time, please? There's something we wish to discuss with you, in private, if you would, sir." Surprised, Dumbledore's eyebrows raised. "Of course. Please follow me." He rose from the table and led the three from the Great Hall. They followed in silence, down a few passageways, until they came to a doorway guarded by a stone griffin. Dumbledore raised his hand to the statue and it sprang aside, revealing a spiral stone staircase behind it. The stairs began to move upward, in a corkscrew manner, until they reached the floor on which Dumbledore had his office. Politely beckoning them inside, Dumbledore gestured for them to sit in some chairs in front of his desk. Apparently realizing that his guests would be more at ease if he sat down as well, Dumbledore took a seat behind his desk. The children were too nervous to accept Dumbledore's offer of a drop. Clearing her throat, Hermione said, "Thank you, Professor, for agreeing to see us. We have a delicate matter we need to discuss with you." Her courage apparently failed her, because she didn't seem to know how to proceed. When the silence started to stretch out uncomfortably, Harry piped up. "We have a friend, Headmaster, who has done something unwise, and we'd like to help him fix the situation. But we want to make sure he doesn't get into trouble. If we tell you the problem, would you be able to help us and not punish our friend?" Dumbledore looked at Harry consideringly. "Who is your friend?" Harry glanced at Hermione and Ron, who said nothing. "I'm sorry, sir, but I can't tell you until you promise that he won't get into trouble." "As this friend, really yourself?" "I can't say yes or no, sir, until you give us your word you won't punish this person. I cannot make such a blanket promise, although I will take your concern into consideration before deciding any punishment. Now, please tell me the name of your friend." "I'm afraid I can't do that, sir." Harry stood up to leave. "Thank you for time, sir, but I think we'll have to figure out what to do on our own." "Sit down, Mr. Twist." Harry sat down, reluctantly. "As headmaster of this school, I'm afraid I must insist. Please tell me who has done something that has obviously broken the rules. If you don't tell me, I'm afraid I have no choice but to give you detention." Harry ignored the gasps of his friends and, pale with anger, eyes sparkling, glared at the headmaster. "I'm sorry, sir, but I have nothing to say to you. Even if I were to tell you that you would be expelled." Dumbledore looked seriously at the boy in front of him. Harry's anger fled. He felt his blood run cold and his mouth went dry. He breathed out in shock. "No," he heard Hermione say. "We'll tell you," said Ron. But Dumbledore held up a hand to silence Hermione and Ron. "I would like to hear from Mr. Twist," he said quietly. Harry had started to shake. He was glad he was sitting, because he didn't think his legs would support him. If he was expelled, it was back to the boarding house for him. Back to worrying about his every meal and being so lonely, he thought he would choke on it. But he couldn't turn in Hagrid. He just couldn't. What kind of man was Dumbledore? Why had he ever thought to trust him? Because he had stupidly listened to Hermione and Ron, that's why. They had convinced him that the headmaster would know what to do and would protect Hagrid. Should he tell Dumbledore that Hagrid had a dragon? Dumbledore liked Hagrid. Maybe everything would be fine. But what if Dumbledore decided that Hagrid had finally gone too far? What if he told Hagrid he would have to leave Hogwarts? Harry opened his mouth and tried to speak. It took him a few attempts, but finally he was able to say, hoarsely, "I'm sorry, sir. But I can't tell you." Dumbledore nodded solemnly. "I appreciate your loyalty, Mr. Twist. I give you my word that I will not punish the wrongdoer. You may proceed." It took the three students a few moments to process that Dumbledore apparently didn't intend to expel Harry after all. Harry was so overwhelmed, Hermione took one look at his face and decided that she should continue speaking. "It's Hagrid, sir. He's hatched a dragon, sir, and is hiding it in his hut." Dumbledore had not been expecting this. His eyes flew open and, after a minute, started to sparkle with suppressed mirth. Trust Hagrid to try to hide a dragon. He was silent another minute and then said, "Thank you for telling me. I will speak with Hagrid and I will find another home for the dragon." "Thank you, sir," chorused Ron and Hermione. Harry was silent. He was incredibly relieved that he was not going to be expelled. But, he was confused. Why had Dumbledore tried to scare him? And, why him so particularly? Dumbledore hadn't tried to get Hermione or Ron to tell him whom they were protecting. It was as if Dumbledore was testing Harry and Harry alone. It was a very cruel trick the headmaster had played on him. Harry thought it would be days before his heartbeat settled down to a steady beat again. When Ron and Hermione stood up to leave, Harry dutifully followed. He turned to follow his friends out the door, but Professor Dumbledore called to him, "Mr. Twist. If you don't mind, I'd like to speak with you for a moment." When Ron and Hermione hesitated at the door, the headmaster addressed them, "Don't worry, your friend will join you in just a minute." Casting a scared glance at their friend, Ron and Hermione had no choice but to leave the office. Harry sat back down, his heart thumping unpleasantly again. Was he going to get into trouble, after all? Dumbledore regarded the boy sitting so stiffly in the chair in front of him. It was highly encouraging that the boy had refused to betray a friend. "Mr. Twist, I'm sorry that I asked you to betray a secret. I apologize for the little drama we just enacted, but, to be honest, I wanted to learn a bit more about you. You see, I'm aware that you possess the twin wand to Lord Voldemort's." Harry's mouth dropped open. He had not been expecting this sudden change in topic. And, Dumbledore had said Voldemort's name. Everyone else referred to the Dark Lord as, you, or, he who must not be named. "Yes, Mr. Ollivander wrote to me after you left his shop last August. I was intrigued and, I must admit, a bit alarmed. I wanted to know the character of the boy chosen by this wand. As Mr. Ollivander no doubt told you, the phoenix who gave his tail feather to Lord Voldemort's wand also gave a feather to just one other wand, yours." At this, there was the sound of a soft trill in the corner of the room. It was a sound unlike any Harry had ever heard. It was like a warm drop of hot chocolate on a cold day. It was like he imagined a mother's hug would be. Looking in the corner, Harry noticed, for the first time, a beautiful bird, slightly hidden by a bookcase. Dumbledore gestured to the bird. "Ah, Fox wants credit. Yes, the phoenix feathers came from this phoenix, here. Fox." At Harry's stunned look, Dumbledore chuckled. "I trust, Mr. Twist, that you will use your wand for noble deeds. Thank you again for coming to tell me about Hagrid. I will take care of the problem." Understanding that he had been dismissed, Harry rose and, with shaky legs, left the office. Only hours later, after he had reached his room and replayed the conversation in his head for the umpteenth time, did Harry realize that he had been so overwhelmed, he hadn't even said goodbye to the headmaster. True to his word, the headmaster had arranged a new home for Norbert. Harry was relieved when the dragon was taken away without anyone, apparently, the wiser. Hagrid was hard to console, however. He got drunk the day that Norbert left, and sobbed drunkenly into his ale. Harry, who was visiting Hagrid for tea, tried unsuccessfully to cheer him up. Tentatively, Harry suggested that, perhaps, Norbert would thrive better in his new home. "If I can raise a three-headed dog, I can certainly raise a dragon," Hagrid mumbled. Harry was impressed. "Really, Hagrid, you had a three-headed dog? How cool is that?" Hagrid was flattered by Harry's admiration. "It was easy to train, once ye knew the trick o' it. Ye just played music and it went right to sleep. Where is it now? I'd love to see a three-headed dog. Fluffy's up at the school. Maybe I'll take ye to see it someday." "Up at the school? How come I've never seen it?" But, at that question, Hagrid seemed to sober somewhat and did not seem pleased that he had even mentioned Fluffy. Harry was sorry to let the topic drop. A three-headed dog would certainly be a sight to see. The weeks that followed were uneventful. One day, toward the end of term, however, Harry unexpectedly found himself face to face with Lord Voldemort once again. Harry was walking back from the library after a night of studying, close to curfew, when his scar started to prickle uncomfortably. He couldn't see the scar, given his disguise, but he knew where it was on his forehead, and the pain he was feeling was definitely coming from that location. He rubbed at his forehead with the heel of his hand. Perhaps he should detour to the hospital wing and ask for a headache potion. However, before Harry could decide, he was distracted by whispers in a nearby room. He was surprised to hear voices because it was getting late and he had thought this corridor was deserted. Quietly, he approached the door, which was slightly ajar, and tried to hear what was being said. It was Professor Quirrell, his defense against the dark arts teacher. What was he doing here? And who was he talking to? Harry listened closely. Yes, my lord, of course, I'll do as you say. But, are you sure that Professor Dumbledore has left the castle? Harry was confused. Professor Quirrell wasn't stuttering. In fact, despite the fearful tone in his voice, he seemed more confident than Harry had ever known him to be. He continued talking, although Harry had not heard anyone give him a response. Harry listened more intently. You are right. If Dumbledore is gone, no one will stop us. Professor Snape may have suspected us before, but he has no reason to believe we'll go after the Philosopher's Stone now. He'll be in the dungeon and we can retrieve the stone and be done before anyone knows what we are planning. Harry's head was spinning. It was clear that Professor Quirrell was planning to steal something, the Philosopher's Stone, whatever that was. He had apparently made sure that Professor Dumbledore was out of the way and was going to be attempting the theft right now. Harry scrambled away from the door just in time. He hid himself in an empty classroom across from the one that Professor Quirrell was in. When he heard Professor Quirrell's footsteps fade into the distance, he left the room and followed behind, muffling his footsteps with a simple spell that he had taught himself months ago. Oh, how he wished he had just a few minutes to be able to contact one of the teachers. He wasn't sure that he should be following Professor Quirrell. It wasn't his business, after all. But, he couldn't just let him get away with stealing something, could he? Unsure, Harry decided that he would just continue to follow Professor Quirrell, to see where he went. Hopefully, he would be able to tell where the man was going, and then Harry could leave and tell one of the adults what was going on. So, stealthily tracking the older man, Harry followed as he was led up to the third-floor corridor. Harry wondered where the other person Professor Quirrell had been speaking to had gone. From time to time, when Harry had caught glimpses of his prey, he had only seen the professor, usually with the ends of his robes just clearing the corner of the next turn. Perhaps, the other person was in front of Professor Quirrell, leading the way. Harry pressed his back against a cold, stone wall and strove to listen around the corner of the doorjamb. He heard Professor Quirrell in the next room whispering, "Alohomora," and the click of a door swinging open. For a brief moment, Harry heard a chilling growl fill the air. However, incredibly, Harry heard music start to play and, almost immediately, the growls ceased. After a few minutes of no sound, other than the soft music playing, Harry peered cautiously around the corner of the door. A door at the far side of the room stood open, but Harry couldn't see anyone. Hesitantly, he softly approached the room, and peered inside. A huge, three-headed dog was sleeping peacefully, its enormous body covering almost the entirety of the room. Harry's jaw dropped. For a while, the only thing he could focus upon was the dog in front of him. The three heads were amazing, true, but the sheer size of the dog was what took his breath away. Wow, this must be the Fluffy that Hagrid had mentioned. Thank Merlin it was sleeping. Harry did not think he would enjoy meeting such a huge dog if it was awake. The music suddenly stopped playing and Fluffy started to shift in its sleep. Harry took a nervous step backwards. As he did so, he finally noticed the open trap door next to one of Fluffy's paws. It had obviously been pulled open by Professor Quirrell, and the older man must have gone through that door. Taking a deep breath, Harry hurried forward to look through the opening. He was aware that Fluffy was starting to shuffle more energetically and he had no intention of being in the room when the dog woke up. However, Harry couldn't see anything when he peered through the opening. It was completely dark. Harry was about to take a step backward and see if he could find Professor Snape or Professor McGonagall, when he realized that Fluffy was staring at him. It was a heart-stopping moment. The dog opened its mouth and Harry saw teeth the size of his arm. Not even stopping to draw breath, Harry jumped through the open trapdoor. At that moment, it seemed wiser to jump into the unknown than to stay behind with Fluffy. Harry felt like he had landed on a squishy mattress. He whispered, "Lumos," and his wand tip ignited, casting a soft glow around the chamber. He looked around quickly, but he was alone. Professor Quirrell, if he had been here, had obviously not stayed long. Harry felt a movement under his leg and looked down to see what looked like an octopus tentacle circling his leg. He automatically pulled his leg away and the tentacle grabbed tighter. Gasping, Harry sat up and realized he had landed in Devil's Snare. Oh no, he had to escape or he would be suffocated by it. It was just like a boa constrictor. For a moment of blind panic, Harry just tugged uselessly at his trapped leg. When a second tentacle appeared and wove around the leg, binding it tighter, he forced himself to stop and calm down. Okay, what is the way to fight Devil's Snare? He asked himself. Almost immediately, Harry had a vision of the page of his herbology book in which Devil's Snare was addressed. He recalled the illustration on the page in which a wizard held a wand from which a large blast of light issued. Of course, Devil's Snare didn't like light. Harry tightened his grip on his wand and, raising it high, said, "Lumos Maximus." Light flooded the chamber and the Devil's Snare retreated into the corners of the room. Harry felt the soft bedding on which he lay shifting. A hole opened up, and Harry felt himself falling. Luckily, he fell only a few feet further because, this time, he fell on a hard floor. Clambering to his feet, Harry winced at a new collection of bruises. He glanced above him. Through the hole in the Devil's Snare, he could just see Fluffy's eye peering through the trapdoor. Well, he wasn't going to be able to go back up that way. He might as well continue on and see if there was another exit. Quietly, and with the light from his wand set on low, Harry tiptoed down a dark hallway, peering into the darkness for another glimpse of Professor Quirrell. He came to a door behind which he heard an odd whirring noise. Harry slowly opened the door, ready to slam it shut again immediately. However, it seemed just to be a room with some odd birds and, Quirrell again, was nowhere to be seen. Harry edged into the room and realized that the odd birds were really flying keys. He saw one key that looked a little the worse for wear and realized that this was the key to a closed door at the other end of the room. Quirrell must have captured the key and used it to pass through the door already. Harry pointed his wand at the key and uttered a simple summoning charm that he had mastered months ago, Accio Key. No response. Oh well, that would have been too simple. Seeing a broom in the corner, he summoned that instead. Mounting it, he pursued the fleeing key. It was difficult to keep an eye on the key he wanted among all of the other keys flying around. But, in a fairly short time, he was able to close his hand around the fluttering metal. He landed easily and fit the key in the lock. The door opened and Harry tentatively peered into the next room. A giant chess set, taking up the entire room, greeted him. When the statues came to life and barred his passage, scaring years off his life, as he afterwards described it, Harry realized that he had to play his way across the board. Harry knew a fair amount of chess strategy from having watched Ron play his favorite game. He elected to take the queen's position, since that was the most powerful piece on the board. Harry sincerely hoped that this match wouldn't be too difficult because he didn't have Ron's flair for the game. He refused to allow himself to wonder what would happen if he lost the game. Playing cautiously, Harry slowly advanced upon the opponent's king. When, eventually, he was able to corner the king, he couldn't help his triumphant yell of, "Checkmate." The statue king let his sword fall to the ground, and Harry strode past, through a hallway that he had glimpsed tantalizingly throughout the game. In the hallway, he edged nervously past an unconscious troll, which had obviously been incapacitated by Professor Quirrell. The stink was dreadful. Harry was grateful that he didn't have to deal with the creature. On past the troll and through another doorway. There, he found a table with various flasks filled with unknown potions. He jumped when flames sprang up unexpectedly, surrounding the room, so that he was trapped inside. Harry scanned the room, trying to see if there was any opening, but there was not. Realizing that the flasks held the answer to his next step, Harry moved closer to the table holding the bottles. There, he found a riddle which provided clues as to the contents of the different bottles. If he understood the riddle correctly, he could poison himself if he chose the wrong bottle. Not for the first time since this adventure began, Harry silently chastised himself for having followed Quirrell. What the hell had he been thinking? Harry read over the riddle a few times until he was confident that he was making the right choice. Then, taking a deep breath, he selected one of the bottles and took a deep gulp. As soon as he had swallowed the potion, he felt a chill in his blood. Hoping that this meant that it was working correctly, Harry stepped through the flames that were circling the room. He opened yet another door, and, this time, found himself in a big chamber. Professor Quirrell was waiting. When Harry saw the professor, he hesitated. Although his back was to Harry, Professor Quirrell was apparently aware that the boy was there. Because, without turning, he said, "Mr. Twist. I thought someone may have been following me, but I was not expecting a student. Why are you here?" The professor was continuing to stare into a large mirror as he spoke with Harry. Harry wasn't sure whether he should be nervous or not. The professor's tone of voice was not threatening. On the other hand, he was no longer stammering. Did that mean that the older man no longer saw the need to hide his real purposes? And, if so, what did that mean for Harry? I saw you going up the third-floor corridor," said Harry. "I know it's off limits and I was curious." He didn't say anything about having heard Quirrell discussing the Philosopher's Stone. Silence greeted his explanation. It was clear that Professor Quirrell was not really paying attention to him. Rather, he appeared to be engrossed with peering intently into the large mirror in front of him. "Use the boy." Harry heard a strange voice. He looked around the room but didn't see anyone else present. Who had spoken? "But, my lord," Professor Quirrell was saying. "How? I don't understand how this mirror works. I thought it showed what the heart desires and I desire to have the stone for you, my lord." "But, where is the stone?" "Inside the mirror. Should I break it?" "Have the boy look inside the mirror," directed the disembodied voice. Again, Harry looked around the otherwise empty room. "Who's talking?" he asked Professor Quirrell. Professor Quirrell ignored his question and, turning to face Harry, demanded, "Come here, Twist. I want you to look into the mirror and tell me what you see." Slowly, Harry approached the mirror. He wasn't sure what he was supposed to see. However, Professor Quirrell said that the mirror showed the heart's desire. Well, at this moment, he wanted to find the Philosopher's Stone, whatever that was, and keep it safe. If he could find it first, maybe he could hide it from the professor. Not sure what to expect, Harry looked into the mirror. At first, it was blurry, but then he saw himself, with Professor Quirrell standing next to him. He almost jumped out of his skin when he saw his mirror self stop acting as a reflection, moving instead as a separate person. Mirror Harry held up a small stone, blood red and about the size of his fist, and put it in his pocket. Immediately, real Harry felt a heavy weight in his pocket. His eyes flew wide and he started in surprise. He hoped that Professor Quirrell didn't notice. "What did you see?" demanded Quirrell. Harry lied. "I saw myself getting all O's on my owl exams." "And, Professor Dumbledore shaking my hand." He lies, came the disembodied voice again. "Let me speak to him, face to face." "Master, you are not strong enough," warned Quirrell. "I have strength enough for this." Professor Quirrell unwrapped the turban surrounding his head and revealed an unbelievable sight. A face unlike any Harry had ever seen before was sticking out of the back of Professor Quirrell's head. Harry wondered vaguely whether he was dreaming or if the potion he had swallowed to get past the fire in the previous room was causing him to hallucinate. A cold, high voice issued out of the ghost-like face, its eyes gleaming red, and its nose flattened, with slits for nostrils. "See what I have become, boy. The great Lord Voldemort reduced to living off the body of another. But, with the Philosopher's Stone, I can create my own body and rise again. If you help me, I will reward you. Give me the stone that's in your pocket." Harry felt his brain freeze. It was hard to think. He was confronting Lord Voldemort. The crazy lunatic who had killed his parents and tried to kill him. The psycho who his aunt said Dumbledore warned might rise again and who would then try to kill Harry once more. And this dangerous madman knew that Harry had the Philosopher's Stone in his pocket and was demanding that Harry give it to him. What should he do? Well, one thing was for sure. There was no way he was giving that stone over voluntarily. Voldemort had said that he could create a new body and rise again if he had the Philosopher's Stone. No way was he, Harry, going to help Voldemort rise again. He turned to run, but he heard Voldemort yell to Quirrell, "Seize him." He felt Quirrell's hand on his wrist, but then he was released unexpectedly. Quirrell looked at his burned and blistered hand, cradling it with his other hand. Quirrell was looking confused, and his eyes were glazed with pain. But at Voldemort's cry, "Seize him! Seize him!" Quirrell tried to hold Harry again. Harry's scar burst into fire and he felt his eyes water with pain. He blindly reached to push Quirrell away and heard the older man cry out in pain again. Instinctively, Harry pursued, and closed his hands on Quirrell's face. For some unknown reason, Quirrell could not stand Harry's touch. Pressing this strange advantage, Harry kept his hands on Quirrell's face, despite the terrible pain in his own head. From far away, as he slipped into unconsciousness, he thought he heard someone calling, "Mark! Mark Twist!" Harry woke in the hospital wing, with a pounding headache. Groaning, he opened his eyes slowly, filtering out the harsh light. Through his veiled eyes, he saw his glasses on the bedstand, and pulled them on. He smiled slightly when he saw a box of chocolate frog cards and a big get well note signed by a few of his friends, including his roommates and Hermione. He heard a soft noise and turned to see Professor Dumbledore enter the room. He was smiling at Harry and said, "Hello, Mark. How are you feeling?" "Okay, sir." Harry blinked. What happened?" Professor Dumbledore laughed. "Well, you might tell me. I found you in the dungeons with Professor Quirrell, stopping him from stealing the Philosopher's Stone for Lord Voldemort." When Harry didn't react, Dumbledore continued, understanding that at least some of this information was not new to the boy. "Professor Quirrell is dead, and Lord Voldemort has fled." Harry's mouth dropped open in dismay. "Dead? I killed him." Dumbledore looked very serious. "Actually, Mark, I would say that Lord Voldemort killed him. Something about his possession by Lord Voldemort obviously destroyed the man. There is no other explanation. And, without a body to possess, Lord Voldemort has disappeared again." "But, will Lord Voldemort," Harry hesitated over the name, but Dumbledore nodded his encouragement, "will he try to return?" "Oh, undoubtedly. But, if everyone is as brave as you, and tries to stop him, he may never be able to return." Harry blushed and let the praise sink in. It was a novel feeling. Someone looking at him with admiration and telling him that he was brave. It was wonderful. "What about the Philosopher's Stone, sir? Where is that now?" "I have returned it to its rightful owner, Nicholas Flamel. Nicholas has agreed that it is too dangerous to keep and he will destroy it as soon as he and his wife put their affairs in order. The elixir made from the stone, you see, was keeping them alive." Harry was unsure what to say to this. Dumbledore seemed to understand what Harry was thinking and said, "To the well-organized mind, Mark, death is but the next great adventure." "Yes, sir," Harry murmured, politely, although he didn't really understand. He asked a question that had been troubling him. "How did I get the stone, though, sir? After all, Professor Quirrell looked in the mirror and he wanted it too. Why did it appear in my pocket?" Professor Dumbledore smiled widely. "Only the person who wanted to find the stone and not use would be able to get it. This was one of my more brilliant ideas and, between you and me, that's saying something." Harry found himself smiling back. Maybe Dumbledore wasn't so bad, after all. Harry enjoyed the attention over the next few days. Everyone wanted to know what had happened down in the dungeons. Although a few people scoffed at him, and called him a liar, most of his fellow Gryffindors hung on his every word and were properly impressed. Harry enjoyed seeing the looks of admiration and receiving the pats of congratulations bestowed on him as he walked by. He had been right. Hogwarts was the place for him. And his mother had been right, too. He was born to be a hero. He walked along in a bubble of happiness that not even the approaching summer holiday or Draco Malfoy's glares of dislike could dim. On the last day of term, at the end of year feast, Dumbledore even made an announcement congratulating Harry's daring and awarding him 50 points for bravery. Gryffindor still lost the House Cup to Slytherin, but they came in a close second. It was a wonderful moment. The next day, Harry packed his bags and joined the other students lining up to board the Hogwarts Express taking them back to London. He planned on trying to get his old job back for the summer. He expected that it wouldn't be too difficult. Restaurants usually needed more staff during summer holidays. First, he would see if he could stay at the boarding house he had lived in last year. Again, he expected that it would be easy to pay for a room there. Harry wasn't looking forward to the summer, but he figured it shouldn't be too miserable. It would probably pass quickly and, best of all, Ron had asked him whether he was interested in spending a few days at his home during the summer. Harry couldn't wait. The summer dragged by slowly for Harry. As he suspected, he was welcomed back to both his busboy job at the restaurant as well as to his room at the boarding house. It was strange being an 18-year-old now, as Harry had to age himself as soon as he left King's Cross Station. Every few days, Harry would find a private place to turn back into his almost 12-year-old self. However, no letters arrived for Mark Twist. Harry spent the majority of his free time reading his textbooks, but he was incredibly lonely. He marked September 1st on his calendar and, every morning, checked off another box in his countdown to the date that would see him back at Hogwarts. Harry's birthday came and went without any acknowledgement. No one knew that he turned 12 on July 31st. Harry had told his friends that his birthday was August 5th, so that no one would wonder why Mark Twist had the same birthday as the still missing Harry Potter. On his fake birthday, Harry woke up feeling excited. He was sure that Ron and Hermione, at least, would send him a birthday card. Finding a private spot in a nearby park, Harry shrank from an 18-year-old to a 12-year-old. He waited impatiently and, sure enough, after about 1/2 hour, he saw an owl in the distance. The young boy jumped up and down in excitement and waved his arms at the owl, signaling where he was. When it approached, the owl told Harry what he thought of such an undignified display, giving Harry a disgusted hoot. But, Harry ignored the owl, and impatiently untied the letter strapped to its leg. It was from Hermione. The simple birthday card made Harry's heart soar. He was so focused on rereading the card, he didn't notice that 2 other owls had arrived until they started pecking impatiently at his arm. Startled, Harry looked up from the card, and saw Ron's family owl, Errol, and another unfamiliar owl. Opening the card from the owl he didn't recognize first, Harry smiled at seeing Hagrid's signature. The card wished him a happy birthday and told him to make sure that he visited the first weekend he returned to Hogwarts. Silently promising that he would do so, Harry turned to open the card held by Errol. "Hi, Mark. Hope you're having a great birthday. Are you still up for a visit? If your parents say okay, how about you spend the last week of August with me? We're going to Diagon Alley for our school books the Monday before school starts. Why not meet me there and you can return back to my house with my family and me? We can take you to the train on September 1st. Let me know. Happy birthday, Ron." Harry smiled so widely, his jaw hurt. Hoping that he would need to respond to a letter, Harry had come prepared. He scribbled a note back to Ron using the quill and parchment he had hidden in his pocket. "That's great. Can't wait. My parents say okay. I'll see you in Diagon Alley. I'll be at Flourish and Blots at noon. See you, Mark." Watching the owl wing on its way with his return message, Harry thought gratefully of Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. Even though they had so many children of their own, and obviously didn't have a lot of money to spare, they were still willing to allow Ron's school friend to come for a visit. They had no way of knowing how much such a visit meant to him. Harry promised that he would be the ideal guest, helping with household chores, and being as polite as possible, so that they would allow him to visit often. The week before school term started saw Harry at Flourish and Blots, looking for the Weasley family. He had left his trunk at the Leaky Cauldron, where the innkeeper, Tom, had allowed him to store it for the day. Harry had spent a few hours visiting some other stores in Diagon Alley and replenishing his school supplies. The only task he still had to finish was to purchase his second-year school books. Harry saw the Weasley clan in the corner of the store, looking over their various book lists. As Harry approached the group, he noticed that Ron's younger sister, Ginny, was also holding a book list. Harry suddenly recalled that this was Ginny's first year at Hogwarts. "Hello, everyone," Harry called shyly. The Weasleys chorused a greeting and Ron hurried to Harry's side, and thumped him hard in the back in greeting. Ginny turned a little red and whispered a shy, "Hi, back." The group was distracted by a commotion at the back of the store, where a table was laid out. A store employee made an announcement that the book signing by Gilderoy Lockhart was about to begin. Harry recognized the name of the author of a number of the books on the assigned second-year reading list. Mrs. Weasley became a little flustered as she jockeyed for position online to get her books signed. Ron muttered to Harry that Mrs. Weasley fancied Lockhart. Mrs. Weasley pretended not to hear him. Harry hid a smile. As Mrs. Weasley waited for the line to move, and to have Lockhart sign their books, Harry and Ron stood off to the side and exchanged stories about their summer. Ginny stood silently next to Ron. When Harry asked Ginny whether she was looking forward to starting Hogwarts, she nodded her head, but didn't say anything. Ron rolled his eyes. "She's been talking about nothing else all summer. Don't know why she's so silent now," he said. Ginny blushed but didn't speak. From behind him, Harry heard the hated drawl of Draco Malfoy. "Well, look what the cat dragged in." Weasel and his sidekick, Twisted. Ron's eyes narrowed and he turned bright red. "Bugger off, Malfoy." Language, Weasel," Draco drawled. "You should watch your mouth in front of your sister, even if she is a blood traitor like the rest of your family." Before Ron or Ginny could flare up, an aristocratic, blonde-haired man interrupted. It was clear from the resemblance that this was Draco's father. Now, Draco," he said, indulgently. "Play nice. Ms. Weasley cannot help who her family is." In the shocked silence that followed Mr. Malfoy's rudeness, Mr. Malfoy reached into Ginny's cauldron where a few battered textbooks lay. "I see that your father cannot even purchase you new books. What a shame." Harry couldn't stay silent any longer. "I think that Ginny is very lucky. While it is nice to have money, it is far more important for parents to be loving and kind. Not everyone is lucky enough to have such wonderful parents," and he cast a meaningful look at Draco. The not-so-subtle implication that the Weasleys were more desirable parents than he was did not sit well with Mr. Malfoy. He turned a cold look at Harry and said, "And you are?" Harry responded reluctantly, "Mark Twist." "Oh, yes," drawled the cold voice. "I've heard of you, Muggleborn." He made the word sound as rude as mudblood. Turning away as if he did not want to be contaminated, Mr. Malfoy called to his son. "Come, Draco, let us go to Borgin and Burke's. The clientele there will be refreshing." Harry clenched his hands into fists and seethed. He knew that Ron and Ginny were equally angry, but they all held their tongues as Mrs. Weasley approached, bubbling from having met Mr. Lockhart and with the news that Lockhart was going to be the new defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts for the coming year. Seeing how happy she was, Harry was glad that neither she nor Mr. Weasley had overheard the exchange with the Malfoys. "Thanks," Ginny murmured to Harry as they moved to leave the store. "Yeah," said Ron. "It was nothing," Harry said. "I meant it." He was warmed by the glow of their approving smiles. "Let's forget that prat," said Ron. "We are going to have an awesome last week of summer." True to his prediction, the children had a wonderful end of summer. Harry could not remember ever being happier. He was surrounded by people who enjoyed his company and were kind to each other. He was living with a real family and enjoyed every dull routine or common moment that they permitted him to share. Best of all, he played a down and dirty form of Quidditch with Ron, Ginny, George and Fred. Harry reveled in the freedom of flying. Ron and the twins begged him to reconsider joining the Gryffindor Quidditch team this year, but Harry held firm to his decision to concentrate on studies. Fred and George kept badgering Harry so much that Mrs. Weasley finally had to intervene and tell the boys to leave their guest alone. Harry was sorry when September 1st arrived. He would have loved to have stayed with the Weasleys forever. Harry thanked Mr. and Mrs. Weasley for inviting him and, feeling greatly daring, even hinted that he would love to return the following summer. Second year started calmly enough. Harry continued his studious habits and enjoyed the routine of classes. Unfortunately, defense against the dark arts was a bit of a joke. The new teacher, Gilderoy Lockhart, was so full of himself. Harry was sure he was lying about all of the dark creatures he said he had captured or killed. The man was obviously incompetent. Harry was annoyed that it seemed as if this class would be a waste of time this year. Harry noticed that Ginny didn't seem to be enjoying her first year very much. He hoped that she wasn't finding the class work too hard. She seemed stressed. He had gotten to know her a bit during the week he had spent at the Weasleys. She had become less shy and, at Hogwarts, always had a smile and a few words for him. Harry resolved that, if she continued to seem so unhappy in a few weeks, he would speak with her brothers about her. One day, the school was thrown into turmoil by an attack on the caretaker's cat, Mrs. Norris. Mr. Filch, the caretaker, was beside himself. However, Professor Dumbledore assured him that the cat was not dead, just petrified. The real worry was that no one knew who or what had petrified the cat. A message had been written in blood on the wall behind the petrified, hanging cat. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware. Hermione had bravely asked Professor Binns, their history of magic ghost teacher, about the legend of the Chamber of Secrets. After some convincing, Professor Binns had explained that one of the founders, Salazar Slytherin, had reputedly created a hidden chamber within Hogwarts where he had hidden a monster that would purge the school of Muggleborns. After hearing that story, Harry, along with the rest of the school, could talk of little else. What a nutter this Slytherin was. Thank Merlin he hadn't been sorted into Slytherin House. As a result of the attack, Professor Lockhart had suggested a dueling club. While Harry had little faith that Lockhart would be able to teach the students anything, he had never seen a wizard's duel and was curious to see how it worked. So, he found himself in the Great Hall along with most of the school, watching Professors Lockhart and Snape demonstrate a wizard's duel. Harry hid a smile when Professor Snape shouted, "Expelliarmus," and disarmed Lockhart so easily. Harry might not think Snape was very nice, but there was no denying that he was a brilliant wizard. Lockhart, on the other hand, was a git. Not wanting to look like a fool again, Lockhart suggested that they use students for the next demonstration. Snape immediately suggested his favorite student, Draco. Lockhart's eyes fell on Ron and he called him to the stage. Harry jostled to the front of the crowd to watch his friend. He was worried that Draco might try something underhanded. He knew Draco well enough to know that he didn't fight fair. Harry tightened his hand on his wand, ready to come to Ron's aid if need be. At first, Draco and Ron just skirmished. They each threw jinxes at each other, causing the other to fall back or trip. However, after Ron hit Draco with a particularly well-placed Jelly Legs jinx, Draco became enraged and yelled, "Serpensortia." A huge snake flew from the end of Draco's wand. The crowd around Harry gasped and drew back from the stage. Ron turned pale and fell back a few steps as well. The snake slithered toward him and raised its head, preparing to strike. Without stopping to think, Harry yelled, "Stop! Get away from him!" The snake immediately stopped its advance on Ron. It turned its head toward Harry, as if it understood what the boy had said. Slowly, the snake slithered toward Harry instead. Strangely, Harry felt no fear. It was as if there was a connection between the snake and him. He just knew, in a way he couldn't explain, that the snake meant him no harm. It hissed, as it approached, "I will not hurt the man-child. I will do as you ask, speaker of the most noble of tongues." "Thank you. I appreciate it. He is my friend." The snake stopped in front of Harry. Slowly, the young boy reached out his hand to the snake. However, before he could touch it, he heard a murmur in the distance and the snake vanished. Harry looked up to see Professor Snape lowering his wand, and staring at Harry with surprise and calculation. Harry's eyes turned to Ron, to make sure that he was okay. Harry was taken aback by the almost scared look Ron was giving him. What was the matter? Ron jumped off the stage and grabbed Harry's arm, pulling him from the room. As they left, Harry noticed that the other students were silent, and staring at him strangely. As he moved past them, they all drew back from him in fear. What was going on? Ron pulled Harry into the empty Gryffindor common room. Hermione had followed them and the door shut behind her. Before Harry could speak, Ron yelled, "How come you didn't mention you can speak Parseltongue?" Harry was surprised at Ron's attacking tone. "You mean being able to speak to the snake?" At Ron's nod, he continued, "I didn't know until just now." "What's the big deal? Aren't you glad I could tell the snake to leave you alone?" "Of course, I'm glad about that. But, you don't realize, speaking Parseltongue is the mark of a dark wizard. Salazar Slytherin could speak to snakes." Harry was dumbfounded. S. Surely, he stuttered, "I'm not the only one here who can speak to snakes. There must be other wizards who can do it, too." Hermione spoke up at this. "No, Mark. Being a Parselmouth is a very uncommon talent. Ron's right. It was what Slytherin was known for." Her pale face convinced Harry more than Ron's words just how serious this was. Hermione, as a Muggleborn, didn't have the same wizarding prejudices as Ron had grown up believing. If she, too, was concerned that Harry could speak Parseltongue, this was, indeed, a big deal. Harry looked from Ron to Hermione. "I'm not a dark wizard. I'm not." "We know that, mate," agreed Ron. "But, the whole school's going to think you're Slytherin's heir." "I'm not. Salazar Slytherin lived 1,000 years ago. For all we know, you could be," said Hermione. "But, he's Muggleborn," Hermione protested Ron. "He can't be Slytherin's heir." Harry was grateful for Ron's support, but his heart sank at the thought that Ron was mistaken. Harry was not Muggleborn. Could he really be a descendant of Salazar Slytherin? He didn't want to believe it could be true. But, if it was, so what? He told himself defiantly. Aunt Petunia was his aunt, for Merlin's sake, but that didn't mean he was a git like Dudley. No one could choose their relatives. Even if Slytherin was his ancestor, it didn't matter. He, Harry, was a Gryffindor. He was meant to be a hero. His mother had believed it to be true. Someday, everyone would cheer when they saw him. He would be admired by everyone. Just like when he had defeated Voldemort at the end of first year. It was his destiny. Hermione responded, "Ron, you know that Muggleborns could have a wizard or witch in their family tree way back, unknown to them. I'm not saying that Mark is Slytherin's heir," she protested hastily, at Ron's angry look. "I'm just saying what other students will say. Mark needs to be prepared." Harry raised his chin and unconsciously stood taller. "Let them say what they will. Whether I am Slytherin's heir or not, I did not harm Filch's cat and I did not open the Chamber of Secrets. I am not a dark wizard." Ron and Hermione nodded supportively. Behind their friend's back, however, they exchanged glances. They knew what the other was thinking. When Mark stood so straight and spoke so calmly, he was like a little prince. It was easy to believe, watching him stand so regally, that he was indeed the heir of one of the founders. During the next few weeks, Harry was aware that conversations stopped when he walked by. Stares followed him down the hall and students avoided being alone with him. He knew that rumors were flying about Hogwarts and that, as Hermione predicted, many suspected that he was the heir of Slytherin. He felt Dumbledore's eyes watching him from the staff table at meal times, although he was never able to catch him. Every time Harry looked up, Dumbledore was looking elsewhere. However, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that the headmaster had been staring at him only moments before. Harry was grateful that Ron and Hermione were vocal in their support. He couldn't imagine how he would have coped without them. He also felt a wave of gratitude toward Fred, George and Ginny. They all made a point of talking to him, and sitting with him at mealtimes. Harry didn't know if Percy, Ron's eldest brother, actually believed that the younger boy was Slytherin's heir, but Percy had obviously believed it to be politic to stay away from Harry. Percy always made sure that he sat at the furthest end of the table from wherever Harry was sitting. Because Ginny sometimes sat next to him at mealtimes, Harry noticed that she was continuing to look very pale and stressed. He asked her whether she needed any help with her studies, but she said she was doing fine in her classes. Harry was concerned about her health and watched her closely. As a result, he noticed when she seemed particularly distraught one day and he followed her from the lunchroom, meaning to speak with her again. Perhaps he could convince her to see Madame Pomfrey, the school nurse. A pepper-up potion might do Ginny some good. Harry saw Ginny dart into a girl's bathroom and decided to wait until she came out. However, she came out running and Harry was distracted from following her by the wails coming from the bathroom. Feeling a bit foolish, Harry pushed open the door of the girls' bathroom and the wails became louder. "Who's there?" Harry called. "Are you all right? Can I help?" The wails subsided to muffled sobs. "What are you doing here?" "You're a boy," came a voice from inside one of the stalls. "I'm sorry," Harry said, daring to come a bit closer. "I heard crying and I thought I could help. Please, is there anything I can do?" Harry noticed that the stall from which the voice was issuing was overflowing. Water was sloshing on the floor and soon would reach the door. "Is the toilet overflowing? Is that why you're upset?" "Yes, I'm upset," yelled the voice. A girl's ghostly body passed through the closed stall door. Harry stepped back in shock and almost tripped and fell. "Do you know why the toilet's overflowing? Do you?" Harry shook his head in silence. "Because that girl threw a book at me. Do you think it's funny to throw things at me? Let's all throw books at Myrtle, because she can't feel it. 10 points if you can get it through her stomach. 50 points if it goes through her head. Well, ha ha ha. What a lovely game, I don't think." Harry made some soothing sounds. "I'm sorry, Myrtle, is it?" At the ghost's morose nod, he continued. "I'm sure the girl didn't mean to upset you. Can I help you clean up?" Myrtle sniffed and looked at Harry suspiciously. When she was convinced that he was sincere, she admitted, "You don't need to clean up. The thing got washed out, it's over there." Harry found a small black book under the sink, where Myrtle was pointing. It was a diary and, on the first page, was written, "T.M. Riddle." He rifled through the pages, but the book was blank. "Do you mind if I take this, Myrtle?" Myrtle stopped sniffing and looked at Harry more closely. She gave him a half smile. "You can take it, you're a nice boy. What's your name?" "Mark Twist. You can come visit me again, if you want." "Thank you, Myrtle. I appreciate the invitation." Harry tried a number of revealing spells on the diary, in case it was written in invisible ink or had some charm placed on it to conceal its contents, but nothing seemed to work. Finally, he decided he might as well use it himself for schoolwork. However, when he put pen to paper, the ink was soaked up into the page and disappeared. Excited, Harry hoped he had discovered the secret of how the diary worked. He wrote, "My name is Mark Twist," and watched the ink sink into the diary and vanish. A few heartbeats later, written in his own ink, the diary answered back. "Hello, Mark Twist. My name is Tom Riddle. How did you come by my diary?" "Someone tried to flush it down a toilet," Harry wrote back. "People are always trying to hide the truth. Come, let me show you the memories this diary holds. I know the truth of the Chamber of Secrets. It was opened in my 5th year and the monster within attacked several students, killing one. I caught the person who'd opened the chamber and he was expelled. The monster lived on, and the one who had the power to release it was not imprisoned. I can take you inside my memory of the night I caught the person who opened the chamber last time. Let me show you." Harry hesitated and then wrote, "Okay." The diary began to glow and the papers rustled as if blown by wind. Harry felt as if he were pulled inside the book and he watched as a 16-year-old Tom Riddle showed him the night, 50 years ago, when Tom had caught Hagrid concealing a monster in a cupboard. Harry watched, appalled but unable to change the past, as Hagrid defended the monster he had hidden, claiming that it had not killed anyone. The enormous spider ran out the door as Tom Riddle tried to stop it, and Hagrid threw himself on Tom to prevent him from hurting the monster. Harry found himself being thrust from the diary, as the memory came to a close. Harry pushed his chair back from the table on which the diary lay. He watched the book with narrowed eyes, panting a little. Hagrid had opened the Chamber of Secrets in the past. No, he didn't believe it. Tom Riddle was mistaken. Harry didn't tell anyone of the diary he had found, not even Ron or Hermione. He didn't want to tell them the story of Hagrid's monster. He didn't want them to look at Hagrid with suspicion. If Hagrid had opened the chamber in the past, it was a mistake. He wouldn't do it again. Certainly, Hagrid wouldn't try to purge the school of Muggleborns. The weeks went by and the school quieted again. People started to treat Harry more normally as it seemed that the Chamber of Secrets was staying closed. Then, Harry came back to his room one day to find that his things had been tossed around as if someone had been searching through his possessions. Looking quickly through his things, Harry realized that the diary was missing. A fellow Gryffindor had stolen the diary. No one else could have entered the Gryffindor dormitory. Ginny. But, how had she known he had the book? Grimly, Harry recalled that he had been carrying the book when his bag had spilled in the hallway the other day. Anyone seeing him then could have noticed that he had the diary. Was Ginny in the hall that day? Harry didn't remember, but she might have been. Why had she stolen the diary? To keep him from learning Hagrid's secret, of course. That's why she must have been so upset these last few months, he realized. She was worried that people would blame Hagrid for opening the Chamber of Secrets again. Should he tell her that the secret was safe with him? No, he would say nothing for now. He would only embarrass her if she knew that he was aware that she had stolen the diary from his room. He would just keep an eye on her and see what happened. Harry's worry about Ginny was driven from his mind by a new worry. Only a few days after the diary was stolen from his room, Harry was walking through the hall with Hermione, on his way back from a late night of studying at the library, when he heard a chilling voice, seeming to come from the walls themselves. Kill, rip, cheer. He froze in his tracks, and Hermione asked him, worriedly, "What's the matter?" "Don't you hear that?" he asked sharply. "What?" She looked around. The chilling voice came again. "Kill, hungry. You can't hear that," Harry demanded, taking out his wand. "I don't hear anything, Mark," Hermione answered, sounding very worried. She drew out her wand too. "What do you hear?" "I hear someone saying, 'Kill, hungry.' Someone wants to kill." "What? Do you recognize the voice? Where's it coming from?" Hermione asked. She raised her wand higher. "I've never heard that voice before. I'm sure of it. I think it's coming from the walls," said Harry. He stared hard at the walls as if he could see through them if he tried hard enough. Taking a deep breath, he took a step backwards. "We're closest to Gryffindor Tower. Let's find Professor McGonagall and tell her that something very dangerous is going on." With their wands in front of them, clutched tightly, the two made their way to Professor McGonagall's quarters. Harry knocked on the door and was relieved when Professor McGonagall answered quickly. It was still early enough in the evening that she was not yet in her dressing gown. She was worried to see two students standing at her door and asked quickly, "Twist. Granger, what's the matter?" Harry knew that his story would sound odd, but he knew what he had heard. This was too dangerous not to tell an adult. He could only hope that she would know what to do. "Professor, Hermione and I were walking back from the library when I heard a voice, coming as if from the walls, saying, 'Kill, rip, cheer, hungry.' We didn't see anyone and I don't know where the voice went, but it sounded really serious. I'm afraid someone is going to try to kill somebody. We have to do something." During his recounting of the events, Professor McGonagall had turned white, and her hand had lifted to press against her throat in alarm. "Oh, Merlin, what can this be? We need to see the headmaster right away. Come quickly." And, wasting no time, she set off towards Dumbledore's office, with Harry and Hermione following. In a short time, Harry found himself telling the story again to the headmaster. He tried not to fidget under Professor Dumbledore's piercing gaze. There was silence for a moment, after Harry finished speaking. Troubled by Dumbledore's failure to take action, Harry urged, "Please, sir. I'm not lying. I really heard a voice saying that it wanted to kill. Please, we must do something." "A voice you heard coming from the walls," repeated Dumbledore. Knowing that this sounded ridiculous, Harry nodded miserably. "And you, Miss Granger? You've been very silent. Did you think that the voice was coming from the walls, too?" Hermione cast an apologetic look at Harry. I didn't hear any voice, sir." Professor McGonagall, who was standing behind them, uttered a shocked, "What?" Dumbledore, however, just sat up straighter in his chair and his eyes seemed to pierce Harry's even more sharply. "You were standing right next to Mr. Twist, and yet you didn't hear any voice." "Yes," Hermione admitted. "I have heard, Mr. Twist, that you speak Parseltongue," said Professor Dumbledore. Harry stiffened. Was this an accusation that he was a dark wizard? Didn't they understand that someone was going to try to kill somebody? Did they think that, because he was a Parselmouth, he would lie about such a thing? Yes, sir, said Harry, tightly, holding on to his temper. Is there any chance, Mr. Twist, that the voice you heard was that of a snake? Harry froze. Now that he cast his memory back to the voice he had heard, it was completely possible that Dumbledore was right. Yes, sir, Harry said excitedly. I can't be sure, of course. But, maybe, that would explain why I could hear the voice but Hermione couldn't. Harry felt a wave of relief. He hadn't had time to dwell on the fear, but a small voice in his head had wondered whether he was going crazy to be hearing a voice that no one else heard. If you heard a snake, it's completely possible that one may have wandered into the castle and is looking for a mouse to eat. You could have heard it seeking its dinner. Harry thought this over and agreed that it was a logical explanation. Yes, sir. But, I will alert the heads of house, promised Dumbledore. If there is any danger, I want the students back in their common rooms and everyone accounted for. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Twist, for letting us know what you had heard. Professor McGonagall will escort you and Miss Granger back to Gryffindor Common Room now. And, as Harry and Hermione followed Professor McGonagall back to their rooms, they heard Dumbledore's magnified voice issue throughout the castle, advising students to return to their common room right away. Well, thought Harry, if there is some crazed person out there, looking to kill, everyone should be safe tonight. Everyone wondered why they had been ordered to their common room, but Harry and Hermione didn't say a word. So, while rumors abounded, no one knew that Harry had heard a disembodied voice threatening to kill. Hermione spent the next few weeks researching everything she could about snakes. Her research uncovered information about a monstrous snake called a basilisk. She believed, and Harry was inclined to agree with her, that the monster in the Chamber of Secrets was a basilisk. Legend had it that looking into the eyes of the basilisk was deadly. But, looking into its eyes through a reflection, such as a mirror, would result in petrification. Since Mrs. Norris had been petrified, Harry agreed that it was possible that the snake he had heard coming from the walls was the voice of a basilisk. And, if the monster in the Chamber of Secrets was a basilisk, Hagrid was innocent. The enormous spider that Tom Riddle had discovered Hagrid hiding was not from the chamber. But, how to prove this? Only a few weeks before the end of term, Harry noticed that Ginny was starting to look very pale again. Should he tell her that he knew that Hagrid was innocent? But, how could he explain without telling her that he thought he had heard a basilisk speaking in the walls of Hogwarts? And, then, something occurred that made Harry wish he had taken Ginny into his confidence. Walking to the Quidditch pitch with his housemates to see a game, they heard Professor McGonagall's voice, magnified as Dumbledore's had been just weeks before, sounding throughout the castle. All students are to return to their common room immediately. Harry hurried back to the castle and, in the common room, met Professor McGonagall. She was shaking slightly and her voice was hoarse. She looked over the assembled students and her eyes lingered on the Weasley brothers. Harry noticed that Ginny was not there and hoped that she would not get into trouble for not having returned to the common room when ordered. It is with great regret that I have to tell you all that a tragedy has befallen the school. We will be arranging for everyone to be sent home tomorrow, as the school is no longer safe. The students looked at each other in shock. Many of the children asked, "What do you mean, not safe? What has happened?" Professor McGonagall had to hold her hand up to restore quiet. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened and the monster has taken a student into the chamber itself. Gasps filled the room. In response to the unspoken question, Professor McGonagall announced, her voice breaking, "Ginny Weasley." The Weasley brothers all yelled, "No!" Fred and George tried to leave the common room, but Professor McGonagall told them that they couldn't leave. No one knows where the Chamber of Secrets is. Where would you even go? They had no response to this and, angrily, pummeled the chair to relieve their tension. Ron buried his head in his hands, grieving. Percy just kept muttering, "Ginny," under his breath. Harry didn't know what to do. This was his fault. He had known that Ginny had been upset about something. He should have kept a closer eye on her. Now, she was in the Chamber of Secrets wherever that was and at the mercy of a basilisk. Was there any chance she was still alive? That diary Ginny had found held the answers. Yes, Tom Riddle had been wrong that Hagrid had opened the chamber before, but it was Tom's diary that had been upsetting Ginny. It just couldn't be a coincidence that a diary that told lies about the Chamber of Secrets was in the possession of the one student snatched by the monster and taken into the chamber. But, how did knowing that the diary was a clue help him to find out who had opened the chamber or where it was? He could think of nothing. In desperation, he decided to visit Myrtle again. Perhaps, when Ginny had tried flushing the book down the toilet, she had said something, anything, that would help him now. Harry waited until most of the common room was empty before he tried to leave. Even Ron had finally taken himself off to bed. Harry was immediately stopped by Percy, the prefect. "I'm sorry, Mark. No one's allowed to leave the common room. You heard what Professor McGonagall said." "Yes, Percy, I know. But, there's something I need to tell Professor Dumbledore right away. Something that might help him find Ginny." "What? What do you want to tell him?" "I can't tell you. I have to speak with Dumbledore." Percy looked at Harry suspiciously. "Are you the heir of Slytherin?" he demanded, roughly. "Did you take my sister?" "No." Harry was shocked that Percy could think this. "I would never hurt Ginny. Never." "What's going on here?" demanded Fred and George, who had noticed Percy speaking with Harry. "He said he knows something that can help Ginny and he needs to see Dumbledore," explained Percy, waving his hand toward Harry. "What do you know?" demanded Fred, his eyes lighting up. I can't tell you," said Harry. Fred looked ready to wring it out of the younger boy by force, but George put a restraining hand on Fred's shoulder. George said, in a would-be calm voice, "What do you know, Mark?" The edge in his voice made clear that he, too, was ready to resort to violence if Harry didn't speak up. "I know," said a voice from behind the boys. The Weasley brothers turned around and saw Hermione standing at the bottom of the stairs to the girls' dormitory, in her night robe. "What?" demanded the three brothers. As they strode over to Hermione, Harry took the opportunity to duck out the door. He knew that Hermione would tell them that she and Mark had figured out that the monster was a basilisk. Despite what Harry had told Percy, he did not try to find Dumbledore. What was the point of telling Dumbledore that he thought the monster was a basilisk? He needed to know where the Chamber of Secrets was. Outside the girls' bathroom that Myrtle haunted, Harry saw the message left by the heir of Slytherin written in blood on the wall, underneath the first message. "Her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever. No." Harry hurried inside the bathroom and called for Myrtle. "Oh, hi," Myrtle said shyly. Even though he had been looking for her, Harry jumped when she appeared. Ghosts were always so startling, the way they just popped out of walls and things. "I was hoping you'd come back to visit. Myrtle, I really need your help. A girl, Ginny Weasley, is missing and we all think she's been taken into the Chamber of Secrets. When she came here before, to flush the diary down the toilet, did she say anything at all, that might indicate where the Chamber of Secrets might be?" Myrtle looked annoyed. "She was the girl who flushed the diary down my toilet." "Yes, Myrtle, but she really didn't mean to upset you. She was trying to get rid of the diary because she thought it told lies. Please can't you help?" "Well," Myrtle pouted and whined, "she didn't say anything to me. Not everyone's like you, taking time to speak with a ghost. I guess they think they're too good for me. So, she didn't say anything. You don't have any idea where the Chamber of Secrets might be." Harry was so disappointed, he could taste it. He knew that there was a very slim chance that Myrtle would be of help, but he so desperately wanted her to know something, it was devastating that she didn't. "I didn't say that," said Myrtle, coyly. "I said that girl didn't say anything to me. But, I do know where she went." "What?" Myrtle smirked, pleased by Harry's reaction. "Yes. I saw her open the sink over there and go inside a tunnel." Harry followed Myrtle's pointing finger and saw a large sink. He examined it closely and saw a tiny snake engraved on the side of one of the copper taps. Taking a breath, Harry looked closely at the snake, tried to imagine it was real, and said, "Open up." Immediately, the sink sank into the floor and a wide pipe was exposed. "Hey, that's the strange language she used to open the sink," said Myrtle. "That's also how the boy sounded who opened the sink when I was killed 50 years ago." "What are you speaking?" Harry turned around to face Myrtle. You mean you were killed 50 years ago, by the boy who opened this sink? Yes, said Myrtle. What did the boy look like? I didn't see his face. I just heard his voice, speaking the same language you just spoke. Myrtle, I'm going into the chamber to try to find Ginny Weasley. Can you please find Professor Dumbledore and tell him where the chamber is and that I've gone in here? Oh, I don't know, said Myrtle doubtfully. Ghosts aren't supposed to bother the headmaster. I promise you, Professor Dumbledore will be glad you told him. When Myrtle still seemed unsure, Harry said cleverly, you will be the most important ghost in Hogwarts, Myrtle. No one else knows where the chamber is. Myrtle shimmered brightly. You're right, I'll do it. And, without waiting any longer, she turned and left the bathroom, disappearing through the side wall. Harry held his wand out in front of him, like a flashlight, took a breath and jumped into the dark pipe. Harry slid down the pipe for a long time. He judged he was miles under the school, most probably under the lake. When he finally slid out of the end of the pipe, his feet crunched dead rat skulls. He could only pray that he wouldn't find Ginny like this. After walking down a long corridor, Harry came to a solid wall, into which intertwining stone serpents had been carved. Again, imagining them to be alive, Harry whispered, "Open," in Parseltongue. The wall parted and Harry walked into a huge chamber. Expecting at any minute to be confronting a basilisk, Harry was shaking as he entered the chamber. At the far end, he saw a small, robed figure lying on the ground, at the feet of a large stone statue of a wizard. The red hair spilling onto the ground identified the unconscious form as Ginny before Harry was able to even see her face. Harry ran to her side and, falling to his knees, placed his wand on the ground so he could turn her over. He didn't notice the wand rolling away. He was focused entirely on the young girl at his side. Harry searched frantically for a pulse. "Ginny, please wake up." "She won't wake," said a soft voice. Harry jumped and turned around. Tom Riddle was leaning against a column. It was strange, but Harry felt as if he were seeing Tom through a haze. Tom Riddle, how can you be here? I am a memory. I don't understand." But, without waiting for an answer, Harry continued, "Please help me. The basilisk may come at any minute and I've got to get Ginny out of here." "The basilisk won't come until I call it." "What do you mean?" "I've been wanting to speak with you, Mark Twist. Ginny told me all about how you killed Quirrell and defeated the Dark Lord last year. She admires you greatly. She poured her soul into my diary and I, in turn, poured my soul back into her. The soul of my 16-year-old self that I had preserved in the diary I had created while at Hogwarts, in order to protect the secret of how to open the Chamber of Secrets." Tom smirked. "Have you not guessed, Mark Twist? Ginny was the one who opened the Chamber of Secrets. Of course, I was controlling her at the time. I made her write her farewell message on the wall. What a silly girl. How tiresome listening to her cry." Harry felt his temper rise, but he held his tongue, knowing that he should learn as much as he could. He was all too aware that Tom was holding his wand. He should have been more careful. He had let his guard down for a brief moment and had lost his wand. If he and Ginny were to have any chance of escaping, he would need to be smarter from now on. Tom continued, "She told me that you have been concerned about her all year, that you've been watching her. I brought Ginny here because I knew that you would follow her and I wanted to speak with you." "Why did you want to speak with me?" Harry asked, puzzled. "A Muggleborn. Yet, you speak Parseltongue. Ginny told me how the whole school was buzzing with the news. She is angry that they think you might be the next Dark Lord. The powerful Mark Twist who defeated Voldemort last year. How did you do it?" Suddenly, Tom's voice sharpened. He leaned forward and his eyes pierced Harry's. "How did a Muggleborn defeat the great Lord Voldemort?" "Why do you care?" asked Harry. "Voldemort was after your time." "Voldemort is my past, present and future," said Tom. He waved Harry's wand and the name, Tom Marvolo Riddle, appeared, floating in the air. With another wave of the wand, the letters changed positions and formed the words, "I am Lord Voldemort." "You see, I had no intention of keeping the name of my filthy Muggle father. I have the noble blood of Salazar Slytherin in my veins, through my mother's side. I fashioned a new name while I was at Hogwarts, a name that I knew wizards would one day fear to speak, when I had become the greatest sorcerer in the world. So, Mark Twist, before I kill you, and use Ginny's soul to be reborn again as my 16-year-old self, tell me how you managed to defeat Voldemort. Harry knew that he didn't have a chance of defeating Tom, but he must try. How? Tom was holding his wand. Even if he could retrieve it, Tom was a more accomplished wizard than Harry and would surely be able to overpower him. But, time was running out. He could tell that Tom's shape was becoming sharper, and that Ginny seemed to be turning whiter and more waxen. I must keep calm, Harry told himself, and hope that Myrtle alerts Dumbledore quickly and that Dumbledore arrives in time to save us all. Relying on instinct, the younger boy decided to try to anger Tom. Angry people make mistakes, Harry thought. You want to know how I defeated Voldemort last year? He asked. It wasn't hard. You were just a wreck. You were barely alive, ugly and foul. You had to live on the back of the head of a mediocre wizard. And, I was 11. So, no problem. After all, you were killed by a baby when you were in your prime. What? Whispered Tom, in disbelief and fury. Yes, taunted Harry. Didn't Ginny tell you the story of Harry Potter? Just a baby. You tried to kill him but your curse rebounded and hit you instead. You were destroyed and wandered without a body until you were able to find a wizard willing to let you stick out of the back of his head. What a joke. The greatest sorcerer in the world. You lie. Harry just smirked. Furious, Tom yelled, Avada Kedavra, and a green light shot toward Harry. Okay, maybe I made him too angry, Harry thought as he ducked and the spell hit the stone statue behind him. A huge hole appeared in the right leg of the huge statue. Recalled to himself, Tom muttered, Yes. I'll teach you a little lesson. I will let my little pet show you the powers of Lord Voldemort, heir of Salazar Slytherin. Looking into the stone face of Slytherin, Tom said in Parseltongue, Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four. While Tom was speaking to the statue, Harry had bent down to Ginny's prone figure again. He felt inside her robes and held his breath until he found what he was looking for, her wand. From inside the statue came the sound of rustling and the basilisk slithered into sight. Harry closed his eyes tightly and, pointing the wand in the direction where he knew the basilisk was emerging from the statue, yelled the conjunctivitis hex. He heard a roaring of pain and, daring to open his eyes, saw that the basilisk, huge beyond belief, was waving its head in agony, as its lids closed over its inflamed eyes. Kill the boy, Tom yelled. Sniff. Smell him. But, the basilisk was writhing in agony and was beyond listening to Tom. The beast was out of control and, when its tail came close to crushing him, Tom seemed to realize that he was in as much danger from the creature as Harry. Tom pointed Harry's wand at the basilisk and yelled, Avada Kedavra. The monster fell to the ground, dead. It had all happened so quickly. Tom seemed shocked at having had to kill his pet. Before Tom could recover, Harry pointed the wand at Tom, who was still staring in disbelief at the basilisk, and yelled, Expelliarmus. Harry's wand flew from Tom's hand and Harry caught it with his left hand. Tom's eyes flared, with a hint of red darting in and out. Not speaking, Tom strode to the basilisk. At first, Harry thought that Tom was just so upset at the creature's death, that he was stroking it farewell. However, when Tom turned around, Harry realized that the older boy had reached inside the basilisk's mouth to pull out a large fang. Before Harry could shout any spell, Tom had pulled back his arm and flung the fang like a sword at Harry. The fang sank deep into Harry's arm, just above the elbow. I'm going to sit here and watch you die, Mark Twist. Take your time, I'm in no hurry. Harry felt dizzy and he collapsed next to Ginny. As he fell, he felt the edge of Tom Riddle's diary, which had been poking out of a pocket in Ginny's robes, dig into his leg. Without thinking, Harry pulled the fang from his arm and plunged it into the diary. Tom gave a loud, shrill scream. Ink poured out of the diary, soaking Harry's robes and dripping onto the floor next to him. Within moments, Tom was gone and Ginny stirred. Harry felt his head become mushier and he felt himself start to lose consciousness. From a distance he heard a comforting trill. He recognized that sound. He had heard it before in Dumbledore's office. Fox. Dumbledore must be coming. Harry felt Fawkes land next to him and, then, strangely, the bird was crying and its tears landed on the wound left by the basilisk. Harry watched in amazement as the wound healed, leaving no scar. "Mark, Ginny," it was Dumbledore's voice. "We're here, Professor," Harry called, and, smiling at Ginny, who was crying weakly and struggling to sit up, he waited for Dumbledore to arrive. An exhausted Harry sat quietly in a chair in Professor McGonagall's office as Dumbledore bade Mr. and Mrs. Weasley goodbye. Ginny's parents had been called to the school when their daughter had been captured by the monster, and had been with Professor McGonagall, the head of Ginny's house, when Dumbledore had returned with the children from the Chamber of Secrets. The Weasleys had been beyond ecstatic at the safe return of their daughter and had thanked Mark Twist repeatedly. Ginny had thanked Harry too, but mostly she just cried. Harry had explained that Ginny had been possessed by the spirit of Tom Riddle, somehow living within the diary. The Weasleys had been shocked to learn that Riddle was a young Lord Voldemort, but Dumbledore had confirmed that this was true. After the explanations had been given, the Weasleys left to take Ginny to the hospital wing for Madame Pomfrey to take a close look at her, and to tell their sons the news of Ginny's safe return. At Dumbledore's request, Professor McGonagall had left to tell the kitchens that a feast was to be held that night. When Harry started to leave the office as well, Dumbledore requested that Harry remain behind for a moment. When Dumbledore sat back down in his chair and gazed quietly at Harry, Harry thought he felt a strange buzzing in his head, similar to the feeling he had experienced during the sorting ceremony when he had wondered whether the Ministry of Magic representative was trying to read his mind. Harry automatically shook his head and gave a sort of mental push to stop the sensation. The buzzing stopped and Dumbledore leaned back in his chair. Harry gazed back at the older man, suspiciously. The headmaster had been trying to read his mind. He was sure of it. "Mark, the school owes you a debt of gratitude. You saved Ginny Weasley's life and rid Hogwarts of the danger within the Chamber of Secrets. You will receive a special award for services to the school." "Thank you, sir," said Harry, cautiously. He would have liked to leave the office as quickly as possible, because he didn't entirely trust the headmaster not to try to read his mind again. But there was something he had to mention first. "Professor Dumbledore, Tom Riddle showed me how he made everyone believe that Hagrid had opened the Chamber of Secrets in the past, and that Hagrid was expelled because of this. Now we know that Hagrid was innocent." Dumbledore smiled, pleased. "Yes, Mark, we will make sure that Hagrid's name is cleared. That is yet another debt that we owe you." Harry couldn't wait to tell Hagrid the good news. Hoping to draw his meeting with Dumbledore to a close, he stood up to leave. Before he could say goodbye, the door to the chamber opened violently and Lucius Malfoy entered, simmering with fury. Huddled behind Mr. Malfoy was a strange little creature, cowering. Harry had never seen one before, but he recognized a house elf from pictures he had seen. "Good evening, Lucius," said Dumbledore in a calm voice. The other man ignored the pleasantry. "I heard that a monster was loose in the school, placing our children in mortal peril, and yet you have not seen fit to close the school and send the children home. I want to see my son immediately. I'll be taking him home." "You are behind in the news, Lucius. The monster, a basilisk, has been killed and the school is completely safe." Mr. Malfoy was clearly taken aback by the news, but he regrouped quickly. "I am pleased, of course, to learn that the school is safe. I don't understand how such a danger could have existed in the school without your having been aware of it," he criticized. "The basilisk was in hibernation for many years. It was released by Lord Voldemort, acting through somebody else, Arthur Weasley's daughter, Ginny. By means of this diary." Dumbledore held up the book, now rather the worse for wear after having been stabbed through its heart by the basilisk fang. "A clever plan," continued Dumbledore, "because Arthur is known for his pro-Muggle stance. If it were learned that his daughter was attacking Muggleborns, it would have destroyed his family and undermined legislation for Muggle protection." The little elf caught Harry's eye. It was a pathetic creature, battered and bruised. It was clear that he was not well treated by the Malfoys. The elf pointed to the diary and then to Lucius Malfoy. Strangely, the creature then punched himself in the head. He repeated this strange dance a few times and, finally, Harry understood. The elf was trying to tell him that his master was connected to the diary. Suddenly, Harry recalled that Mr. Malfoy had taken Ginny's books from her in Diagon Alley, the day he and the Weasleys had purchased their school supplies. How easy it would have been for Mr. Malfoy to have placed the diary among Ginny's books when he had returned them to her. Harry nodded to the elf, showing that he understood his silent message. Harry was relieved to see the elf stop hurting himself. Mr. Malfoy swallowed and said stiffly, "It is fortunate that the diary was obviously destroyed." "By whom, may I ask?" "By Mark Twist, here." Dumbledore gestured toward Harry, standing off to the side. Mr. Malfoy regarded Harry in silence, his eyes narrowed coldly. "Ah, Mark Twist. You are the Muggleborn I met in Diagon Alley." "Yes, sir," said Harry. "The day you gave the diary to Ginny Weasley." Mr. Malfoy clenched his hands into fists. "Prove it," he hissed. "Oh, no one will be able to do that," said Dumbledore. "But, I would advise you, Lucius, not to give out any more of Lord Voldemort's old school things." Mr. Malfoy glared at Dumbledore and then turned to his house elf and said, "We're going, Dobby." He kicked the elf through the door, and they could hear Dobby cry out in pain as Mr. Malfoy's footsteps faded down the corridor. "Professor Dumbledore," cried Harry. "He kicked that elf. How can he do that? Why didn't you stop him?" Dumbledore sighed, sadly. "It's a terrible crime how wizards treat our magical brethren. A house elf like Dobby is basically enslaved to the family he serves. That family can treat him any way they please. Many wizards are kind to their elves but, unfortunately, the Malfoys are not." Harry was appalled. Can nothing be done? How can he be freed? The only way for a house elf to be freed is for his master to give him clothes. "I'm afraid there's nothing we can do." Harry couldn't believe it. He recalled all too vividly how his uncle and cousin would hit him and how no one intervened. It was the same thing. He couldn't stand by and let someone else be hurt and just shrug his shoulders and say he couldn't do anything. Harry's eyes fell on the diary and he had an idea. "Professor Dumbledore, can I give that diary back to Mr. Malfoy, please?" "Certainly," said the headmaster, somewhat surprised. Harry grabbed the diary and, rushing out of the office, ran to catch up with Mr. Malfoy. Right before he caught up with him, Harry pulled off his sock, stuffed it into the diary, and put his shoe back on. "Mr. Malfoy," he called. The older man turned at his name. With his nose curled in a sneer, he waited for Harry to approach him. "You forgot this," Harry gasped, and he shoved the book into Mr. Malfoy's hand. Mr. Malfoy opened the book, saw the sock, threw it away, and stared in anger at the diary. He raised his eyes to Harry and said softly, "You had better watch your step, Mr. Twist. Not everyone is as fond of Muggleborns as the Weasleys or Dumbledore." He turned to leave and called, "Come, Dobby." But, the house elf didn't obey. "Master has given Dobby a sock," the elf uttered in amazement, staring at the sock he had caught. "Dobby is free." Mr. Malfoy stared in disbelief at his elf. Then, turning to Harry, he shouted, "You've lost me my servant, boy." He strode toward Harry with his hands curled in anticipation of throttling the boy, but Dobby thrust himself in front of the furious man. "You shall not harm Mark Twist." Dobby pointed his finger at Mr. Malfoy and, with some sort of elf magic, tossed his former master into the air. "You shall go now," demanded Dobby. With no choice, Mr. Malfoy left, casting a burning stare at Harry, which promised retribution. Harry shivered. "You freed Dobby," cried the elf. "I wish I could free all elves," said Harry. "No one should ever be abused. And I won't stand by and watch it happen. You are a great wizard. Dobby will not forget your kindness." Dobby hugged Harry tightly. Unsure what to do, Harry patted the elf awkwardly. Sobbing, the elf bade goodbye, and disappeared with a loud crack. Harry stared in surprise at the place where the elf had been. He had thought that no one could apparate within Hogwarts walls but, obviously, elf magic was different from wizard magic. With a tired yawn, Harry wondered whether he had enough energy to enjoy the feast. It had been a very long day. Oh, well, he could sleep another time. He made his way toward the Great Hall, to join his friends. Dumbledore watched the young boy leave the office to run after Lucius Malfoy, to attempt to free the house elf, if he were not mistaken. What an interesting child, the headmaster thought. The boy cares about house elves and he obviously risked his life to save the Weasley girl. So, kind and brave. But, one could not overlook the odd coincidence. That, of all the students at Hogwarts, the Riddle Diary had found its way into Mark Twist's hands. A boy who had confronted Voldemort just the year before. Why was Voldemort drawn to the boy? A boy who spoke Parseltongue. While the headmaster didn't necessarily believe that all Parselmouths were dark wizards, it was true that this talent was very rare. He would bet that the last Parselmouth at Hogwarts had been Tom Riddle himself, a descendant of Slytherin. Could Mark Twist unknowingly be a descendant of Slytherin, as well? Was he a relative of Voldemort's? It might make sense to make some inquiries into the boy's parentage. A Muggleborn. Perhaps, there was a witch or wizard a generation or two in the past. He would look into it. However, before Dumbledore took any steps to look into Mark Twist's background, something occurred to drive all thought of the boy's parentage out of his mind. Harry Potter was found. The beginning of the summer was basically a repeat of the previous year for Harry, back at his old job, living in his old boarding house. Harry had hoped to stay with Ron again during at least part of the summer. However, Arthur Weasley won some money in an office pool at the ministry and the family decided to use the money on a trip to Egypt to visit the eldest son, Bill, who was working there as a curse breaker for Gringotts. Harry tried to be happy for Ron, but it was hard not to feel extremely jealous. The Weasleys looked so happy in the newspaper photograph taken of the family which Ron had enclosed in the letter he had sent Harry explaining the family's good fortune. Even Ron's pet rat, Scabbers, perched on Ron's shoulder in the picture, got to visit Egypt. And he, Harry, was stuck bussing tables during the summer. However, the disappointment over not being able to visit Ron during the summer faded to the back of Harry's mind when he received Hermione's birthday letter. Hermione's letter had enclosed the expected birthday greetings. But, she had added a postscript that rocked Harry's world. Mark, I suspect that you don't receive any news of the wizarding world during the summer. I have a subscription to the Daily Prophet. You won't believe the amazing thing that happened. Harry Potter has been found. I'm enclosing the article all about it. See you in September. What? Harry's yell was so loud, that the owl that had brought him Hermione's letter let out a shrill squawk. Squirrels nearby froze and then raced for their treetop homes. Luckily, there were no people around as Harry was always careful to find an out-of-the-way site to transform into his younger Mark Twist self, to wait for any owls that might be looking to deliver a letter to the now 13-year-old boy. Harry dropped Hermione's letter and turned impatiently to the enclosed article. He tried to read it so fast, it made no sense to him. He forced himself to slow down. The headline, screaming, Harry Potter found, took up almost half the page. Underneath the headline, taking up the rest of the page, was the picture of a young boy, with dark hair and brown eyes. He was good-looking but his narrowed eyes and unsmiling mouth detracted a bit from his looks. Turning to a second sheet, Harry began reading the article about the miraculous discovery of Harry Potter. The Boy Who Lived Lives. By Rita Skeeter. The wizarding world rejoiced today as the boy who lived was found, unharmed and in good health. While Harry Potter was not forthcoming about the details surrounding his disappearance, an unnamed ministry official revealed exclusively to this reporter that Harry had apparently been in the United States during the last 2 years. This explains the hint of an American accent that sometimes can be heard in his speech. This anonymous source reported, "He was hiding in an alleyway when we first found him. We had received some reports of suspected underage magic and we went to check it out. We found this boy who was obviously living on the streets. He tried to run away but we were able to corner him. He said his name was Peter Jensen. He had blonde hair and blue eyes. But, we thought to ourselves, what if it's Harry Potter? After all, there aren't too many wizard kids that need to be hiding, right? So, we checked to see if he was using a glamour charm and he was. His hair and eyes turned dark brown. So, of course, we knew who we had found. We were that excited. We took him straight back to the ministry and he met with the minister himself. Albus Dumbledore came to interview the boy, too. At first, the boy denied that he's Harry Potter. But, then he started to admit he might be. Everyone was asking why he had run away and where has he been hiding. He wouldn't say much. Of course, we all wondered about what happened to his scar. Finally, Harry said he was afraid that it would give him away, so he had a wizard in the States cast a strong disillusionment charm on it directly, so that it stayed hidden even when the glamour charm was lifted. The minister wanted to have the disillusionment charm lifted too, but the boy became very upset. So, they decided to let it alone. Dumbledore apologized to Harry for having left him with his relatives. The boy didn't say much, but he nodded as if he understood. Everyone was so happy to see him that, after a while, you could see that Harry was starting to relax. So, what will happen to Harry Potter now? Is the ministry to be trusted to protect the boy who lived? Well, Harry is being kept under close watch now and is expected to attend Hogwarts in the fall. I am sure that I speak for all of us when I say that we will be keeping an eye on the ministry to make sure that it does right by our little savior. Welcome home, Mr. Potter. See page 5 for history of Harry Potter's defeat of He Who Must Not Be Named. Harry could barely believe his eyes. He had to read the article through twice to understand what had happened. Turning back to the picture of the boy, Harry studied his face carefully. Harry had been the victim of abuse himself and he thought he could recognize the signs in this boy as well. The mistrust deep in his eyes, the air of waiting for something bad to happen, the strained expression in the face. Harry suspected that this fake Harry Potter was actually a runaway. Probably from the States, but pretending to be British. The boy had decided to take advantage of being mistaken for Harry Potter. And, really, Harry could hardly blame him. If the boy was able to convince people that he wasn't Harry Potter, then they would obviously start to ask who he was. If he was in hiding, the last thing he wanted was for anyone to be looking into his real identity. Harry wasn't sure how he felt about this pretender. Harry, had adopted a false identity too. But, while he wasn't using his real name, he felt irritated that someone else would use it instead. He tried to be rational about the situation by telling himself that this false Harry would actually make him, the real Harry, safer. Any Death Eaters out there looking to kill Harry would focus on this boy instead. But, no matter how he tried to put a positive spin on this development, Harry couldn't help feeling that this boy had stolen something very valuable from him. Harry didn't see Ron or Hermione again until on board the Hogwarts Express, heading back to another school year. The train seemed particularly crowded and they had a difficult time finding a compartment free. Finally, they decided to share a compartment with a man sleeping in the corner. His luggage label proclaimed the sleeping man to be Professor R.J. Lupin, who they surmised must be their new defense against the dark arts teacher. Trying not to wake Professor Lupin, the three friends chattered eagerly about the events of their summer. Having exhausted his tales of Egypt, Ron brought up the topic Harry was dying to discuss. Leaning back casually in his seat, Ron said idly, "I wonder what Harry Potter's like. He'll be in our year and, if he's sorted into Gryffindor, he'll be sharing our dorm room. Won't that be fabulous?" Harry tried to keep his voice even as he replied, "It would be great. He's probably on the train, right? Why don't we go find him and say hello?" "Harry's already at Hogwarts," answered Ron. "He's been there since he was found. Hogwarts is the safest place for him, what with Sirius Black after him and all." Hermione gasped. "Sirius Black? What makes you think that he's after Harry? I overheard my dad telling my mom that, right before Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban, the guards heard him muttering, 'He's at Hogwarts.' Obviously, that's why Black escaped. To find Harry Potter, now that he's turned up again." "What are you talking about? Who's Sirius Black?" asked Harry. At first, Ron looked scandalized that Harry didn't know, but then remembered that his friend didn't receive the Daily Prophet during the summer. He gave Harry a quick summary of current events. Sirius Black was a Death Eater who was caught after you-know-who was defeated by Harry Potter. He blew up a street, killing a dozen Muggles and a wizard before he was captured. He's been at the wizard prison, Azkaban, for the past 12 years. However, right after Potter was found, Black escaped from Azkaban. No one knows how. It's never been done before. The ministry has been going crazy trying to find him. My father's had to put in long hours responding to false alarms." "I thought your father worked in the misuse of Muggle artifacts department," said Hermione. "Why would he be looking for Black?" Everyone has been pulled into the search, explained Ron. Not that anything's turned up, though. Black has vanished completely, but they know where he's going. He's after Harry Potter. So, the school will be under heavy guard this year. There are even going to be. Ron looked in the corner to check that the teacher was still asleep, and whispered dramatically, Dementors guarding the school. No, breathed Hermione. Dumbledore wouldn't permit it. Ron was satisfied with Hermione's reaction. He didn't want to, but he agreed. After all, he can't have anything happen to Potter on his watch, can he? He's already gotten a lot of flack for having left Potter with those abusive relatives and then for losing him for so long. Dumbledore will do whatever he has to do to keep Potter safe. Vaguely remembering some information he had read, Harry asked tentatively, Dementors are the guards of Azkaban. Ron nodded. They are horrible creatures. They beat the happiness from people. They say that, if the Dementors catch Black, they have permission to give him a key asterisk. This means that they can beat the soul from his body. That's awful, said Harry and Hermione in unison. Ron shrugged. He's a dangerous criminal. I guess they're afraid that, if he's found, he could just escape again. Anyway, because of him, Potter's been at Hogwarts for the last few weeks. He's probably being tutored because he hasn't been attending school the last few years, now has he? He won't be able to join our grade unless he can catch up. As the friends lapsed into a companionable silence, Harry wondered about Sirius Black. As he had feared when he had first learned of his history, a Death Eater was looking to kill Harry Potter. This was one of the reasons that he had chosen to disguise himself. It seemed odd that another boy was perhaps in danger, as a result of claiming to be Harry Potter. Harry told himself that this other boy had chosen to steal his name and deserved whatever he got. But, he didn't feel comfortable knowing that another person might be harmed because a killer was really looking for him. Harry comforted himself with thoughts that Dumbledore would protect the pretender. And, one silver lining in having a fake Harry Potter running around was that Harry suspected that it would attract attention away from Mark Twist. Harry had worried that he was attracting too much attention in the last few years. He had wanted to keep a low profile, but killing Quirrell and defeating Voldemort in his first year, and then speaking Parseltongue and defeating a teenage Voldemort in his second year, was not the way to go about it. Suddenly, the train lurched to a halt and the lights went out. What's wrong? Asked Ron. We're not at Hogwarts yet, said Hermione. The door of the compartment opened and, in the darkness, Neville Longbottom stumbled inside, falling over their feet. Ginny Weasley also felt her way into the compartment, wanting the protection of both her brother and Mark Twist, who had been her savior the year before. The children jostled for position and gave cries of pain when an elbow was jabbed into a side, or toes were stepped upon. Quiet, ordered a deep voice. Professor Lupin had awoken. He muttered a spell and a dim light lit the compartment. The children looked at each other nervously as the train seemed to get colder and a strange depression fell upon them. The door of the compartment slowly opened again. A cloaked figure appeared in the door frame. Although its face was hidden, Harry glimpsed a skeletal hand for a moment, before it, too, was pulled beneath the cloak. The creature took a deep breath and, as it inhaled, seemed to beat the warmth from the room. Harry felt as if he had been plunged into icy water. His limbs turned heavy and non-responsive and he felt his brain become foggy. From a distance, he heard his aunt say, I can no longer deny that you are evil and I will not pollute my family anymore with your presence. I want you out of here. Vying with his aunt for attention, he heard his uncle shouting, Boy! You are a freak and you should never have been born. You're lucky we took you in because no one else would ever want you. Mark, are you all right? Harry shook his head and opened his eyes. He was lying on the floor and, shakily, with Ron supporting his shoulders, he sat up and then climbed back into his seat. He felt sick. Dimly, he realized that the train was moving again. Are you okay? Asked Ron. Harry nodded slowly, and swallowed hard. What happened? He whispered. That was a Dementor, explained Professor Lupin, breaking off a piece of chocolate from a bar he held in his hand, and handing it to Harry. It was checking the train to make sure that Sirius Black wasn't hiding somewhere. Harry took the piece of chocolate and stared at it as if he had never seen a piece of chocolate before. Eat it, urged the professor. It will help you recover from the effects of the Dementor. Now, please excuse me, but I need to speak with the conductor." After he left, Harry's friends crowded around him and he assured them again that he was okay. "But, did any of you pass out, like me?" They shook their heads. "But, it was awful," Ron admitted. "I felt like I would never be cheerful again." Neville nodded in agreement. "It was so cold. It was horrible." Harry did not feel comforted. Why was he affected so much more than the other kids? Distractedly, he took a bite of the chocolate and was surprised that it really did make him feel better. It acted like hot chocolate, spreading warmth throughout his body. A short time later, they arrived at Hogsmeade and took the horseless carriage up to Hogwarts Castle. Peering out of the carriage as they passed through the gates, Harry saw 2 Dementors standing guard. The intense cold started to cloud his mind again, and Harry quickly leaned back inside the carriage, and waited for the sickness to pass as they left the Dementors behind and entered Hogwarts grounds. As Harry stepped down from the carriage, he heard the hated drawl of Draco Malfoy. "Is it true you fainted, Twist? You actually fainted? I guess it's your weak Muggle blood showing." He would have said more, but he noticed Professor Lupin approaching and obviously thought better of continuing to bait Harry when a teacher could overhear. Harry refused to respond. Ignoring Malfoy, he shoved his way inside the castle and made his way to the Great Hall. He sat down at the Gryffindor table, eager to forget about Dementors and focus on the feast. He noticed that Hermione wasn't there and asked Ron where she was. Unconcerned, Ron shrugged and said that Professor McGonagall had wanted to see her for a minute. Hermione arrived back at the table a short time later and confirmed that McGonagall had just wanted to speak with her about her course schedule. The sorting ceremony took place quickly and the first years soon joined their new houses. Harry wondered whether he had looked as young or as scared when he had been sorted. Harry noticed that Ron and a number of other students were turning their heads and looking around as if searching for something. "What's the matter? What are you looking for?" he asked. "I'm trying to see if I can spot Harry Potter," said Ron excitedly. "He's got to be here somewhere." Harry was surprised that he had momentarily forgotten about the boy pretending to be him. He, too, looked around but couldn't see anyone resembling the picture in the Daily Prophet. When everyone was seated, Dumbledore stood up and silence immediately fell upon the room. "Welcome. Welcome to another year at Hogwarts. I have some things to say to you all, and I think it best to get it out of the way before you become befuddled by our excellent feast." The students leaned forward in their chairs, listening intently. "As you no doubt are aware, we are incredibly pleased to announce that Harry Potter has been found safe and sound." The room erupted in spontaneous applause. Harry noticed that the Slytherin table didn't join in. "Yes, yes," Dumbledore smiled. "Mr. Potter will be attending classes this year and, in order to help smooth his transition, we had privately asked the sorting hat to sort him into his house. Mr. Potter will be joining Slytherin." Gasps were heard and then mutters, "Slytherin? Did he say Slytherin? Isn't there some mistake?" At first, the students in Slytherin were equally dumbfounded, but they soon were grinning widely and puffing up their chests. Malfoy had a particularly irritating smirk on his face, Harry thought. Ron muttered under his breath, "I can't believe it. Harry Potter, in Slytherin." Dumbledore raised his hand to restore quiet. "Harry." Dumbledore looked behind him, toward a door in the corner behind the staff table, and gestured for someone to enter. Slowly, a young boy entered the Great Hall, to stand beside Dumbledore. He looked very scared and Harry couldn't blame him. It must be very intimidating to have everyone looking at you, Harry thought. "This is Harry Potter," Dumbledore continued. "I am sure that you will all do your best to make Mr. Potter welcome. Harry, you may join your classmates at the Slytherin table." Harry thought he detected a note of strain in Dumbledore's voice as he mentioned Slytherin. "So, your fair-haired boy is giving you worries already. Ha." Jerkily, the false Harry walked to the Slytherin table and took a seat beside Draco Malfoy, who had quickly cleared a space for the boy to sit beside him. Harry mused cynically that Draco was happy enough to make friends with the famous boy who lived, pureblood or not. Dumbledore called for attention again. "As you are aware, after their search of Hogwarts Express, our school is presently playing host to some of the Dementors of Azkaban, who are here on Ministry of Magic business. Please do not try to enter or exit Hogwarts without permission, as they are guarding all entrances. They are not to be fooled by tricks or disguises, and it is not in their nature to respond to pleading or excuses. Do not give the Dementors a reason to harm you." Harry shuddered involuntarily. Dumbledore ended his speech by introducing Professor Lupin, who was indeed the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, and Hagrid, who had been appointed as the new Care of Magical Creatures teacher. Harry was delighted to learn of Hagrid's new position. He knew how much being a teacher would mean to Hagrid. Harry felt a wave of satisfaction. He knew that it was due to him that Hagrid's name had been cleared. "I have made a real difference in Hagrid's life," he thought. "My mother was right. I am a hero. I defeated Tom Riddle last year and look what happened. I was born to defeat Voldemort, I know it." By the time the feast drew to an end, Harry was practically weeping with exhaustion. He knew that Ron was hoping to speak with Harry Potter, or, at least, catch a closer look at the boy, but Harry was too tired to care about his twin at the moment. Yawning loudly, he made his way up to Gryffindor Tower and promised himself that he would try to speak with the Pretender the next day. Harry saw the imposter Harry in double potions, which Gryffindor took with Slytherin. Harry shared a table with Ron in the back of the room. Draco Malfoy sat at his customary table, close to the front, with his new best friend, the fake Harry Potter. In his mind, Harry started calling the other boy, Harry too. Draco was clearly thrilled to be with the famous boy who lived. He looked around the room to make sure everyone noticed who was sitting next to him. When he caught Ron's eye, he smirked. Ron seemed to take it as a personal affront that Harry Potter was fraternizing with Malfoy. Ron told Harry that he had tried to speak with Harry too last night, when the real Harry had gone on to Gryffindor Tower seeking his bed. But Crabbe and Goyle had blocked Ron's attempts to approach the other boy. Ron told Harry that he was hoping to speak with Harry at the end of class. Harry nodded his head in agreement. He, too, wanted to meet the boy. When Professor Snape entered the room, the class fell silent. He cast his cold, beady eyes over the classroom. "I am aware that you are excited over the appearance of our new celebrity," he began, coldly, "but I expect everyone to concentrate on learning in this class. You can gawk and ask for autographs later," Snape sneered. "Unfortunately, you will find that Mr. Potter is far behind in his studies. Clearly fame is not everything." The class held its breath at this unprovoked attack. However, while Harry too glared at Snape, he said nothing. Harry was taken aback at how cold and nasty Snape was when speaking about Harry too. It was obvious that Snape and Harry too loathed each other. Had something happened between the two during the weeks Harry too had been at Hogwarts before the rest of the students had arrived? Or, did Snape hate Harry too because of his fame? Malfoy was fawning over Harry too because of who he was. Could Snape hate Harry too for the same reason? Or, was Snape a Voldemort supporter who hated Harry too because he thought the boy had defeated Voldemort? Harry found himself feeling sorry for Harry too again. It couldn't be easy if his own head of house didn't like him. Harry's sympathy for the false Harry didn't last long, as Harry too was unpleasant and rude. His attitude toward Harry and Ron, when they had approached him after their first potions class, was typical of how he spoke with most of his classmates. When the class ended, Ron jumped up from his seat and hurried over to Harry too's desk, to corner the boy before he left the room. Draco narrowed his eyes at Ron's approach and started to walk out of the room. Harry too turned to follow Draco, but Ron stepped in front of him, forcing the other boy to stop. "Hello, I'm Ron Weasley." He gave a wide smile in greeting. "Yeah, I know," said the other boy. "Draco told me who you are." His tone was flat and unfriendly. Pressing on, his smile only slightly dimmed, Ron said excitedly, "I've been hoping to meet you for a long time. Welcome to Hogwarts." He stuck out his hand for a shake. "Thanks," the other boy said, shaking Ron's hand with a noticeable lack of enthusiasm. Ron ignored the signs, and asked eagerly, "Would you like to study together sometime? Or, play Quidditch, or do something?" "No, I'm good," responded Harry too dismissively. Ron's mouth hung open a bit, unsure how to react. Harry could feel his temper rising, but he forced himself to calm down and try to make whatever contact he could with the Pretender. "I'm Mark Twist," he introduced himself. He didn't try to shake the other boy's hand. Harry too inclined his head slightly. Yeah, I've heard of you, too. Harry could imagine just what stories Draco had told Harry too about him. He was sure that Mudblood and Parselmouth featured largely in the telling. Trying to establish some rapport with the other boy, Harry said, Snape was out of line with his comments about you at the beginning of class. Yeah, well, he's an idiot, said Harry too. You've got that right, said Ron with feeling. He smiled again, relieved to have found some common ground with his hero. We're going to divination now, continued Harry. Why don't we head there together? He offered. I prefer to walk at my own pace, said Harry too. We can walk fast or slow, whatever you want, Harry, said Ron, sycophantically. Harry too cast Ron a look of disdain. I prefer to walk alone or with the friends I select, he said bluntly, looking toward Draco who was lounging by the door of the classroom waiting for Harry too to join him. Oh, said Ron, blankly. While Harry was irritated by Ron's star-struck behavior, he was angry at Harry too for rebuffing his friend. Striving to keep his temper in check, he said quietly, well, don't let us keep you then. I won't, retorted Harry too, and he left them to join Draco. Draco cast a triumphant sneer in Harry and Ron's direction as he turned to march down the corridor with Harry too. The Gryffindors didn't say anything, but walked in silence to divination. Harry too's unfriendly behavior caused some students to keep their distance. However, many continued to fawn over the famous boy. While it was true that Snape didn't like the boy, that sentiment was obviously not shared by the rest of the school. Other teachers were clearly thrilled to have the boy in their class. Students vied for the chance to speak with him, and he was rarely without a coterie of 4 or 5 students surrounding him. In a few weeks, the boy had thought enough to start enjoying the attention and popularity. Soon, Harry too could be seen holding court, with admirers at his beck and call. He would have them perform small errands, such as fetching him water or picking up something he had dropped. Harry was sure that the other boy even had some of the other students do his homework for him. Harry couldn't understand why the other students would be willing to let the pretender order them around. But, these students seemed thrilled every time they were given a task to perform. It was amazing, Harry thought to himself, to watch how Harry too was turning more and more into a tyrant each day. Harry too's behavior was particularly hurtful to Hagrid. Harry watched, frustrated, as Hagrid's overtures of friendship to the little faker were met with disinterest and contempt by that boy. Hagrid had known the Potters and was the one who had brought the baby Harry Potter to his relatives, he had admitted to Harry at tea one day. It was a huge disappointment to see that the boy had turned out to be such a jerk. Not that Hagrid would admit that Harry was a jerk. And, shocking to Harry, neither would Ron. Both Hagrid and Ron seemed determined to find excuses for their hero. Hagrid excused his behavior by saying that the poor boy had had a difficult time with his aunt and uncle and would warm up a bit once he knew that he was among friends. Ron said it was only natural that Harry would favor his own housemates, and Ron lay the blame for the boy's unfriendly behavior at Draco's door. Hagrid had tried to engage Harry too in class by asking him if he wanted to be the first to pet a hippogriff, a cool half-bird half-horse creature that Hagrid had shown the students. It was clear that Hagrid considered this offer to be an ultimate treat. Harry too cast a disdainful glance at the hippogriff and sneered. I think not. I'm not fond of half-breeds, he drawled. It was exactly the kind of thing that Draco Malfoy might have said. Harry gazed at Harry too appraising ly. It was clear that the boy had chosen to buddy up with Draco. Was it just because Draco was his housemate? Cynically, Harry thought that Harry too had discovered, from Draco's own mouth, no doubt, that the Malfoy family was powerful in the wizarding world. Seeing how hurt Hagrid was by Harry too's comment, the real Harry stepped forward and pretended enthusiasm as he said, Can I try, Hagrid? I think hippogriffs are great. Hagrid lit up at having someone share his enthusiasm for the animals. Gesturing to one, he said, Why don't you try Buckbeak, here? Just remember that hippogriffs are very proud creatures. You must never insult them. Listening carefully to Hagrid's instructions, Harry approached Buckbeak, maintaining eye contact and bowing. The creature appeared to take a liking to Harry, and soon Harry was petting him. Harry said loudly to the rest of the class, Don't worry. You don't have to be afraid. He let his eyes linger on Harry too, with the clear implication that he thought Harry too had refused to approach the hippogriff because he was scared. The other boy flushed in annoyance. I'm not afraid, he said. He approached Buckbeak. I'm just not interested in the ugly brute. A flash of talons. Harry, standing close to the imposter, saw Buckbeak's attack out of the corner of his eye. Acting instinctively, he pushed Harry too out of the way. Unfortunately for him, Buckbeak couldn't stop the momentum of his attack and Harry felt the talons dig deep into his own shoulder. As Harry fell to the ground, he saw Harry too scramble out of the way. Hagrid ran to the boys, grabbing at the chain around Buckbeak's neck to drag him back. A number of the girls screamed and general yells filled the air. Harry drew a ragged breath. Pain blossomed from his shoulder and seemed to radiate throughout his body. Involuntarily, he groaned. Mark, you okay? Ron was kneeling at his side, staring at him with round, worried eyes. When Harry struggled to rise, Ron put a hand behind Harry's back in support. Slowly, Harry staggered to his feet. Hagrid came running over, having secured Buckbeak in a paddock. The big man was white as a ghost. He scooped up Harry in his arms. Put me down, Hagrid. I can walk. Hagrid ignored the boy's protests. Hermione, open the gate. Hermione ran to obey and Hagrid ran with Harry up to the castle. I'm so sorry, Mark. Are ye okay? Hagrid panted, as he ran. Although in pain, Harry tried to reassure his friend. It's okay, Hagrid, I'll be fine. Don't worry, you can put me down. But, Hagrid carried Harry to the hospital wing. Harry found it embarrassing to pass students in the castle, who eyed him with frank curiosity as Hagrid ran. Harry tried not to notice the trail of blood that he was leaving in his wake. Madame Pomfrey gasped when they arrived at the hospital wing. My goodness, what did the boy do to himself? It's all me fault, beeped Hagrid in remorse. I was showing the class hippogriffs and one up and attacked. I don't know what got into Buckbeak. Madame Pomfrey had bared Harry's shoulder as Hagrid spoke and was pressing some foul-smelling potion on Harry's skin. It wasn't his fault, Hagrid. Harry defended Buckbeak. Potter didn't listen to your lesson and he insulted Buckbeak, calling him an ugly brute. The potion started to burn, taking Harry's breath away. It made him dizzy and he fell back on the hospital bed he was sitting on. He'll be okay, Poppy. Won't he? Hagrid was wringing his hands in worry. He'll be fine, Hagrid. Just give the medicine a few minutes to work. He'll be good as new in a few days. You'll see. Hagrid stayed at Harry's bedside until the burning sensation had disappeared. Harry's shoulder was still stiff but, not wanting to worry Hagrid any more than he already was, Harry downplayed the pain. He insisted on being permitted to leave the hospital to rejoin his friends. Madame Pomfrey sniffed in disapproval. All right, Twist, I'll let you go. But, you take it easy for the next few days and you come right back here if you notice any red streaks under the skin. Harry promised and, with his shoulder bandaged securely, he convinced Hagrid that he was well enough to go with him to the Great Hall, where lunch would be soon served. Reluctantly, Hagrid left Harry with his fellow Gryffindors and made his way to the staff table. Harry smiled bravely at his friends and assured them that he was fine. Knowing that Hagrid's eyes were on him throughout the meal, watching to make sure that he was doing okay, Harry pinned a false smile on his face and tried to remember not to wince when his shoulder gave a twinge. Leaving the Great Hall after lunch, Harry was waylaid by Harry too and Draco. Tipping his head toward Harry's shoulder, Harry too said, "So, I see they patched you up, Twist." Harry nodded but waited. Would Harry too thank him for having saved him from a mauling by Buckbeak? Hagrid should be sacked, inserted Draco. What was that great oaf thinking, showing us a dangerous creature like that? I'm going to tell my father. Harry's temper exploded. It was Potter's fault. He should have listened to Hagrid's instructions. Buckbeak wouldn't have tried to hurt him then. You would stick up for that buffoon, Harry too sneered. Well, you're both misfits, so I guess it makes sense. He started to walk away. Then, turning back to Harry, he said as if in an afterthought, "Anyway, thanks for pushing me out of the way." It was such a Gryffindor thing to do. He made it sound as if Harry had been stupid to put himself in danger to protect someone else. Hermione muttered under her breath as Draco and Harry too left the Great Hall. What a git. He should have been grateful that you saved him. Yeah, too bad you didn't let that hippogriff take a bite out of his ego, said Dean Thomas, coming up behind Harry. That made Harry smile. Next time, I'll think about it, he promised. Ron kept quiet. Harry knew that Ron was having a hard time reconciling his image of the great Harry Potter with the behavior of Harry too. Ron couldn't defend his hero, but it was too much to expect that he would criticize him either. Harry forgave Ron, though, as his friend spent the evening solicitously catering to Harry. The hippogriff attack soon became a distant memory, to be replaced by more immediate concerns. Professor Lupin had brought a boggart to the defense against the arts class, and Harry had failed miserably at repelling the creature. The boggart took on the shape of whatever frightened a person most. Harry, waiting his turn to confront the creature, imagined that it would turn into his Uncle Vernon. He thought fleetingly that it was lucky his uncle only called him, boy. If the boggart Uncle Vernon called out to him before Harry could defeat him, it wouldn't give away his identity. However, the boggart didn't morph into Uncle Vernon, as expected. Taking over from Ron, whose boggart had been a spider, Harry stepped forward bravely. The legless spider transformed into a Dementor. The creature rose menacingly in front of Harry, who took an involuntary step backward. You're doing fine, Mark, called Professor Lupin in support. You can do it. Remember. Concentrate. Harry tried desperately to remember the spell, but his mind became foggy and unclear. In the distance, he heard his aunt screaming, "Get out of here." His cousin Dudley was saying, "Don't tell anyone we're related." Uncle Vernon's sneers of "freak" echoed in his head. Dimly, Harry was aware that Professor Lupin had stepped forward and had banished the boggart. His legs weak, Harry sat heavily in a nearby chair. He avoided looking at his classmates, who were gazing at him sympathetically. He felt a heavy hand on his shoulder and looked up at Professor Lupin. "It's okay, Mark. A Dementor is a very scary creature." Other students nodded their heads in agreement. "With practice, I'm sure that you'll be able to handle a boggart just fine." Harry nodded but didn't say anything. He wasn't concerned about boggarts. He was really concerned about Dementors. He hated those creatures. Unfortunately, Draco learned that Harry had not been able to defeat a boggart and took pleasure in taunting the other boy. Harry would have loved to be able to tell Draco that he would have fared no better. But, Harry knew that the Slytherins had done well in their lesson with the boggart. Harry didn't know what Draco's boggart was, but the rumor spreading through Hogwarts was that Harry too's boggart was a strange man pointing a finger at him and shouting, "I know who you are." Everyone assumed that Potter was worried that Death Eaters would find him. After all, Sirius Black was still on the loose. Only the real Harry realized that it was the threat of being unmasked as a fake that frightened the little pretender. Harry didn't make the mistake of pitying the other boy. It was clear that Harry too was enjoying his stolen identity. He didn't hesitate to join Draco in sneering at Muggleborns and seemed to dislike Mark Twist, in particular. It was a strange experience for Harry to realize that, far from being grateful to Harry for having saved him, Harry too seemed to resent him. The real Harry wondered how long this other boy would be able to continue the pretense of being the real Harry Potter. Wouldn't someone discover the truth eventually? But, maybe whoever had driven the boy to run away wasn't even looking for him. Harry sometimes mused that there were some downsides to being the focus of attention as Harry Potter. Sybil Trelawney, the divination teacher, routinely saw dark omens surrounding the boy and predicted his imminent death at least once a week. This annoyed the real Harry, but the false Harry didn't seem to mind. He also didn't seem to care that he wouldn't be permitted to join the other third years in visiting Hogsmeade. The boy didn't have permission from any guardian to go to the village, and Professor Dumbledore thought it safer for the boy to remain at Hogwarts anyway, given that Sirius Black still had not been found. On Halloween morning, the third years got ready for their first trip to Hogsmeade. Harry had been looking forward for weeks to going to the only all-wizard village in England. He had, of course, forged the signatures of his parents on the permission slip. Ron's brothers had told him of the treats in store at the village, and he could barely wait for the day to arrive. However, Harry had not counted on passing Dementors who were guarding the Hogwarts gates. Even though the Dementors had been given orders not to harm any of the students who were leaving the castle, Harry felt the effects of the Dementors almost immediately. As he approached the gate, to exit the castle grounds, Harry felt a deep cold start to penetrate his bones. "Mark, are you all right?" asked Hermione, worriedly. "You don't look so good." Harry felt sweat break out on his face and his hands felt clammy. A distant voice started to sound in his ear, "You're a freak." He stopped in his tracks and swayed. "What's wrong with him?" he heard Ron ask. "I think it's the Dementors," Hermione responded. The voice in Harry's head became louder, "You should never have been born. No one will ever love you." He felt dizzy and he started to sway. With a groan, he sank to the ground and lost consciousness. When he came to, Harry was in a darkened room. Looking around blearily, he realized that he was lying in a hospital bed. He recalled what had happened. He sat up slowly, and, noticing him move, Madame Pomfrey approached. She put a hand on his forehead, and smiled kindly. "Feeling better, Mr. Twist?" At his nod, she continued. "You gave your friends quite a scare. You'll be fine. As soon as you feel a bit steadier, you can return to your common room. I suggest you go to bed early tonight and get a good night's sleep." "But what happened? You were obviously particularly sensitive to Dementors. You fainted when you came near them. Your friends brought you to me. I convinced them that you'd be okay and I believe that they went on to Hogsmeade. After all, there was nothing more that they could do for you here." At Harry's stricken expression, Madame Pomfrey sympathized. "I'm sorry you missed the trip to Hogsmeade. But, there'll be others." Harry said nothing. His disappointment was too keen. He had wanted to go to Hogsmeade so much, he could taste it. And, he was still shaky from the effects of the Dementors. If he reacted like this to Dementors all the time, how could he ever leave the castle? He returned to the Gryffindor common room where Ron and Hermione found him a short time later. They commiserated with their friend over his not being able to go to Hogsmeade and they brought him a number of treats to soften the blow. Harry was grateful for their sympathy. "You know what, Mark?" said Ron, munching on a chocolate frog he had purchased in Hogsmeade. "You should ask Professor Lupin whether there is any spell that you could learn to keep the Dementors away from you." "That's a great idea," said Hermione. Harry turned this thought over in his head and agreed. He brightened with the possibility that there might be something he could do about the Dementors. "I'll ask him tomorrow," he vowed. That night, the school was thrown into a panic when, after the Halloween feast, the killer Sirius Black tried to sneak into Gryffindor Tower. No one could understand how he had been able to enter Hogwarts. Luckily, however, he did not have the password and the fat lady in the portrait guarding the entrance to the tower refused to admit him. In retaliation, he had slashed at the portrait and it hung in tatters. The poor fat lady had fled to other paintings for safety. Dumbledore and the teachers searched Hogwarts but were unable to find Black. He had disappeared as mysteriously as he had been able to enter. The students all slept in the Great Hall, in sleeping bags Dumbledore had conjured for them. Everyone assumed that Black had mistakenly believed Harry Potter had been sorted into Gryffindor and had been trying to break into Gryffindor Tower in order to kill the boy. To protect him, the Slytherin prefect was assigned to sleep next to Harry too. Harry looked over at the boy before he crawled into his own sleeping bag. Was Harry too paler than usual? Was he regretting having stolen the identity of the boy who lived now? It wasn't all fun and games, Harry thought. Harry noticed Crabbe and Goyle standing next to Harry too, flexing their muscles and cracking their knuckles, as if to impress an absent Black with their strength. Harry doubted that Sirius Black would be impressed by two 13-year-olds who barely knew what end of their wand to hold. Draco had his wand in his hand, as if expecting Black to jump out at them at any moment. He seemed very skittish. When the prefect came up behind him unexpectedly, he jumped a foot in the air. Lights went out, and the students slowly dropped off to sleep. Harry, however, stayed awake well into the night, his wand gripped tightly in his own hand, hidden within his sleeping bag. He knew that everyone thought that Sirius Black had just made a mistake in targeting Gryffindor Tower. But, he worried that Sirius Black knew what he was doing. Perhaps, Black had some way of knowing that the other boy was a pretender and that he, the real Harry, was in Gryffindor. Was he the real target, after all? When he finally fell asleep, his dreams were uneasy and he woke feeling unfreshed. Dumbledore allowed the students to return to their dorms the next morning. While Harry still worried about Sirius Black, he realized that there wasn't anything he could do about that threat. He would have to hope that Dumbledore and the other teachers had strengthened the protections that would keep Black out of the school. On the other hand, the Dementors were something he could do something about. Or, at least, he hoped so. So, the next day after class, Harry approached Professor Lupin to ask him to teach him how to protect himself against Dementors. Lupin agreed to try to teach the young boy the Patronus charm, although he warned that it was a very difficult spell and many wizards couldn't master it. Worse yet, Lupin couldn't start lessons until after the Christmas break. Harry borrowed some books from the library and focused on learning the theory behind the Patronus charm and practicing the wand movement behind the spell. He hoped that, when Professor Lupin was able to teach him the charm, he would learn it more quickly if he had done some studying beforehand. Harry was determined to learn the spell and conquer his fear of the Dementors. They were ruining his life. The week before Christmas, there was another Hogsmeade scheduled trip, but there was no way Harry could go past the Dementors to visit the village. He was as trapped in Hogwarts as any student without a pass. Harry moped around Gryffindor Tower in the days before the trip, trying not to let his disappointment upset everyone else. However, he noticed that Fred and George glanced at him from time to time, and then commenced whispering furiously to each other. The day of the Hogsmeade trip, Harry was sitting by himself in the Gryffindor common room, sadly trying to concentrate on one of his textbooks. Ron, Hermione, and his other friends had already left for Hogsmeade, promising to bring him back treats once more. "Hey, Mark!" Fred snuck up behind him and slapped him on the back. Harry jumped and whirled around. Fred and George were grinning at him widely. Looking at them suspiciously, Harry said, "Hi. How come you're not at Hogsmeade?" "We've come to give you a Christmas present before we go," said Fred. George nodded. "We owe you for saving Ginny last year. And we decided that your need is greater than ours." Fred pulled an old piece of blank parchment from his cloak and touched it with his wand, saying, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." At once, a map of Hogwarts and grounds started to form on the parchment. Harry's mouth dropped open as he saw tiny bubbles moving along the map, marking where everyone in Hogwarts was at that moment. Above the map, was written, "Messrs. Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot and Prongs, purveyors of aids to magical mischief makers, are proud to present the Marauders map." Fred pointed to passages that Harry had never known existed. He traced one with his finger and said, "This passage, here, goes right into Hogsmeade. There are 7 in all, but Filch knows about these 4. He pointed them out. "This one is caved in and this one has the Whomping Willow over the entrance. But this one goes into the cellar at Honeyduke's. And you won't have to go past any Dementors," said George. Harry blushed. He hated that everyone knew of his weakness. Fred continued, "When you're done using it, just tap the map with your wand." He did so, demonstrating, and say, "Mischief managed." The map erased itself and the parchment became blank once more. He folded the map and handed to Harry, who took it reverently. "Thank you," Harry breathed. "It's fabulous." Fred and George nodded, satisfied with Harry's reaction. "See you in Honeyduke's," said George, winking. Harry immediately went to the 3rd-floor corridor to find the statue of the hunchbacked, one-eyed old witch. Reading the map, he saw the bubble, bearing the name, Mark Twist, tapping the witch and whispering, "Descendium." He did the same and the hump opened wide enough for him to enter. He slid down a stone slide, into a passageway that led, after about an hour, to Honeyduke's. As Harry walked quickly through the tunnel, he had plenty of time to think. He was very excited about visiting Hogsmeade. He had been so disappointed last time to have missed the trip. While he had permission to be in the village, he would have to avoid any teachers or prefects. He didn't want them asking him how he had gotten there, when they knew that he wouldn't go past the Dementors. He didn't want anyone guessing that there was another exit out of Hogwarts. Not only didn't he want this passageway sealed or watched by Dementors, he didn't want anyone to learn about the existence of the Marauders map. What a great gift! He couldn't wait to study it more closely. He was just lucky that the map hadn't realized his name was really Harry Potter. It was amazing how deep his magical concealment had seeped. The school admittance list had listed him as Mark Twist. Owls looking for Harry Potter couldn't find him, and even this magical map didn't realize who he was. Curious, Harry looked to see if there was an unfamiliar name in the Slytherin common room. Sure enough, there was a bubble with the name, Andrew Dannerson. The imposter. Harry smiled slightly. He wasn't sure why, but he felt better knowing the name of the other boy. Harry mused to himself that Andrew didn't realize how lucky he was that the twins had apparently never noticed that the map showed no bubble for Harry Potter. But, then, why would they look? The twins would have only been interested in making sure that the coast was clear whenever they were up to some prank. By the time Harry arrived at Hogsmeade, he was frozen. The tunnel was quite cold. He had forgotten to grab a warm cloak before setting off. He had been too excited to think clearly. Luckily, when Harry climbed out of the tunnel into the Honeyduke's cellar, he was able to thaw out. He saw Hermione and Ron in the main shop and enjoyed watching their looks of amazement when they saw him. They demanded to know how he had gotten there and, in whispers, he explained about the Marauder's map. Ron was annoyed that his brothers hadn't thought to give him the map. Hermione had wanted him to turn it into Professor McGonagall so that the teachers would be aware that there might be other entrances into Hogwarts that Sirius Black could use. Harry and Ron were able to convince her that this was not likely because Dementors were patrolling Hogsmeade every night. Not completely satisfied, Hermione agreed to keep quiet. The three friends spent an enjoyable time in Honeyduke's, with Ron and Hermione pointing out the various treats for Harry's perusal. Since it was so cold outside, the friends decided to go next to the Three Broomsticks for a butterbeer. They took a table at the back of the room where Harry kept a sharp eye out for teachers. When Harry saw Professors McGonagall and Flitwick enter, followed by Hagrid and Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic, he dove off his seat and ducked under the table. Oh, no. Professor McGonagall would be sure to ask him how he had gotten into Hogsmeade if she saw him. As his head of house, she knew that Harry wasn't expecting to be in Hogsmeade because he wouldn't go past the Dementors. Oh, well, if she did see him, he would say that he'd been able to go past them after all, and just hope that she didn't check with Filch, who had been checking off which students had passed through the gates. Worrying about being found, and thinking of an excuse in case he were discovered, Harry almost missed what the adults were discussing. Madame Rosmerta, the proprietress of the Three Broomsticks, had been invited to join Fudge and the teachers. When Harry heard Madame Rosmerta mention the name Potter, he listened more carefully. Yes, agreed Professor McGonagall. It's a shock that Lily and James's son ended up in Slytherin. I wish I could like the boy more, said Professor Flitwick, honestly. What do you mean? Demanded Madame Rosmerta. Well, he's not very polite and he seems very cold to the other students. Hagrid objected. He's had a tough life, he has. He'll warm up. Cornelius Fudge chimed in. It's true, he did have a tough life. Worse than the papers reported. The other adults leaned forward to hear, and Fudge dropped his voice. Harry leaned forward too and held his breath. You know that the Daily Prophet reported that Harry was abused by his relatives. They don't know the half of it. We tried to cover it up, as much as we could, or there was sure to have been Muggle killings in response. But, that boy was seriously hurt by his aunt and uncle. It's no wonder that he is standoffish now. It's a miracle he's not a raving lunatic, the way they treated him. Hagrid started to cry. Professor McGonagall turned pale. Under his table, Harry let out a shaky breath himself. He didn't want to remember his past. It made him feel sick inside. Fudge continued. And, now, the boy just can't catch a break. What with Sirius Black after him? Is it certain that Black is still after the boy? Asked Flitwick. Yes, he's been spotted near here. McGonagall said sadly. I can't believe that Sirius Black went over to the dark side. He and James Potter were like brothers. Fudge nodded. Yes, he was best man at James's marriage to Lily. He was Harry's godfather. Can you believe it? And, he's the one who told you know who where the Potters were hiding. Hagrid roared with rage. The other customers looked up in alarm and there was silence in the room. He was shushed by Fudge, Flitwick and McGonagall. After a few minutes, when it seemed that it was safe again, the other customers started talking. What happened? Rosmerta asked the minister, eager to hear more. Fudge continued. The Potters knew that you know who was after them. They used a Fidelius charm to hide their whereabouts, and Sirius Black was the secret keeper. There was no way you know who could have found them if Sirius Black hadn't served them up on a silver platter. He didn't realize, of course, that little Harry Potter would defeat you know who. Hagrid beeped in his drink. I met Black the night I collected Harry from Lillian, James's house. Just got him out of the ruins, poor little thing, with a great slash across his forehead, and his parents dead, and Sirius Black turns up, on that flyin' motorbike he used to ride. He wanted to take the boy, sayin' he was his godfather. But I told him no, because Dumbledore said the boy was to go tear his aunt and uncles. Just think, mused Rosmerta. If Black had been able to take Harry, the boy wouldn't have been placed with those awful relatives of his. The others nodded their heads morosely. In other circumstances, he could have petitioned for custody even though he wasn't formally named as guardian in a will, explained Fudge. Since he was Harry's godfather, and a wizard, the Wizengamot might have awarded him custody. Certainly, I don't think Harry's relatives would have fought to keep the boy. Why didn't the Potters name him as Harry's guardian in a will? Flitwick wondered. James didn't want to admit the possibility that he and Lily could be killed. The arrogance of youth. We can't forget just how young he and Lily were when they, McGonagall's voice trailed away in sadness. As it turned out, it wouldn't have mattered, said Fudge. With Black in Azkaban, Harry's guardianship would have reverted to his relatives anyway. Hagrid, reminded of Sirius' treachery, thumped his ale on the table and muttered angrily, and I comforted the murderin' traitor. The other adults shook their heads in sympathy. But Black was caught by the Ministry the day after the Potters were killed, wasn't he? Asked Rosmerta. Yes, when Black tried to escape, he was confronted by another friend. You remember Peter Pettigrew. He was that dull little boy who was always tagging around after Potter, Black and Remus Lupin, McGonagall reminded Madame Rosmerta. They called themselves the Marauders. Harry gasped, and Ron kicked him. That's right, said Fudge. Pettigrew corned Black. Black blew up the street, killing a dozen Muggles and obliterating Pettigrew. Only a finger was left. And Black just stood there laughing. Black was taken away by 20 members of the Magical Law Enforcement Patrol. He's been in Azkaban ever since. That is, until he escaped, he said miserably. Is it true that he's mad? Asked Madame Rosmerta. Fudge sighed. I wish I could say he was. But, on my last visit to Azkaban, he made perfect sense. He asked whether he could have my newspaper, if I were finished reading it. It was astounding how little effect the Dementors seemed to have on him, and he was one of the most heavily guarded in the place, you know. The adults were quiet for a while and then Professor McGonagall suggested that they head back to the castle. After they had left, and Madame Rosmerta had gone back to serving other patrons, Harry crawled back into his seat. He felt very shaky but neither Ron nor Hermione seemed to notice anything unusual. They were excited about what they had learned but they didn't realize that the story was personal to Harry. Ron asked eagerly, do you think we should tell Harry Potter about this? Shouldn't he be told that Sirius Black was his godfather? No, said Harry sharply. When Ron looked at him in surprise, Harry made an effort to make his voice more casual. Dumbledore or the minister would have told him if they thought that was the right thing to do. Hermione nodded in agreement. Yes, if we told him, who knows if he would do something rash, like try to find Black on his own. I don't like him, but I don't want him to get hurt. Okay. Ron was disappointed. He would have liked an excuse to speak with his hero. Harry bid goodbye to his friends and returned to Honeydukes to take the tunnel back to Hogwarts. The trip back passed in a fog to him. In his mind, he kept turning over and over the story he had heard about how Sirius Black had betrayed his parents. His godfather. Harry knew that being a godparent was considered an honor in the wizarding world. A godparent was responsible for ensuring that the child received a proper magical education in the event that the parents were unable to provide it. And this was the man who was trying to kill Harry Potter now. When he remembered that his father had been one of the Marauders, Harry closed his hand on the map in his robe. It gave him a warm thrill to know that his father had touched this parchment years ago. It felt as if, somehow, through the years, his father was speaking to him. It seemed to him to be fate that he, the son of one of the marauders, had come into possession of the map. He tried not to think that Sirius Black had also had a hand in creating the magical object. Harry returned to Gryffindor Tower in a haze. He skipped dinner, not wanting to listen to Ron or Hermione talk about the tale they had heard. He pretended that he had gotten a chill during his walk in Hogsmeade and said he wanted to go to bed early. But, he lay in his bed for hours, staring at the ceiling in the darkness. He didn't answer when his roommates came into the room, letting them think that he had already fallen asleep. And, during the night, when he started to cry, he muffled his cries in his pillow. The next few weeks were very difficult for Harry. No one knew why he was suddenly so quiet and rarely smiled. He found it hard to sleep and harder still to concentrate in class. He received disappointed looks from his teachers on his lack of attention and was given extra homework by Professors McGonagall and Flitwick. He infuriated Professor Snape by misreading the directions on the board to brew a potion to cure warts. Most students would have received no more than a scathing comment for having made such a mistake. But, Snape had come to expect competent work from Mark Twist and was not inclined to accept a substandard effort. So, Harry received his first detention and spent 2 hours on a sunny Saturday inside the dungeon cleaning cauldrons. Christmas break helped Harry regain some of his former spirits. While both Ron and Hermione had gone home over break, Harry received holiday gifts from both. He also enjoyed the holiday feast in the Great Hall, with Dumbledore and the other staff who remained at Hogwarts over break. Harry too was there as well, but Harry sat far away from him. The two exchanged looks of dislike from across the table from time to time, but didn't exchange any conversation. Harry found it oddly enjoyable to watch Dumbledore watching Harry too. Harry could tell that Dumbledore was worried about Harry too's behavior. The boy had been rude to Professor Sprout, had grabbed the food without offering it to anyone else, and had insisted that a first-year change seats with him, so that the boy who lived could have a seat without the sun shining in his eyes. The headmaster forced a smile and offered crackers to the boy, which the little pretender took without thanking him. The real Harry could tell that there was a strain of worry behind the twinkle in the headmaster's eyes. Harry knew it was a petty revenge, but he felt that Dumbledore deserved to have found a Harry Potter that didn't fit his precious plans for a golden hero. Let him suffer, Harry thought. The headmaster had left Harry at the Dursleys because of the blood protection. He didn't make sure that the boy was being well cared for. All Dumbledore cared about was making sure that the prophesized vanquisher of Voldemort lived to fight another day. Let Dumbledore worry that Harry Potter was really a big prat. He, the real Harry Potter, would someday defeat Voldemort. He was, after all, born to be a hero. But, in the meantime, let Dumbledore worry a bit. He deserved it. After break, Harry started doing better in classes and both Ron and Hermione commented that the break seemed to have done him well. Hermione was actually looking more strained than Harry. Both Ron and Harry thought she had overextended herself with the number of classes she was taking. They couldn't understand how she managed to attend all of her classes, since a number of them had overlapping schedules. Unfortunately, Ron and Hermione had a serious falling out when Hermione's cat Crookshanks apparently ate Ron's rat, Scabbers. The only thing left of the rat was some hair and some blood on Ron's sheets. Hermione defended her cat, claiming that there was no proof Crookshanks had eaten the rat. Ron was furious with Hermione, since he thought she hadn't done enough to keep her cat away from Scabbers. The two stopped speaking to each other and Harry felt pulled between the two. Harry was relieved when his lessons with Professor Lupin started and he was able to avoid having to choose which friend to sit with in the Gryffindor common room. Most nights, Harry spent learning the Patronus charm with the defense against the dark arts teacher, or practicing by himself in an empty classroom what he had learned in a previous lesson. Professor Lupin used a boggart, which took on the shape of a Dementor, to help Harry learn the charm. The young boy had not been able to produce a full-bodied Patronus, but he had managed a silvery cloud that helped muffle the effects of the Dementors. Harry was impatient with himself, but Professor Lupin told him that he should be impressed with what he had been able to accomplish. Even a shadowy Patronus was difficult to conjure. But Harry pushed himself harder and harder to conquer the spell. Now that he understood the basics, and could conjure a shadowy Patronus, he was sure that he would be able to produce a corporeal Patronus if he just tried harder. So, he spent many nights working until curfew, practicing the charm. One such night, Harry fell into bed exhausted after having practiced the Patronus charm for hours. He fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. He was awakened by a yell from Ron, "Aarrgghh." No. Harry jumped out of bed, with the wand it was his custom to keep under his pillow already in his hand. "What's the matter? What happened?" he asked urgently. Ron was sitting up in bed, looking terrified. He pointed at the far door. Black, Sirius Black, with a knife. Harry felt as if he had been doused with cold water. He felt the blood drain from his face. He heard, as if from a distance, Dean asking, "You sure you weren't dreaming, Ron? Look at the curtains." He slashed them with his knife. "I tell you, he was here." Seamus ran to fetch Professor McGonagall. By this time, Ron and the rest of the Gryffindor house, now wide awake, were waiting in the common room. "Why are you all awake?" she demanded angrily, entering through the portrait hole. "Percy, I expected better of you." Percy, the prefect, defended himself. "I didn't authorize this, Professor. My brother had a nightmare." Ron yelled, "It wasn't a nightmare. Professor, I woke up and Sirius Black was standing over me, holding a knife." That can't be," sputtered Professor McGonagall. "How could he get in?" "Ask him," said Ron, pointing at Sir Cadogan, the portrait who was substituting for the fat lady while she was being repaired. When pressed, Sir Cadogan cheerfully admitted that he had let a man enter Gryffindor Tower. He had had the password and Sir Cadogan had willingly let the killer pass. Neville Longbottom was in disgrace when he admitted that he was the culprit who had written down the week's passwords on a paper that had somehow ended up in the hands of Sirius Black. When Professor McGonagall left to alert Dumbledore that Sirius Black had entered the castle again, Hermione threw herself at Ron to give him a hug. "You could have been killed," she squeaked. Ron awkwardly patted her back. "It's okay, Hermione, I'm fine." "Ron, you could have been killed and I wouldn't have gotten a chance to tell you how sorry I am about Scabbers," she cried. Ron was relieved when Hermione let him go. "Oh, well, he was old. You never know. My parents might get me an owl now." Hermione smiled weakly at him and they both turned to speak with other students, as other Gryffindors begged Ron to tell them what had happened. Harry stood quietly off to the side of the room. He was glad that the incident had healed the rift between his friends. But, he was having a hard time concentrating on anything other than the fact that Sirius Black had entered Gryffindor Tower. Had Black discovered that Mark Twist was Harry Potter? Or, was the killer looking for the fake Harry Potter, who was even now probably sleeping peacefully in Slytherin House? What should he do? Should he admit to Dumbledore that he was the real Harry Potter? No, he thought to himself. What good would that do? Dumbledore couldn't seem to keep Black out of Hogwarts even thinking that the real Harry Potter was here. What would be different if Dumbledore knew that Mark Twist was the real boy who lived? At most, he'd have teachers following him around. He didn't want that, and, once he admitted who he was, that was it. Never again could he be incognito. He would be the target of any supporter of the Dark Lord, not just Sirius Black. No, he would say nothing. Having decided this, Harry joined the group of students surrounding Ron and listened with the others as Ron recounted once more how he had awoken to find Sirius Black hovering over him. The next day, the school was once again in panic mode. Students talked of little else. Time and time again, Harry listened to conversations in which the principal theme was how lucky it was that Sirius Black still didn't realize that Harry Potter was not in Gryffindor. But, was that true? Harry kept turning the question over in his head. The boy who lived was being treated with more care than ever before. Teachers walked him from class to class. While he looked a little strained with worry, Harry too seemed to enjoy the extra attention. He certainly was more bossy than ever. Ron received his share of attention too. He enjoyed telling the story of Sirius Black standing over him, knife in hand. Harry noticed in amusement that Ron embellished the story with each telling. Harry had been worried that the next Hogsmeade trip would be cancelled because of Sirius Black. But, Luckily, Dumbledore appeared to believe that the only threat was to Harry Potter, who wasn't visiting Hogsmeade anyway. So, with wand gripped tightly in his hand, Harry prepared to pass the Dementors guarding the gates of Hogwarts for the final Hogsmeade visit of the year. As he approached the gates, Harry felt the familiar chill start to grip him. He muttered, "Expecto Patronum," and a small, silvery cloud formed in front of him, pushing the cold away. The Dementor closest to Harry fell back. Harry gained more confidence and his shimmering Patronus seemed to become a bit more solid, although he still couldn't tell its shape. Another Dementor fell back. Ron patted him on the back, in congratulations. "Well done, Mark." Hermione was impressed. "That was really something. Maybe you can teach me that sometime." Harry smiled. He could see that some of the other students were looking in his direction, impressed. He had now passed safely by the Dementors, so he lowered his wand and his Patronus winked out of sight. He felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Knowing that he had a weapon against the Dementors was empowering. He would keep practicing to make the charm stronger and stronger. Someday, he would be able to cast a corporeal Patronus, he promised himself. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.